My name is Carlos Baralt, B-A-R-A-L-T.
Mr. Baralt, are you the uncle of Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Yes, I am.
And if you would look over your right shoulder, we have a family tree chart. And on the far right-hand side, it says Kerry and Carlos. Is that you and your wife?
Yes, it is.
And the 4 names underneath are your 4 daughters?
Yes.
Is that correct? And I believe yesterday you saw Joan Vandermolen here. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And does her name appear on the Andersen?
Left-hand side.
Joan and Arnold?
Yes,
Is Arnold her husband?
that's correct.
And underneath it are Arnold, Karen, Kevin, Diane, and Kathy. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And are those her 5 children?
That's my understanding.
And the name next to Joan and Arnold, the next couple, is Milton and Joyce.
That's correct.
And Milton is Kitty Menendez's brother. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next name is Brian and Pat. Brian is Kitty Menendez's brother also. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you see Pat Andersen here yesterday testify?
Yes, she was here.
Mr. Baralt, when did you first meet Jose Menendez?
At my girlfriend's, at that time, my girlfriend's home in Cuba, in Havana, Cuba.
And when was that?
That must have been 59. Yeah.
And your wife, Terry, is Jose Menendez's sister. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the time that you first met Jose Menendez, were you around him for most of your life?
Yes, I would think so. Absolutely.
You worked with him part of the time, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you and your family lived very close to the Menendez family for a substantial period of time, is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you have an opportunity to observe the parenting techniques of Kitty and Jose Menendez?
Yes.
And did you on occasion have conversations with Jose Menendez about some of his parenting skills?
Once in a while.
And were those criticisms that you had?
Were things that I had observed that I felt that I would not do as a parent myself, and I felt that I should tell him about them.
Okay. And just generally, what type of behavior are we talking about? Are we talking about physical interaction, or are we talking about verbal interaction with his children?
Both.
Can you tell me the types of behavior that you were critical of, that you spoke to Jose about?
There was a situation where a physical situation between Lyle and Erik, where there was some educational choices that Jose had made that I felt were he wanted Lyle to go to Princeton. I felt that he should not.
Why did you feel he should not?
I felt that Princeton was not for Lyle, and he was pretty strong in his belief and a choice of Princeton for him.
Jose was pretty strong in his belief, is that correct?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
Okay. And did you feel that academically this was not the right place for Lyle to go?
That's correct, yeah.
Did you feel that the chances of his succeeding there were pretty minimal?
I felt he would not finish at Princeton. There was no way that he would finish at Princeton.
And did Jose indicate why Princeton was so important to him?
He felt that Princeton offered the background in life that would permit him to be very successful in terms of contacts and influences in general.
Was success very important to Jose?
Yes, it was very important.
And was it very important to him that his children succeed as well?
I think that it would be, it was one of his most important things in his life, I'm sure.
And did he have attitudes about winning and the importance of winning that you were
That
critical
was
of?
another area that I've talked to him about, and at one point in time, we had a conversation on winning, and he said that winning was all important. And my observation to him was that I felt that trying was more important than winning. You should do the best you can. And he said, no, that's not the case. It's winning is the only thing that's important. And trying and coming in second best is not enough.
And did he pass this philosophy on to his children through his parenting techniques?
Not being an expert on the matter, I would think that that not only guided his teachings of the kids, but his own life. And so it would have been a role model for them.
And did you ever comment on the kind of pressure that this put on the children, that they were expected to win and nothing else was satisfactory?
Yes, yes, I did. That was part of our conversation in that particular situation, that I essentially told him that that was the wrong thing to portray to his kids, that a kid could not be expected to do better than the best that he can do, even if it is not winning.
Did he accept that?
No, he did not.
Did he talk to you about, did he ever express to you his view of whether children should be raised to trust people?
Yes, he felt that on one occasion he said he illustrated something that he had done to one of his kids.
And was that kid Erik?
Yes, yes, it was.
And how did he illustrate what he had done?
He was telling me that he was playing with Erik, and Erik was sort of like throwing himself off of a counter. And on one occasion,
I would describe this particular anecdote as being hearsay.
All right, this is what was related to the witness by Jose Menendez?
Yes.
Right, a specific anecdote which you would object as being hearsay.
It is not being received for the truth of the matter asserted, just to reflect the state of mind of Jose Menendez. You may proceed.
And one of the occasions in which Erik threw himself and he would catch him, he did not catch him.
Intentionally?
Intentionally. And I said, why did you do that? And he said, well, just that's to teach him a lesson that you can't trust anybody, not even your father.
And did you feel that there was a lot of pressure put on these children?
Objection and proper opinion.
Sustained.
Based on your observations of Jose Menendez as he interacted with his children and Kitty Menendez as she interacted with her children, were you able to hear conversations that indicated there was a lot of pressure put on these children? Pressure to succeed.
I would say on occasion, not always.
And these were the types of issues that you discussed with Mr. Menendez, is that correct? With
Yes.
Jose Menendez? And did he seem to be receptive to your suggestions, or seem to think that they had some merit?
It was hard to say, because Jose would accept your statement and then pretty much not argue with you.
And
He
then,
would just, say yes or no. Many times he would just say yes, and you knew that it was to end the conversation.
so the fact that he said yes didn't mean that he agreed with you necessarily,
That's correct.
and he would go on and do what he wanted to do.
Absolutely.
Did you, you indicated that one of the times that you spoke to him about his decision-making was about the decision for Lyle to go to Princeton when you thought that was inappropriate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And was it your impression, particularly with regard to Lyle, that Jose create a copy of himself to a degree?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was your opinion with regard to Jose Menendez's expectations for his son Lyle?
Objection to conflict.
Sustained.
Did Jose Menendez ever express to you what his goals were for Lyle?
Yes.
And what were they?
To have a, he said that Lyle should not have the problems in achieving the type of success that he had, and that he was going to provide him with the opportunity to do so.
And what problems was he referring to specifically?
He felt that it had been harder for him to get to where he was because of the fact that he was not a graduate of a Ivy League school, and he saw other people who were graduates who were not as capable as he, that had it much easier than he had.
And did Jose Menendez seem to take an interest in what sports his sons played and how they played them?
Yes, he was very much interested, and he expressed to me that that they should choose one sport and excel at it, as opposed to participating in many sports and being relatively good at it.
Were sports for fun or for accomplishment?
The particular, I think the conversation essentially at that point, it was an accomplishment, a matter of accomplishment.
With regard to Mrs. Menendez, did she seem to have a different relationship with Lyle than she had with Erik?
Yes,
Did she seem to be closer to Erik than she was to Lyle?
yes,
Did she, in fact, openly express to you that she disliked Lyle?
in the latter parts of her life,
She actually said she disliked him.
yes.
After Kitty and Jose Menendez died, did you come out to California?
Yes, I did.
And were you and a number of other relatives in the Beverly Hills house?
Yes, I was.
And was there an effort to find a will?
That was the purpose for my being there, yes.
And was a will found?
Yes, there was a will found.
And was this an old will or a new will?
It was an old will dating to 1981.
And did you continue looking for another will even after finding the old will?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to several banks in an effort to look in safety deposit boxes to determine if there was a new will?
I believe we went to one bank.
And why was it that you thought that there was a new will?
Because I have had two conversations with Jose in which he had mentioned he was going to have a new will.
When were those conversations?
The first one took place either late 1988 or early 1989. And the second one was in the early summer, June, July of 1989.
And did Jose Menendez indicate to you any specific changes he wanted to make in that new will?
Yes, he wanted to leave Lyle and Erik off the will.
Did you express to him some concern about what their reaction would be when they found out that they had been taken out of the will?
I did express a concern about how he would tell them and what would happen.
And what did he say about that?
He said that he had already told them.
That they were out of the will?
Yes.
While you were in California during that trip, immediately after Kitty and Jose Menendez died, was there some information in a computer that was discovered, some reference to a will?
Yes, there was.
Now, were you among the group of people who initially found that reference? Or were you shown it sometime later?
Someone else found it. I came in after that.
And did you look at the information that was available in the computer with regard to a reference to a will?
Yes.
And could you determine by looking at it how much information was in the computer on that subject?
I only saw a directory with a listing of three or four files, and that was it.
And could you see the size of the file? Did it appear that there was anything in the will file?
No. It was a very small number of characters, and it could not have been much more than perhaps a name or 1 or 2 words, 3 words, or something like that. It was not, certainly not a will.
And while you were still in California, were there discussions about this file marked will and the fact that there wasn't anything in it?
Yes.
And were there discussions about whether a will in a computer would be valid?
Yes, there were.
And was Lyle present at these discussions?
At least a couple of times.
You're the executor of the estate, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you had thought that there was some sort of valid will, or there was something in there that was actually going to have some legal significance, I assume you would have made arrangements to try to get that information. Is that correct?
Petition calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I felt that whatever was there, I believed that would not be sustainable under a court of law as a valid will, because it would not have been signed nor witnessed. However, I felt it would be of general interest.
And so were arrangements made sometime later for someone to come and look at the will, or at this entry in the computer?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were there 2 relatives who evidently were both making arrangements to get this information?
That's correct.
And one was Carlos Menendez,
That's correct.
and another one was Eileen.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And is Eileen the second name under Marta and Peter? Marta being Jose Menendez's other sister?
Yes, it is.
And I understand we've spelled it wrong, but is that the right person?
That's the right person, and I believe it's spelled right.
Oh, okay. When you were out here those first few days after Kitty and Jose died, I take it there were a number of people who were in the house. Is that correct? Number of relatives?
Initially in my first trip?
Yes.
Yes, there were.
And was anybody keeping track of who was taking things or not taking things out of there, or were there just a lot of people in and out of the house?
The first couple of days, the only people there were, I guess, Lyle and Erik, and then the family came in after that.
And the family, Joan and Pat and...
Joan, yes, and Carlos Menendez, and Brian, and Maria. Several people came to the house, myself.
Were there 2 .22 caliber rifles in the house?
I saw 2 rifles there, yes.
And were those rifles subsequently moved to your home in New Jersey?
Yes.
And did you recently sign authorization for those rifles to be brought back to Los Angeles by a police officer named Edgar Martinez?
I did sign such a statement.
And did you turn those rifles over to him?
Yes, I did.
The boys were arrested in March of 1990, is that correct?
In my understanding, yes.
And at some point, did they let you know that they had in fact been responsible for the death of their parents?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in fall of 1990.
And did they indicate to you at that time that they had been molested?
Yes.
during the time that you were out here right after Kitty and Jose Menendez died, I believe Lyle and Erik were staying at the Bel Air Hotel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember meeting a man named Dr. Oziel at that time?
I met him, yes.
And was he hanging around the hotel for the period of time?
It's exact.
Objection, the form of the question is being argumentative.
Sustain the answer straight.
What was he doing?
He was sort of around.
And did he make some suggestions to you with regard to the estate?
He mentioned that he knew a lawyer that could be good at handling probate matters.
So did he seem to be trying to help out with regard to the estate and the resolution of matters?
Objection, pause for a conclusion on part of the witness.
Sustain.
In addition to just saying he knew a lawyer, did he actually refer you to a lawyer, a probate lawyer?
We went to see a lawyer, I believe, with Mr. Oziel and Lyle Menendez and myself.
Now, was this lawyer someone you knew or someone that Dr. Oziel knew?
No, I had never seen him.
Did Lyle seem to know him, or who? Where did the name come from? Was this Dr.
I'm
Oziel?
not sure. I'm not sure. It could have been either Lyle or Erik. Lyle or Mr. Oziel. But I believe it was Oziel, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So you went to see this probate lawyer. Is that correct?
This lawyer.
Okay. Do you remember his name at this time?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Do you remember where he was located?
I believe it was somewhere north of Beverly Hills, but I'm not sure.
And did you hire him?
No.
Why not?
Objection, irrelevant. May we approach?
All right, sure. All right, you may proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Baralt, you indicated you did not hire this lawyer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why was that?
I didn't like him.
Why?
I don't know. I had a feeling that he was not the type of lawyer that I would want to have on my team as a probate, part of the probate.
Why?
Okay, I think you've covered it.
I have no other questions. I would just like to have him identify. Could we mark as next in order the
Sure.
release of the rifles?
All right, Exhibit 317?
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Baralt, I'm showing you what we've marked now as 317. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a authorization for Officer Martinez, Jersey City Police, to transport 2 rifles to California.
And those are the rifles that have been in the home of Jose and Kitty Menendez?
I believe so.
Okay, and is that your signature?
That is my signature.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez? All right, cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Baralt.
Good morning.
Did you know Jose Menendez, or were you in contact with Jose Menendez when he met his wife, Kitty?
During all of that time, I was in contact, not that precise day.
No, but you knew him around the time that they were dating before they got married.
I believe he was staying with my parents.
All right. And then at some point after that, they got married, and during the I believe there were 28 years that you knew Jose Menendez, and of those 14 years you lived very close to him. Is that correct?
About 30 years I knew him, and I
At least
was
half.
close to him very close to him about half of that time.
And by very close, you mean in terms of distance?
And within 10 or 15-minute drive.
And during the period of time that you were not within 10 or 15 minutes of him, did you still maintain contact with he and his family?
Very often.
Okay. Would you describe his personality, please? And let me ask you this. Did his personality change over time, from the time you met him in Cuba in 1959 until his death in 1989?
No, I'm sure it did. I met him when he was 15 and knew him throughout, his life.
Did he leave Cuba because of Castro?
That's my understanding.
Is that why you left Cuba?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was his personality like during the years that you knew him?
He was a jovial individual, very charming, very extremely talented, very intelligent. Great guy to be with, and great guy to be on his side of the team.
And if you weren't on his side of the team, how did he behave?
You don't want to be on the other side of the team from Jose.
Were you on his side of the team?
Yes,
Did you like Jose Menendez?
very much.
Did Jose Menendez do anything nice for you in terms of your career?
I'd like to think that I did something nice for him, but
All right. Well, what was your relationship with Jose Menendez in regards to your careers?
at one point in time, he was a president of a firm in Chicago, and he hired me as a vice president of finance and administration for that firm.
And when you say you like to think you did something nice for him, was that in regards to your performance when you worked at the firm?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then when the family was relocated in New Jersey, you continued to be in close contact with the Menendez family, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you describe Kitty Menendez, please? Could you describe her personality?
Kitty was also very charming, fun person to be around. She's very active, a very energetic, extremely energetic person.
Did you notice any change in her over the years, that is, let's say from 1985 to 1989?
Yes.
And could you describe the changes that you saw in her personality during those last 4 years?
She was, I think, frustrated is the biggest, or the single word that I think would describe most her personality changes. I don't think she knew how to cope with all the things that were around her.
All right. Were you in contact with the Menendez family after they moved to California?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your contact?
They would visit us in New Jersey quite frequently, one or the other or both of them.
Did you ever see any signs that Jose Menendez loved his sons?
Absolutely.
And what signs were those, sir?
His life pretty much was devoted to trying to educate their kids in the fashion that they thought was the best fashion possible.
And I take it that you found some fault with some of these educational processes that Mr. Menendez engaged in.
Yes, I did.
But did it appear to you that he wanted the best for his sons?
Absolutely.
What about Mrs. Menendez? Did she appear to love her sons?
Yes, most of the time.
All right. Did she, on some occasions, did she appear to be frustrated or unhappy with her children?
Yes.
Could you? Was that constantly? Was that something that happened constantly throughout her life, or was it more pronounced at certain times than others?
More pronounced in the last 4 years of her life.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez hug or touch her sons?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez hug or touch her sons in an affectionate way?
No, I don't think so.
How about Mr. Menendez?
No.
Now, when you say that they loved their children, how can you say that if you didn't see any physical signs?
Well, when you come from work and all you're thinking is about your kids' tennis instruction or choosing the right tennis coach or spending time pitching balls in the tennis court to them and to the exclusion of any other hobby or activity, I would think that would demonstrate that.
Did Jose Menendez appear to have any hobbies outside of his business that did not involve his sons? In other words, playing squash or stamp collecting or something like that?
No.
Okay, so I believe you indicated he was successful, is that correct?
That he was successful? Yes.
A successful businessman.
Yes, he was.
Did he appear to devote a large number of hours to his business?
Yes, he did.
In addition to that, he also devoted large numbers of hours to his children, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you were raised in Cuba, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it traditional in a Cuban family for the father to be the head of the household, or is the mother the head of the household?
I would say that's the general case, the father being the head of the household.
And did Jose Menendez appear to be the head of the household?
Yes, he did.
During the period of time that you lived close to the Menendez family, did you ever see Jose Menendez exhibit any sexual interest in either of his sons?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any signs of any kind of sexual molestation occurring between Jose Menendez and his sons?
No,
Objection,
ma'am.
Your Honor, the witness has no expertise to notice those signs.
Objection overruled, the answer will stand.
Now, how would you describe Lyle Menendez's relationship with his mother from, let's say, the age of 15 on, if you know? Well, let me ask you this. Were you able to observe Lyle Menendez interact with his mother from the ages of 15 until 21?
Yes, on occasion.
And on those occasions, did you ever see them have any arguments or disputes?
Yes.
And during those occasions, did you ever see Lyle Menendez talk back to his mother?
Yes.
And what was her response when he talked back to her?
Her response?
Yes, what was her response?
I guess a limited response.
What do you mean by that, sir? What is a limited response?
Like, she wouldn't say anything.
She wouldn't respond.
she would, like, clench her, she just
Would she clench her fist?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Did you ever see her hit Lyle Menendez from his age 15 to 21?
No.
Did you ever see her in a state where she appeared to be very physically frustrated in Lyle Menendez's presence? Do you understand my question?
I understand your question. I wonder whether, I've seen her, but no, I don't know whether Lyle was there or not.
Well, you indicated that at times she would clench her fist when she was frustrated with her son Lyle, correct?
Yes.
And during those periods of time, did you ever see her strike out at him?
No.
Did you ever see Lyle Menendez treat his mother with respect during those years from age 15 to 21?
No, what do you mean?
Well, I think I phrased it incorrectly. Did you see him ever treat her with disrespect during that age period of Lyle Menendez's?
Yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that that it was your opinion that Mrs. Menendez was closer to Erik Menendez than to Lyle.
Yes.
And how did you make that determination?
In part, she said it. She said that.
But that was later on, correct?
In terms of saying it, yes.
All right. So before she actually said that she liked Erik better than Lyle, did you have the...
Object, Your Honor, the state's you can say.
It's a state. Rephrase it.
I'm sorry. You said she said something which led you to the opinion that she liked Erik better than Lyle?
Yes.
Okay. I may have misquoted you. What was it she said? Was she said that she didn't like Lyle?
She says, I can't believe I don't like my own son.
And about what age was Lyle Menendez when she said that?
This was very shortly before their deaths.
Okay, and where was this comment made? What was it in California? Was it in New Jersey?
This was around my dinette table in the kitchen.
Do you remember what month that was that she made the comment?
It had to be sometime in the spring of '89, or maybe even summer of '89. I'm not sure.
Was it during
'89?
Was it during a period of time when Lyle Menendez was still at Princeton University for that semester?
He may have gone back to California. I'm not sure.
All right, so sometime in the spring of 1989.
Yeah.
And Lyle Menendez was not present when she said that to you?
No, he was not.
What was her demeanor when she made this comment about, I can't believe it, but I don't like my own son? Was she upset? Was she laughing? Was she, if you know?
No, she was sad.
She was sad?
Yeah.
Now, before you had this particular conversation with Mrs. Menendez, during the years that Lyle Menendez and his brother Erik were younger, did you ever get the impression that Mrs. Menendez favored Erik Menendez over his brother Lyle?
Objection, not a cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever see anything that indicated to you in terms of Mrs. Menendez's behavior that showed a favoritism towards Erik over Lyle?
I don't think it could be characterized as favoritism, no.
Okay. I believe you indicated in your direct examination that Kitty Menendez was closer to Erik.
I believe so.
Okay, and why do you make that statement? What's that based on?
Because I think she felt a little sorry for Erik.
Did she ever indicate to you that she felt sorry for him?
I don't know through words or actions, but there was such an indication, yes.
All right, when you say she felt sorry for him, would she display that in any particular way to your knowledge?
It would be more a type of as a reaction, perhaps, to Jose's preference of Lyle.
And when you say it was a reaction on her part to her husband's preference for Lyle, what kind of reactions did you observe that led you to believe that she felt sorry for Erik?
I think it was more the protective type of reaction.
Okay, did you ever see her act protectively towards Erik Menendez, her son?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe the kind of occasion in which you viewed this conduct?
That was primarily when Lyle and Erik would be fighting, and for one reason or another, and Lyle and Erik would start crying or something like that, and she would react to that and say, "Stop this," or.
Okay, and when you say she would react to it, would she appear to be upset by the fighting between her two sons?
Yes.
And when you say she would react, what would she do, if anything, aside from stop the fight?
That would be it.
Okay, would she ever talk to Erik after these fights?
No, not too much. That didn't stick in my mind.
Did you feel that Jose Menendez was abusive towards his sons?
Objection, on a cause for conclusion by the witness.
Abusive towards her son?
Yeah, Mr. Menendez. I'm talking.
Mr. Menendez?
Yeah, did you feel that Mr. Menendez was abusive towards his children?
That's a hard question to answer because I'm not sure what the exact definition of the term abusive is.
All right, well then, let me ask you this. When, on the occasions when you talked to Jose Menendez about his parenting, okay,
Yes.
you've related some of those in your direct examination. Did you ever feel that his parenting was abusive? And can you answer that question?
Again, we're going back to the term abusive. I'm not sure what you refer to as abusive is.
Okay. Did you ever feel it necessary to call the police and say there's something bad going on in this house?
No, not
Okay.
at all.
Did you ever discuss it with your mother-in-law, Maria Menendez, or your father-in-law?
The behavior that I felt was inadequate?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sure.
Was it something that was discussed within the family?
Yeah. At least with my wife and our own immediate family. Sure.
Well, when you say your wife and your immediate family, are you referring to your daughters, or are you referring to your in-laws, or what do you...
Primarily my daughters.
All right, so in terms of it being a family problem, or something that you considered a family problem, you discussed it with your wife, Terry, and perhaps your daughters.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But as far as going outside of your immediate family with these concerns, did you ever do that?
No.
Okay. Now, when you would tell Mr. Menendez your assessment of his poor parenting, did he ever get angry with you?
No.
Did he ever strike you?
Oh, no.
Did you ever see him strike his children?
No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez at any time strike her children?
No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez at any time lose her temper with her children?
Yes.
And what would she do to demonstrate that she'd lost her temper?
She'd really,
Okay, would she clench her fist and grit her teeth?
Yeah, yeah.
And during those times that she was clenching her fist and gritting her teeth, did you ever see her strike any other human being in her vicinity?
Maybe her husband.
Did you actually see her strike her husband?
A number of times.
All right, did you ever see him strike her?
No.
And when she struck him, would she strike him in such a way as to do injury, or was it a kind of frustrated hit, or could you describe the kind of striking that you saw?
Oh, she really hit him.
All right, did
But
she?
in the arm, as hard as she could.
So she'd punch him in the arm.
Yeah.
Now he was a big guy, wasn't
Yeah.
he?
Oh, yeah.
He was about 6'1", correct?
About 6 feet. Yeah.
And well built,
Very well built.
strong.
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to be injured when his wife would strike him on the arm?
No, he'd go like that.
Okay, so he'd
Covers
sort of
him.
fend off the blow.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Did he appear to take these strikes seriously? In other words, would he strike back or yell at her or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever laugh at her when she did that?
Yes.
All right. So she would get frustrated, hit him, and he'd laugh at her?
Well, she just took it.
right.
I think that's as much as she could do is hit him hard, but not to. I don't think it was to damage him, but just out of frustration.
She was frustrated.
Yeah.
Did you notice, what was the relationship like between Jose Menendez and his wife during the period of time that the defendants were children? How did they interact with each other?
They seemed like a normal family unit. Remember we were there, so I don't know what went on in the, between themselves when they were alone. But when we were there, it was just a regular family unit. We'd play bridge, we'd do things as families, we'd go on vacation.
And aside from the instances when you talked to Jose Menendez about the pressure he was putting on his sons and his attitudes towards winning, did you see any behavior in the Menendez family that you considered to be normal?
Normal?
Yeah, did they act normal ever?
I would say most of the time.
Okay, they went on family vacations.
Sure.
Did you have family gatherings where the kids would go eat outside and the parents would stay inside and the kids would play? And
All the time.
okay, what other kinds of activities did you engage in with the Menendezes when their children were young?
Well, we'd get together with them quite frequently. And one of the things when they were young, one of the things that Terry and I would do was go over and play bridge with them. And so we'd see them just about every weekend. We'd go out for dinner. We'd get both families together and just play around, watch TV, whatever.
Did you take your 4 daughters into the Menendez home?
Yes.
And did you allow them to play in the Menendez home?
Well, when they were children, there were only 3, but yes.
All right, so your children played with the defendants when they were children, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any change in the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, let's say, shortly before they moved to California and after they got to California?
There was I think there was some tension because of the move. I don't think Kitty wanted to go to California, and Jose had a new job in California, so there was tension there, and there was some further changes later on.
Did you know, prior to their deaths, did you know about the affair that Mr. Menendez had had?
No,
So that was something you learned afterwards, is that correct?
that is correct.
Now, I believe you indicated that you had some criticisms of Jose Menendez and the way he was raising his sons. I take it you don't know how sports champions are created, is that correct? Would that be fair to say? In other words, do you understand my question?
I think I do, but you better explain it a little
Well, I'm
bit more.
talking about Olympic athletes. Do you know what kind of training and work goes into the creation of an Olympic athlete?
I have a daughter who was extremely excelled quite a bit in a sport,
And what sport was that?
swimming.
All right. And did you participate in her activities?
Very much so.
And did your wife participate in her activities?
Much more than I did.
Okay. Was there a lot of parental involvement in your daughter's swimming career?
Tremendous amount.
And in order to become an excellent swimmer, did she sometimes have to make sacrifices in the other aspects of her life?
Of course.
Did she have to sometimes sacrifice having friends?
Well, she had to practice every day for a number of hours in the afternoon after school.
Okay. And did you ever see that her grades ever suffered somewhat because of her participation in sports?
And quite the contrary. That's just an opinion, though.
But you think her grades were very good?
Yes,
All right. Is your daughter bright?
I think so.
Well, she is your daughter, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this about Princeton University. I believe you indicated that you told Mr. Menendez that you didn't feel Princeton University was the appropriate place for Lyle Menendez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was based upon your own observations of Lyle Menendez, correct?
Yes.
Do you know people who go to Princeton University?
No. Well, yes and no. Lyle and his friends all came over to my house quite frequently.
Prior to forming the opinion that Princeton University was not the appropriate place for Lyle, had you been acquainted with anyone who had attended or graduated from Princeton University?
I understand several of the governors in the eastern states and several of our presidents have gone to Princeton, yes.
So your opinion of Princeton University was based upon its reputation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you've lived in the East Coast most of your adult life, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that in the East Coast going to an Ivy League school is fairly important in business circles?
You're not going to object on relevancy grounds.
Sustained.
Okay. Is going to an Ivy League college something that people are proud of in the East Coast?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Did you consider it abnormal for Jose Menendez to want his son to go to an Ivy League school?
No.
And is going to a good college something that a parent would want their child to do, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see any interaction between Lyle Menendez and his mother when he was over the age of 15 in regards to girlfriends of Lyle Menendez's?
Interaction between them? I was not a witness to any.
All right. Now, I believe you indicated that after Jose and Kitty Menendez were killed, that you came to California, correct?
Yes.
You arrived here on, what, Monday evening or Tuesday of that week?
Monday.
Okay. Did you participate in searching for the wills from 1981?
Yes.
And did you find them?
We did.
When you say we, who's we?
Somebody found it. I believe it was Carlos Menendez.
Do you know where you were physically located when you were informed that the wills had been found?
I was at the Bel Air, I believe, with Lyle.
And do you know where the wills were found?
Yes, and I was told that they were found, where they were found.
And where was that?
In a box in Kitty's closet.
Right, so the wills in which the defendants were to inherit their parents' estate were found inside the Menendez home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you remember specifically that you were at the Hotel Bel Air when you discovered this information?
Yes.
Do you know what day of the week it was?
It was either Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not sure.
Did you discuss the fact of these wills with either Lyle or Erik Menendez after they were discovered?
Yeah, well, Lyle was with me.
All right, and did you say something to him like they found the wills?
Yeah, we went there to take a look at it and read it, and we both went out there to the house.
All right, so after you were informed by Carlos Menendez, you and Lyle Menendez returned to the family home, is that correct?
Right.
And prior to this will being discovered, did you have any knowledge of the contents of the will? In other words, do you know, were you present when it was made in 1981?
Yes.
Okay, so in 1981, were you a witness?
Well, no, I was not a witness. I was not in the house, but I knew I was named executor on it.
Did you consent to be the executor of the estate?
Yes.
So before the 1981 will was discovered in 1989, you were aware of the fact that you'd been asked to and had consented to be the executor of the Menendez estate?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez had asked you to do that?
That's correct.
And in asking you to be the executor, did they advise you of the contents of their will?
No, not the details.
Were you ever led to believe who the beneficiaries would be of that will?
Yes.
And was that done prior to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's deaths?
Yes.
And who did you understand the beneficiaries to be?
Of that will?
Yes.
Erik and Lyle.
Okay.
Lyle and Erik.
Now, after you returned to the house with Lyle Menendez when the will had been discovered, did you have any discussion about the will with Lyle Menendez?
I'm sure I did, but I don't really recall, any
Wait,
specifics.
when you and Lyle Menendez were going over to the Beverly Hills house, did you say to him, hey, they found the wills, let's go over and look at them? Or did you advise him of the purpose of the trip?
Oh, oh yeah, sure. Someone got a call, I forget whether it was me or Lyle. Someone's got a call at the Bel Air and said the will had been found. And would you come over, and we both got into a car and went over to see the will.
Okay. During that period of time then, did you advise Lyle Menendez, or did it appear to you that he understood the purpose of your trip back to the Beverly Hills house? That is,
Well,
you were going back to look at the will.
That would be my belief, yeah.
Did he ever say to you during that trip, well, I've been disinherited?
No,
Did he ever express to you any belief that he had in fact been disinherited?
no,
Did he ever tell you that his father had indicated to him that he was going to disinherit him?
no, not at that point.
Pardon me?
Not at that point.
At some point, did he make such a statement to you?
I believe later on he did, yes. But
Okay.
I don't recall exactly when.
When you say later on, was that was after the will had been found, though?
Right.
And were you in California or New Jersey when Lyle made this statement to you about, if you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Can you remember the content of the conversation you had with Lyle Menendez about his belief as to whether or not he was in the will?
No, I can't. I can't really testify to that. I really don't know. I know that it was at some point in time it came up, but I don't know when it was. I just don't know.
But when this particular subject that may have dealt with disinheritance came up, it was after you and Lyle Menendez had gone to the house and looked at the will, correct?
Yeah.
And when you went to the house, did you actually physically look at this will?
Yes.
And was that, in fact, the terms of that will, were they the same as your understanding of what the will was to be? Okay. When you actually saw the will at the Menendez home on Wednesday or Thursday, which would have been the 23rd or 24th of August, did the provisions of the will look familiar to you?
I didn't know what to expect, so I couldn't. It was not an expectation of both Erik and Lyle were named as the inheritors. There were some clauses in terms of ages for inheriting, and which I did not expect. I didn't know what the ages would be.
But in terms of the fact that Lyle and Erik Menendez were the beneficiaries, that came as no surprise. Would that be correct?
No, that came as no surprise.
Do you know where Erik Menendez was when you went back to the house on that date?
No, I don't.
Okay. I believe that you indicated that you were present when there was a search in a computer to look for any subsequent wills.
When there was
A search in the family
Oh.
computer.
there was a search, and somebody brought a directory up for me to look at, which I looked at. I tried to print something out, and nothing happened.
Okay, at the time in 1989 when you were doing this search, how would you rate your computer skills? Beginner, medium, advanced?
Somewhere between beginner and intermediate. I was accustomed to an Apple computer, but I had just acquired an IBM recently, so I was really not that familiar with the IBM.
And the computer that you searched was the IBM type computer that was in the Menendez master bedroom, correct?
Yes, it was, right.
Was there any search done at the Apple computer which was in the study?
I don't remember, no. Not by me, let me put it that way.
I believe you indicated that on some occasion before his death, at least 2 occasions, that Jose Menendez indicated to you that he was going to make a new will. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he indicated to you on, well, let me ask you this, on both occasions that he was going to disinherit his sons?
No, on the second occasion only.
Okay, so the first occasion was late 88 or early 89, and he merely indicated that he was going to make some changes.
Right.
And did he say anything more specific than that?
No.
And then I believe you indicated in the summer of 1989, Jose Menendez told you that he wanted to take his sons out of the will.
That's correct.
Where were you physically located when he told you this?
In a limousine
And do you know what state you were in?
in New Jersey.
Was he visiting?
He was in the East Coast on business, and I believe we were traveling between New York and our home in New Jersey.
And do you remember what month it was that he indicated to you that he wanted to take his sons out of the will?
It's either June or July. I can't.
You can't be more specific.
No.
Did he indicate to you why he wanted to take his sons out of the will?
Essentially because he felt that that he was very frustrated and disappointed with his kids, and he just didn't feel that he could justify having them as in the will itself.
When he told you that he was frustrated and disappointed with his children, what was his demeanor like? Was he relaxed? Was he upset? Was he confident? How did he behave?
He was collected, cool and collected, I would say. I mean, there was no big emotion at that point. It was just something that gave the impression that something that he had to do, and he was going to do it.
Mr. Baralt, did Jose Menendez tell you why he was frustrated and disappointed with his children?
I think he was just. We had many conversations before with regards to some of the things that had been going on with the kids, and especially with Lyle.
And when you say you'd had many conversations with him, during what period of time are you referring to? Are you referring to the conversations where you had told him you didn't like his parenting, or are these different kinds of conversations?
These are conversations during the early part of, the first half or the summer of 1989.
So that was the last summer of his life.
Well, and the previous 6 months or 7 months.
Now, you were aware of the fact that of Lyle Menendez's difficulties at Princeton University, correct?
That's correct.
And during the first half of 1989, Lyle Menendez had returned to Princeton University, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was it during this period of time that some of the conversations you had with Mr. Menendez occurred?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about his disappointment with Lyle Menendez during the first half of 1989?
Well, we had several conversations. One was with regards to finishing, for instance, the schooling at Princeton, and his frustration because he said, I went to school and and I had to work full-time at the same time as I was going to school, and all I'm asking Lyle is to pass. And he's having all kinds of problems in passing and getting through school. And there were other conversations with regards to cheating, and there was some flags that disappeared that we had talked to him about.
What do you mean flags that disappeared?
There were some flags from the eating clubs that had been taken, and they showed up in our house, and we told Lyle, you got to take them back.
When you say eating clubs, Princeton University has clubs where people go to eat their daily meals, correct?
That's correct.
And the clubs have different names?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that some flags that were from eating clubs showed up at your home?
Yes.
And did you make Mr. Menendez aware of this fact?
Mr. Menendez made us aware of the fact that the flags had been brought over.
All right. Did you actually see these flags in your house?
Oh, yes.
All right. And did you confront Lyle Menendez about them?
Sure.
And did he take responsibility for it?
Yes.
And were some efforts made to return the flags?
Yes, I told him he had to take them back.
Okay. And did it appear that he did so?
It appeared that way. At least they disappeared from our house.
Okay. Now, so Mr. Menendez was concerned about that fact. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what month it was that the flags from the eating clubs disappeared?
No, it was early that year, 1989.
Early in the semester?
I believe so.
Okay. Did Mr. Menendez ever indicate to you any disappointment he had about his son Erik?
No, he told me he was disappointed in Erik as well.
Did he ever indicate to you why he was disappointed in Erik?
Not precisely.
Did he give you imprecise reasons for being upset with Erik?
Well, he mentioned about the problems with the gangs.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Take care of things. And we'll resume at 11:30. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you all back here at 11:30.
Things Jose Menendez mentioned to you that caused him concern about Erik Menendez and the discussion you had about disinheriting Erik and Lyle.
Both he and Lyle, there had been stories about some problems that he had with gangs.
Okay, are you talking about Lyle or Erik?
I'm talking about Erik.
And what information did Mr. Menendez impart to you about Erik's involvement with gangs?
That I think he had punched somebody, and that there were members of the gang that were after him. Some of the fellow that he had punched.
Was it your understanding that Erik Menendez belonged to the gang, or that his involvement with the gang was for some other reason?
Oh no, he was not involved. As far as I know, he was not involved with a gang. There was some sort of a gang of a fellow that he had punched that was after him.
Was it your understanding he got in a fight with a member of a gang or some members of a gang?
Yes.
And you specifically recall before his death, Mr. Menendez talked to you about this?
No, because not at that time. That was previous conversations that we have had.
Right,
we
so,
had had.
But before Mr. Menendez died, you did know about the gang, the fight that Erik Menendez had been in with the gang.
You got to understand, I knew very, very little about it because he would, I would get like little, with a dropper, and I'd suddenly find something about a fight off of the tennis court at Calabasas.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a little while later, I said, they're very much afraid that a gang might come over, and he said that he would mention that in connection to his move to Beverly Hills, things like that. So there wasn't a story told to me about it.
So there were bits and pieces of information related to you by Mr. Menendez and you pieced it together?
Right.
But in terms of his dissatisfaction with Erik, in the 6 months prior to his death, did Jose Menendez indicate to you specific things that he was dissatisfied about with Erik?
We talked about tennis with him. I told him that Erik was very good on tennis, and he said no, he's not really half as talented as Lyle in tennis. He was disappointed with Erik in that respect.
Were there any other specific topics that he mentioned in regards to being disappointed in Erik for purposes of disinheritance that you can recall?
No, not really. Other than Erik was like secondary to. It was just sort of like, if he disinherits Lyle, then obviously he'd have to disinherit Erik.
All right, so the main thrust of the dissatisfaction leading to the disinheritance was Lyle. Would that be fair to say?
In my mind, I don't think he ever expressed that. That's what I felt.
Okay. And you've already related to the jury the reasons he told you he was dissatisfied with Lyle.
Right.
Were there any other reasons that you haven't mentioned to the jury that Mr. Menendez expressed to you about his dissatisfaction with Lyle?
No, we didn't get into it at that conversation.
One more question. Did he tell you that he had already disinherited them or that he was going to?
Oh, no. He was going to write a will. There was no question about that.
But was it your impression that this new will had already been written?
No, it had not been written yet.
And this was in the summer of 1989?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further inquiry on this subject?
Just briefly, if I may. It was your impression he was going to write a will?
All right, let's not go into that because that's really beyond what we're here for. The only issue had to do with any information the witness had from Jose Menendez relating to complaints about the two defendants.
Okay. Now, I only have one request. If this matter about this gang thing is not cleared up by the prosecution now, I want permission to examine the witness report.
Certainly. Yeah. All right, anything else now before we have the jury come out?
Mr. Cram wants to ask a question. Did Jose Menendez ever indicate to you that he was upset because either one of the sons was involved in burglaries?
No. No, I found out about later, much after they were dead.
Thank you.
All right, how much longer do you think your examination will be?
I can't. Less than half an hour, less than 15 minutes perhaps. I just don't know.
All right, well, let's have the juries come in just for until noon at least, so we'll proceed with the juries at this time.
Okay. Period of time that she made the first comment to you at your dining table? Or was it a different trip?
That would be the typical meeting place, would be the dinette table.
Okay.
And whenever she came over, that's where we would meet.
All right, and when she made when she made the second statement that you've just related to us, where she lumped both of the defendants together, was that during the same period of time as the first one, or was that on a separate and later occasion?
No, this is all in the last year.
All right, and how soon before her death was it, would you estimate that she made that statement to you?
I don't know, between 1 month and 6 months or 8 months before.
Now, I believe right before the break, I was asking you if Mr. Menendez expressed to you specifically why he was unhappy with his son Eric, and you made some reference to an incident involving a gang. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Erik Menendez had been involved in a fight where he had been attacked by a gang?
Yeah, there was such a statement.
And was it your understanding that he fought back?
That he punched a guy, yeah, right.
And did Mr. Menendez express some concern over this particular event?
That it seemed that they were afraid that the gang members where this kid that he punched belonged to would get back to them and who knows what.
Okay. He didn't indicate to you that he thought Erik Menendez was in a gang?
No.
Okay. Now, when he indicated to you that he had plans or expressed a desire to change his will, was it your impression that he'd already done this, or he was intending to do it?
He was intending to change the will.
And after that particular conversation, did you have any indication that he had in fact changed his will?
No.
Were there any further discussions with either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez after this conversation in which a will was discussed?
I don't believe so.
Now, after you came to California on Monday, August the 21st, after you learned of the deaths of your brother-in-law and sister-in-law, how many times during that week before you went back to New Jersey were you in the company of Erik and Lyle Menendez?
In the company of Lyle, I believe I saw him on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I think we left on Friday. In the company of Erik, I believe it was Wednesday and Thursday.
Now, did you go to the memorial service here in California?
Yes, I did.
And at that service, did one of the two defendants speak?
Yes.
And do you remember which one spoke?
I believe it was Erik.
Do you remember the subject matter of his comments at his parents' memorial service?
Yes, I do.
All right, what did he talk about?
He talked about his parents.
And when he did so, did he cry?
I believe so.
Was he able to finish, did it appear that he was able to finish his comments?
I don't recall.
Do you remember the kinds of things he said about his parents at the memorial service on Friday, the 25th?
There were nice things. Very nice things.
All right. Now, during the week that you were in California, did you go back on Friday or Saturday, if you recall?
I think I went back on Friday. I might be wrong, but I believe it was Friday.
After the service?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you have any financial discussions with either of the defendants?
I believe we had, I had one meeting, and I'm not sure who was there. I think it could have been Lyle alone or both Lyle and Erik, in which we discussed, thought, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we also had a meeting, I believe, with Live Entertainment, but I'm not sure who was there either. I know Marta was there.
All right, do you remember when the meeting with Live Entertainment was?
It was right after the services.
All right, so that would have been on Friday.
Was that Friday? Okay.
Well, I can't testify.
I don't remember. It was Thursday or Friday,
But
whenever the services were.
later in the week, correct?
No, right after the services.
Okay, but the services were later in the week, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And at the meeting with Live Entertainment, were there financial matters discussed in the presence of the family members?
I know Marta and I were there.
Do you know if either of the defendants were there?
I'm not sure. I can't recall. I know that I'm sure we discussed the subject matter with at least Lyle, before or at the meeting, but I don't know whether he was there or not.
Was the subject of a $5 million life insurance policy?
I'm going to object at this point. This is beyond the scope of doing. And it's calling for hearsay.
All right, this is the meeting that,
At Live Entertainment.
the objection is overruled, but it's a little afternoon, so we'll take our recess and we'll resume at 1:30. Or 2 o'clock. I think there's a juror who has to be somewhere and requests that we resume at 2 o'clock. So don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see everybody back here at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And the witness on the witness stand and everyone else present, you may continue your cross-examination.
Mr. Baralt, are you familiar with the cooking of your mother-in-law, Maria Menendez?
Yes.
Did Maria Menendez, prior to her son's death, frequently use lemon in her cooking?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Overruled.
Does she frequently use lemon in her cooking?
Not in the cooking per se, after the cooking.
Well, what does she use the lemon for?
To put it on the meat, primarily.
So after something was cooked, she'd use lemon as a condiment, like ketchup or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Baralt, now you indicated that you were present when some family members went through the IBM computer in the Menendez home looking for the will, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that it was your belief that even if such a will were found, that it would probably not be valid.
That's correct.
And did you get that information from someone, or was that just something you knew on your own?
This is something that I thought I knew, yes.
Okay. But in spite of that belief, were you part of the group that decided to go back to the computer after the family had arrived in New Jersey and see if something further could be found?
I had conversations about that with Carlos Menendez.
And were you aware of the fact that on August the 31st of 1989, Lyle Menendez traveled to California and hired his own computer expert?
After the fact.
All right, and did you have any conversation with Lyle Menendez before August the 31st in regards to efforts you or other family members had made to access the computer?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, do you know generally the nature of the conversations you had with him?
The description of there were some files on the computer, and we had tried to get them, and that they didn't seem to be anything there, but that we were going to try some more. That's about it.
All right, did you indicate to him in this conversation that the files had something to do with a potential will?
Sure.
All right, and you said that after the fact you found out that Lyle Menendez had traveled to California. Could you tell me, did you find this out from Lyle Menendez, or did you find it out from someone else?
I believe I found it out through Carlos Menendez.
And did you ever have any conversation with Lyle Menendez about his travels on August the 31st?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever discuss with him, did you ever express any dissatisfaction with him over traveling to California and erasing the computer?
I may have, but I don't recall.
All right. Were you happy about the fact that he had gone to California and erased the computer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds of relevancy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any discussions with Erik Menendez about the family's attempts to access the computer?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
12, sorry.
I probably did not.
Was most of your contact during this period of time with the two brothers, with Lyle Menendez versus Erik Menendez?
That's correct.
Sometime after you came to California on the Monday following the killings of Kitty and Jose Menendez, did you ever participate or did you ever see other people gather up family memorabilia such as scrapbooks or photographs or things like that?
When?
During that week, right after the killings.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were you ever made aware or did you ever see boxes or any kind of gathering of family memorabilia anytime after that week?
I saw lots and lots of boxes.
Okay. Did you ever see boxes containing photographs?
Specifically containing photographs? No.
Did you see any boxes which partly contain photographs?
You cannot imagine how many boxes there were. I mean, there were boxes upon boxes of stuff.
Now, the boxes that are these boxes that were from people packing up the house?
There were boxes of that were on the floor that contained relatively recent things. There were boxes that were all the way from from 10 years prior that were never unpacked.
All right, so are you talking about boxes that were in the house at the time that you arrived on that Monday?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Did you, how many times have you met with the defense attorneys in this case?
With the defense attorneys?
Yes.
Many, many times.
Could you give me an approximation? 5 times, 10 times, 50 times? I mean, could you give me a ballpark figure?
Oh, gosh. A couple of dozen times? More? I don't know.
Were you ever shown any family photographs or family memorabilia?
Excuse me?
Were you ever shown any family photographs or memorabilia during your discussions with the defense attorneys in this case?
I think I saw once a little album with pictures.
Did you have discussions with the defense attorneys about your proposed testimony in this case?
Yes.
Did you ever see any writings of Kitty Menendez when you were in the Los Angeles area between that Monday and Friday after the killings?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, when you say you're sure you did, do you remember the type of writings that you saw?
Oh, I went through many, many boxes that had, and the desk that was on her bedroom, and that contained documents of one kind or another. And some were recent, some were, like the will, 10 years old, or 8 years old.
When did you go through the boxes?
It was either, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not sure.
And that would have been the Wednesday or Thursday immediately following the Sunday when Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were killed?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you're the executor of the estate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you obtained any of the family possessions?
Some.
Do you know what happened to the other possessions?
Well, most of them are either have been thrown away, or they may still be at the Calabasas property, or they may be at with the defense attorneys, or they may be conceivably with Maria Menendez, or and I might have a couple, a few things.
Do you know how much property the defense attorneys have in this case?
Not for sure.
Have you ever seen boxes or groups of property in the possession of the defense attorneys?
Now, I know they went through several. They went through the records a couple of times at least and selected things from there. But I don't know for sure what quantity of materials or what they actually took. I did request for receipts, but they mentioned that when the trial was over, they would give me something.
Okay, so you have no personal knowledge at this time as to what the defense attorneys took, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they never provided you with a receipt for the things that were taken, is that correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you'd gone to see a probate lawyer recommended by Dr. Oziel, who you didn't care for. Did you ultimately obtain a probate lawyer?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who recommended that lawyer?
It was a friend of the family's, my family.
From your family?
Yes, a friend of my family, yes.
When did you first meet the defense attorneys in this case, if you recall?
I believe I met Leslie at the North Elm Street house.
Would that have been after the arrests?
Yes.
After you went back to New Jersey, after the memorial service in Los Angeles, did you ever ask either of the defendants, or did you ever discuss with either of the defendants the events of the night of August the 20th?
Could you, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Certainly.
After what?
Okay, do you understand the time period I'm referring to?
No, I
Okay.
missed it.
After the memorial service in Los Angeles, you and other family members returned to New Jersey, correct?
Sure.
And over different periods of time, one or both of the defendants would stay with you in your home in New Jersey, correct?
Erik would visit and Lyle would stay.
All right, so Erik was there, I believe your wife indicated, no more than 24 hours generally.
That's correct.
All right. During the month or two following the killings of Jose and Kitty Menendez, did you ever discuss with either Lyle Menendez or his brother Erik Menendez what they did on the night of August 20th?
No.
Okay, did they ever indicate to you, did either of the defendants ever indicate to you that they come home and found their parents?
We didn't discuss it.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Correction. I believe that was, it may have been discussed once. But,
And with whom did you discuss it once?
oh, gosh. I don't know. Probably with Lyle, because Lyle's the one that was around us.
Did Lyle Menendez ever do anything before he was arrested to indicate to you that he had killed his parents?
No.
Did he ever do anything to indicate to you that he hadn't killed his parents?
No.
As to Erik Menendez, did he ever indicate to you before his arrest that he had participated in the killings of his parents?
No.
Did he ever do anything to indicate to you or to lead you to believe that he had not been involved?
There was one, I don't know whether this led me to believe anything. But there was one time that he said that he was sorry about the death of her mother.
That was, Erik Menendez told you that?
Yes.
After the defendants were arrested before the fall of 1990, now the arrests were in March of 1990, before you were told what you testified to on direct, did you ever go to visit either of the defendants in the county jail?
Yes.
And did you ever discuss with them whether or not they had committed the crime?
No.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated, pardon me?
I'm sorry, that is not correct.
All right. What's the correction?
I did at some point in time after that discuss with them the fact that they had done it.
All right. Now, was that the occasion that you've referred to in your direct examination, or is that some other occasion?
This was when I first learned.
All right. And how was it that you first learned?
It was revealed to us by our attorney.
By your attorney?
Yes.
And who was that?
Steve Goldberg.
Okay. Mr. Goldberg is the attorney for the estate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And he is not the attorney for the defendants. Is that correct?
Well, he was the attorney. He also acted as an attorney for them in respect to a couple of things.
So he was the attorney for the estate and also the attorney for the defendants, correct?
No, not for the defense, for the kids.
In other matters aside from the criminal matters, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so your first knowledge about their participation was from Mr. Goldberg, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then did you personally have discussions with them?
Yes.
And did each of them individually say that they had been molested?
I believe so, yes.
Well, when you say believe so, are you sure, or are you guessing, or?
No, I'm sure.
Now, Was that in a joint conversation with both of them, or did you have individual conversations with them?
It was a joint conversation, individually joint conversation. We were at the attorney's room in the jail.
Were there any attorneys with you?
The estate attorney.
And that was Mr. Goldberg?
That's correct.
And, when Lyle Menendez told you that he had been sexually molested, did he tell you by whom?
Yes,
What did he say?
by his mother.
He said by his mother.
Yes.
Did he indicate to you at that time that he'd been molested by his father?
No.
When he told you he'd been molested by his mother, did you believe him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Now, Erik Menendez also had a conversation with you at or about the same time.
Yes.
And did he tell you he'd been molested as well?
Yes.
And did he tell you by whom?
By his father.
Did you believe him?
Can I make the same objection, Your Honor? That's an
Sustained.
improper question.
During that period of time when you spoke to them about this molestation, did either one of them, let me back up. Did Lyle Menendez at that time tell you that he killed in self-defense?
No.
Did Erik Menendez tell you he'd killed in self-defense?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination?
Mr. Baralt, when you had this meeting that you described with Steve Goldberg, were the specifics of the killings discussed?
Yes.
And did they discuss everything did Lyle and Erik tell you everything that happened that week before?
No.
Did they talk about what had happened on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday?
The specifics were relayed to us by Mr. Goldberg.
But in terms of, I'm talking about the discussion you had with Lyle and Erik Menendez. Did they discuss?
Few things were discussed in specific at that time.
But they didn't discuss all of the details
No,
of
that's
the week
correct.
before. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was this a very difficult discussion?
Very,
Were people emotional?
very much so.
And how were people showing their emotions?
Erik was crying. Lyle was, his voice broken up.
And your
Very
wife?
emotional.
Okay.
And of course, my wife was also very emotional.
And were you emotional?
I was emotional, but not as much as the other three.
So was this a setting in which you could ask a lot of detailed questions, get a lot of answers?
No, it was not an appropriate setting for that.
So they gave you some information and you just accepted that?
That's correct.
And you didn't ask questions?
We asked very few questions.
Mrs. Bozanich had talked to you about Jose Menendez's personality, and I believe you said he was jovial and charming. Great guy to have on your side.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? You worked with him in Chicago, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you got to see him around other business people, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of interaction did he have with subordinates, particularly?
Objection, relevance, remoteness.
Overruled.
Sometimes it would be a very normal conversation if there was a situation where something that should have been done, say, for him was not done. You wouldn't want to be there if
Why
that
do
were
you
the case.
say you wouldn't want to be there? What would happen?
Because he made sure that he was strong enough in his statements to you that you felt quite embarrassed and possibly very small, and you don't want that to be repeated.
Was this done in front of other people?
Sometimes, not always.
But would sometimes he take a subordinate who didn't measure up and humiliate him in front of the group?
Primarily if that subordinate was said something in public against him, and then he would respond in kind, put you way down.
Okay, so if that subordinate said something critical of Jose or something that embarrassed him, he would respond in a very harsh manner?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that being embarrassed in public was something that he was not going to tolerate?
That is correct.
And he would respond in a quite severe manner?
Yes.
And you saw this on more than one occasion, I take it?
Yeah, sure.
You were asked about Kitty Menendez and her personality. Was she the type of person who was engaged in a lot of projects and always sort of running late?
Definitely.
And was she a personally strong person?
You mean the physical strength?
Physical strength.
Yes, I would think so.
And was she strong in terms of her personality?
Yes, I think so.
And you had the opportunity to be in their home a number of times.
Many times.
And what was the condition of their home?
It depended. It depended on the time of day, whether any visitors were coming. It could be quite messy, or it might be picked up.
Okay. And when you say quite messy, what are we talking about? Just the morning's newspapers are still on the breakfast table, or are we talking about more than that?
Oh, it could be the morning newspapers and the dishes and perhaps a couple of shoes laying around. Things that should not be in a neat and picked up living room could be there.
And
a half-played chess game, whatever.
Were you aware of of Jose's need to have someone's attention when he was talking to them?
He was very good at that.
Okay. And were there times when he wanted the attention of, say, his family members and he wasn't getting it, and he would do something to get their attention? I don't know. You don't remember ever seeing him dump drawers of silverware or empty cabinets or anything like that to try and get people's attention?
Jose?
Yes.
It could have been, but I don't remember any specific time when I saw that.
You indicated that the children, that you believed that Jose loved his children. And I think you described that he wanted them educated in the fashion that he thought best. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How was the decision made in terms of what was best for the children?
I guess he thought about it and talked about it with Kitty and himself. I have the actual mechanics of the decision. I'm not privy to it.
You have 4 daughters, is that correct?
That's correct.
And several of them went to college, I take it?
Yes.
And who picked their college?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were there differences in your family and in the Menendez family with regard to who made the decisions about what their children were going to do?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
In terms of the colleges themselves,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there were. I can't.
What were they?
Speculation based upon the nature of the answer. I'm pretty sure there were.
Right. Objection overruled. The answer will stand.
What were the differences?
I think Jose had definite ideas as to the education of his kids, and he was going to follow through with them. I didn't see either Lyle or Erik object to his decisions, but I did have that conversation. I think I recounted before with regards to Lyle in Princeton and his very determined thoughts as to where he should go, and that's what I based my answer on primarily. It's that particular discussion with Jose.
Did Jose and Kitty exert a great deal of control over Lyle and Erik with regard to decisions in their life?
A tremendous amount of influence on their decision.
And did either Lyle or Erik seem to resist, or did they just go along with the program?
I would assume they resisted, but I didn't see it.
Did you ever see them resist their father?
No.
Did they seem to respect their father?
Yes.
Did they seem to fear their father?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you aware of what decisions were being made with regard to the college that Erik would go to?
I know Jose and Kitty wanted him at UCLA
And how do you know that?
because there was consideration for some colleges in the East Coast, among them Brown, I believe, and there was a commentary around the dinette table to the effect that they would like to have him close to home.
You indicated that you saw some changes in the relationship between Kitty and Jose over time. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you talked about times when Kitty would hit Jose,
yes.
and she would hit him with a closed fist.
Excuse me?
She would hit him with a closed fist
Oh, yeah.
and
Yes.
seemed to hit him hard.
Very much so.
And was that something that went on throughout their married life, or was that just confined to a particular period?
It was whenever Kitty was frustrated or Jose played a trick on her and she would just and
To
hit
punch
him.
him? Okay. Now, were you, was there a period of time in which Kitty left Jose?
There was, yes.
And was this because she suspected he had had an affair?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Regarding witness.
Objection sustained.
Were you involved in getting her to come back to the home in that incident?
Yes.
Did she leave for 4 days?
Don't recall the exact amount of time, but she did leave at least overnight.
And was this because she believed that he had had an affair?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did she say why she left?
She said she suspected that he had an affair.
So she left the home, is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Did she take the children with her?
No, she did not.
And did you talk to Jose about trying to put the marriage back together?
Yes, I did.
And did he want the marriage put back together?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled. Can we have a time frame as to when this happened?
1980, does that sound about right?
That's about right. 1980, 81, somewhere around there.
Did you have a discussion with Jose about putting the marriage back together again?
Yes, and he was ambivalent about it.
Did he indicate that he loved her or that he didn't love her?
Let me put it this way, he did not indicate that he loved her.
What was the interest in putting the marriage back together?
The family unit.
Did he need her to do things with regard to the children?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
Did he say to you why it was he needed her in the home?
He needed her to be a part of the a family unit and take care of things around the house and be there for the kids and take them wherever they had to go and essentially keep the house, the family together, to help him as a wife and social functions, etc.
But he didn't say, I need her back because I love her.
No, he did not.
Do you remember Lyle's girlfriends being an issue with the family in terms of criticism of his girlfriends?
Yes, yes.
And what do you remember in that regard?
that he felt that none of them were good enough for Lyle.
Did there seem to be concern on Kitty's part as well in terms of whether these young women were appropriate or not?
Yes, but not as much.
Did there seem to be concern about whether these young women were after his money?
Objection Vegas to a parent.
Sustained.
With regard to Jose, was there a concern over whether these young women were after Lyle's money?
Oh, only one.
Which one was that?
I believe it was Christie.
And,
Not sure, but I think so.
and was there any concern on Kitty's part in that regard?
Yes, and I don't, it's either one or both of them expressed that concern. It's the type of concern that was expressed around that dinette table.
You said that you saw some sort of kindness on Kitty's part when Lyle and Erik would be fighting and Erik would cry. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did Jose encourage the boys to be competitive?
Yes, he did.
Did he encourage the boys to fight?
No, I don't think they encouraged them to fight.
When they were fighting, is this when they're teenagers or when they're little kids?
They're between 9 and 13, something like that.
And would Kitty, you said that she would intervene and tell them to stop.
Yes.
And would you see her comfort Erik afterwards?
No.
You said that Jose had a sense of humor. I think you described him as jovial.
Yes.
Did he play tricks on people?
Very much, yes.
Did he sometimes embarrass people?
Primarily Kitty.
And did she like being embarrassed?
Objection calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Did she seem to respond with good humor when he would embarrass her this way, or were these the types of situations where she would end up hitting him?
Sometimes, after, several months after the fact, she would be very, laugh about it, but not at the time.
Did it seem to hurt her?
Sometimes.
You were asked about what it takes to create sports champions. I believe you have a daughter who's an excellent swimmer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did she also have friends growing up?
Yes, she did.
And did she have a social life?
Very limited.
And whose choice was it for her to swim? Was it yours or hers?
It was primarily hers.
And when she lost, how did you react?
How did we react?
Yes, if she lost, how did you react?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
We would console her, say there's a next time, and that was not her day, whatever.
Were you ever around when Lyle and Erik lost?
Yes.
And did you see Kitty and Jose's reaction under those circumstances?
Primarily, yes.
And what was their reaction?
It was primarily a silence and I guess disappointment. They were mad.
They were mad?
Yeah, they didn't like that.
They ever console the boys?
I didn't see it.
Now, I believe you indicated that when you came to California after Kitty and Jose died, a will was found on either Wednesday or Thursday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And someone else found the will but told you about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after that will was found, did you continue looking for another will?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because of the conversations I had had before with him, to the effect that he was in the process of writing a new will.
So the conversations were that he was in the process of writing the new will. Now, with regard to his statements about the boys and what their knowledge was, did you say that he had, what did he tell you the boys believed about whether they were in or out of the will?
That he had told,
What did he tell you he had told the boys?
that he had told boys that they were no longer in the will.
And these conversations were end of '88, beginning of '89, and then another one early summer?
Well, that particular one was only the second conversation, which was early summer.
Okay, that he'd already told them they were out of the will.
Yes.
And after you found the old will in the house, you then went to the bank still looking for a new will. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Excuse me. And when you went to the bank looking for the new will, was Lyle with you?
Yes, he was.
And was Brian Andersen with you?
I believe so.
After this discussion with Jose Menendez, in which he said that he'd already told his sons that they were out of the will and he was thinking of drafting a new will, disinheriting them, did he go ahead and embark upon the purchase of a condominium for Lyle Menendez?
Yes, he did.
And to your knowledge, was Lyle Menendez supposed to return to Princeton in the fall, and Jose Menendez and Kitty Menendez were going to be paying for that?
Yes, that was the plan.
You referred to the stealing of flags from an eating club.
Yes?
Was that sort of a college prank type of situation?
Objection, calls for conclusion on part of the witness.
Overruled.
That was my belief.
After you found the old will, in addition to going to the bank, to the safety deposit box looking for a new will, what other efforts did you make to find the new will you believed existed?
I contacted every attorney that I became aware of that had any contacts with Jose.
Did you ever find a new will?
No, I did not.
With regard to the reference to the will and the computer, you said that you believed that such a will, if it existed, wouldn't be valid. Is that correct?
That was my belief, yes.
Okay. And you expressed that belief in front of Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And that was in California?
I believe I had a couple of conversations in which I expressed that belief. Well, perhaps even both in California as well as New Jersey.
I believe you indicated that you had a meeting with the people from Live Entertainment.
Yes?
Is that correct?
Yes.
And this was in the same first week that we were talking about, right after Kitty and Jose died. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there some discussion regarding a $5 million insurance policy?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
There was a clause in Jose's employment contract which provided for a $5 million life insurance contract. And it was right there in black and white in a signed copy. The company, we brought that up to the company, and the company said that there would have been, had Jose taken a physical examination, but that he had not done that.
Was that a surprise that he had not taken a physical examination?
Objection, irrelevant.
Are you asking this witness's reaction?
Did Lyle Menendez appear to know already that he hadn't taken the physical examination?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of
Sustained.
foundation.
Objection sustained.
Were there any comments made by any members of the family with regard to whether Jose Menendez had taken the physical or not?
Yes, it seems that a couple of people knew about that.
Who knew about that?
I understand Lyle and also Lyle's grandmother.
Knew that Jose had not taken the physical.
Yes.
And with regard to items that were in the house, were there a number of people that had access to the Beverly Hills house in terms of other family members who,
Sustained.
during that first week?
Access to the house?
Were there a number of other family members who were in and out of the house during that first week?
There was just about every family member visited the house at one point or another during that first week.
And after that first week, did various family members come back at other times?
Some of them did, yeah.
And did Maria Menendez, the grandmother, move into the house?
Yes, she did.
And were the police in the house at various points in time?
There was people from Bel Air Patrol.
And did the Beverly Hills Police Department, to your knowledge, go in with a search warrant at some point in time to seize a computer and some other items?
Yes, they did.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Mr. Baralt, when you went to the county jail and you were informed killed his parents, did he tell you how the killings had occurred on August 20th?
There was relatively little amount of communication at that in terms of detail.
Was there any detail given at all?
Relatively little during that meeting.
Okay, can you remember what detail was given during that meeting?
There was detail with regards to the reasons for the killing.
And what were you told about the reasons for the killings?
That there had indeed been molestations.
So you were told that the killings occurred because of the molestation?
Yes.
Was that by both defendants that told you that?
Well, the story was given to us by Steve Goldberg.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike them because hearsay.
Well, let me hear a little further expansion on this, and then we'll deal with the objection.
Pardon me?
When was this told to the witness by Mr. Goldberg?
Okay, how far in advance of the defendants telling you in jail was it that Mr. Goldberg gave you this information?
Or was it while they were at the jail? Let's find out what.
All right, when Mr. Goldberg told you, I believe Mr. Goldberg was the one that broke the news to you, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where were you physically located when he did that?
At his office.
And the defendants were not present, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was it during that time that Mr. Goldberg gave you the few amount of the details that you had?
That was where we got most of the details.
All right, the objection then is sustained as to the answer the witness gave as to the reasons for the killing is hearsay.
And we
And
haven't had
it's,
an issue.
the jury's admonished to disregard it.
Mr. Baralt, did you love Jose Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Did you love Kitty Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Baralt, do you love Gareth Menendez?
Yes, I do.
Do you love Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You may sit down. Okay, is there no examination in front of the other jury? Wasn't?
Oh, yes, you're saying if we examine.
Okay, well, why don't you stay here then, sir? You're not through quite yet. Almost. This way. You almost made it. How long will this take? 10 minutes, okay. All right, we're going to have some examination where the gold jury only will be present and the blue jury can take a break. And if you could come back at 3:30, hopefully by then we'll have completed the examination, and if not, we'll let you know what's going on. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you back here at 3:30. And we'll now continue with the gold jury only for this portion of the testimony. And if it does appear that it's longer than 10 minutes, we'll let you know. We'll then. I had to go into the door. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
I had to get a water.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right, but if it does look like it's going to get into a little longer than the time estimate, we'll take a break and give you a chance to stretch your legs here. Of course, we're never wrong with our time estimates, so there's no reason to believe that we'll be wrong now. All right.
Mr. Baralt, I believe you testified that you are the executor of the estate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you involved in Lyle Menendez's purchase of a restaurant?
Yes, I was.
And why was it that you became involved in that?
Initially because Lyle asked me to get involved.
At what level? Was he asking for advice, or for you to invest, or for you to work there? What was he asking for?
It was sort of like a de facto involvement. He was telling me that he was going to be buying a restaurant.
And did he need your approval to do that?
No, he did not need my approval.
Did he need your assistance with regard to financing?
Yes, he did.
And did he talk to you in detail about what it was he was going to do and what his plans were for the restaurant?
A number of times.
And was somebody else involved in it besides you, in the discussions of the purchase of the restaurant?
A number of people were.
Who else was involved?
I believe Brian Andersen was, Steve Goldberg was, my wife was, and there were a number of other friends of Lyle's that were involved.
And did you at some point make the decision to go ahead with the purchase of the restaurant?
No, I did not make that decision.
Was the decision made?
The decision was made by Lyle.
But where did the money come from?
He was trying to get financing on his own and was unable to do so. At the very tail end, he asked whether the estate could provide funds for the acquisition.
And did the estate provide those funds?
Yes.
And were you involved in that decision?
I was involved in that decision, yes.
And why did you decide to do it?
Because I felt that it was, that Lyle had demonstrated a very strong desire to run this restaurant, that it would occupy him and focus his activities in a worthwhile endeavor.
And so you, along with other people, went along with that decision, is that correct?
Yes.
And did he appear to be involved in running the restaurant?
Very much so, yes.
And did you feel that this was in his best interest to have some sort of focus or structure to his life at this time?
That's exactly the reason why I did this, because he was going off in many directions and looking at all kinds of different investments and things that I knew were way above his capabilities in terms of financing and high finance and things of that sort.
Did he seem totally unrealistic during this period of time?
Judge and pause for conclusion on part of the witness.
Rephrase the question.
In terms of trying to figure out what he was going to do with his life, did he seem to have a number of very unrealistic ideas?
Judge and pause for speculation and conclusions.
Yes, he seemed that way to me.
Okay, and did this restaurant seem like something that was realistic and doable?
Both realistic, doable, and he had a very, very high expectations and interest in it.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
May I just stand here? I have a couple questions. Mr. Baralt, the first you learned then about this restaurant is that Lyle Menendez told you he was going to buy the restaurant.
That he was looking at it, yes.
All right, and did he tell you where the money was going to come from to purchase the restaurant the first time you discussed it with him?
No.
All right, and at that time, were you aware of how much money he had obtained from his parents' estate or from the fact of his parents' death?
I was aware he had received insurance money, yes.
Were you aware of the amount?
Yes, I was.
About $325,000?
That's correct.
And were you aware of the cost of the restaurant, the purchase price?
Not the first time. That didn't come too much later.
All right, and much later did you learn that the purchase price of the restaurant was approximately $550,000?
At the tail end, yes.
And that was when you agreed to supply money from the estate to purchase it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the time that you agreed to this particular transaction, did you believe that Lyle Menendez was not involved in the killings of his parents?
That is correct.
And I believe you indicated he attempted to get financing on his own, but was unable to, and then turned to you as the executor of the estate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did he ever tell you anything about his difficulties in getting financing?
Yes, I believe he told me a couple of things I don't recall, but we did discuss that.
I'm looking for it.
Anything else?
Yes, what happened to the restaurant?
The restaurant went back to the prior owner.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. And I think that was 10 minutes.
It was less than 10 minutes. They were wrong again. All right, we'll be in recess then until 3:30. Don't discuss this case with anyone before any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 3:30.
My name is Joan Vandermolen. Vandermolen.
Mrs. Vandermolen, was Kitty Menendez your sister?
Yes, she was.
And during the course of your adult life, did you have regular contact with your sister?
Yes, I did.
Did you see her regularly, or was most of the contact by phone?
We saw each other infrequently, but we talked on the phone regularly.
And would these be very brief conversations, or were they long conversations?
No, they were very long, hours at a time.
And in those conversations, was your sister open with you about her feelings or what was going on in her life?
Well, I thought she was.
After her death, did you find that she had hidden a lot of information from you?
Yes.
Was she a secretive person?
My sister was very private. Her image was so important to her.
Did you find out after her death that there were things that were not going well in her life that she had kept from you?
Yes, unfortunately.
And in those regular phone conversations you had with her, were a number of them after she moved to California?
Yes, very many.
And did you visit her in California?
Yes.
And did she talk to you about the fact that she was taking medication for depression?
Yes, she did.
And did you know she was going to a therapist?
Yes.
And did she explain to you why?
The reason she told me was that she was depressed, having had to leave Princeton because she loved her home in Princeton that they had just acquired, and she was having difficulty adjusting to life in California.
Did she ever reveal to you that she had discovered that her husband had had an 8-year affair?
No. In fact, she made a specific phone call to me at one time to tell me about a conversation that Jose had had with her in which he explained that he'd felt out of place at a meeting he'd had the night before because there were a lot of CEOs there and everybody had a mistress or multiple marriages, and he said he really felt out of place because he was the only one that didn't have any girlfriends or ex-wives or anything.
And Kitty repeated this story.
Kitty
too.
told me this, and I know now that she knew different, but she made a specific phone call to me to relay this information to me.
And you were with her around the time that she bought the home in Beverly Hills.
Yes, I was with her on the day that the contract was accepted.
Did she drive you around to show you the houses that she had looked at or made offers on?
Yes, she did.
Mrs. Vandermolen, are you wealthy?
No.
Was there a substantial difference between your economic status and your sister's?
Yes.
Overall, the answer will stand.
And when you were out here visiting, she drove you around and showed you multi-million-dollar houses she was making offers on?
Yes, she did.
Did that seem important to her to have accomplished that in life or achieved that position?
Oh,
Also speculation is irrelevant.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Was there a particular statement she made which expressed to you how important having achieved this status was?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overall.
she was very excited about getting Beverly Hills zip code. I heard the recording from the realtor when the offer was accepted, and she said, "Kitty, you finally got it. You got your zip code." And Kitty was elated about that.
Did you hear your sister express criticism or jealousy or resentment about Lyle's girlfriends over the course of this lifetime?
Objection, leading and compound.
Overall.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us, in that regard, what you remember your sister saying?
When Lyle got his first girlfriend, I think her name was Stacy, she was very upset. He was not old enough. It would interfere with his tennis was most of the problem, and I told her that it was perfectly normal and that she should learn to deal with that. And then at another time when he started going with Jamie, that upset the family terribly because Jamie was older than Lyle and they didn't feel that she was good enough.
Now, was your sister older than Jose?
Yes, she was.
Did she lie about her age?
Yes.
That was something she was sensitive about?
Well, she was more than sensitive. She was very, very serious about it. She took 4 years off her age when she moved to California on her driver's license, and I tried to joke with her about it, and she wouldn't do that. She was, in fact, one time Erik was in the backseat of the car when we were talking about it, and I started to make a joke about it because I really thought it was humorous. And she got very angry with me that she didn't want her kids to know how old she was. They didn't know and they weren't to know.
Were you at a tennis tournament once in which something unusual happened between Jose and Erik?
Well, I thought so.
What was that?
Erik had played and
We have
lost.
some definition as to time.
This would have been approximately 1987, 1988, is that correct?
Yeah, it was one of those years, and I can't remember which because I saw them both times. But Kitty and I had left after Erik had lost and gone to do laundry, and we were gone 2 or 3 hours because we sat and talked for a long time in my car. And when we got back to the hotel, in the meantime, Jose had taken Erik back to the hotel. And when we got back there, he was leaving Erik's room and told us that he had spent the last couple hours with Erik and that Erik was in bed and would not be going to dinner with us. And I thought it was strange because by now it was probably not even 6 o'clock.
All right.
She felt.
Well, that answer will stand. Your next question, please.
You indicated you felt that it was strange.
Well, it was early in the evening, and Erik had played hard all afternoon and thought it seemed that he would be anxious to get a good meal.
Did you ask anything about it?
No, for some reason I felt that it was. Well, I did ask him. Yes, I did. And he said, no, Erik prefers to just stay in bed and sleep. He has some things he needs to think about.
When you were around your sister, did you also spend time around Jose?
Yes.
And were there times when things happened that didn't make sense to you? That didn't seem to
Oh.
be the way they ought to be?
Well, each time that we were at their house, they would leave the room for sometimes a couple hours and say they had a meeting. They were going to have a family meeting, and I found that odd, but I didn't question it.
Why didn't you question it?
Irrelevant.
Sustain.
Was there something about the rules in that family, about whether what was going on was anybody else's business that affected what questions you'd ask?
I guess it was just their presence, Jose's presence, that whatever he said to his family was law, and you just wouldn't ask. You wouldn't question him.
And you didn't ask?
No. It wasn't my business if they were going to go have a 2-hour family meeting, and while I was there, I thought it was unusual, but
Is this an instance when you were only there for the night?
I was there for a night or two, is all, yeah.
Now, there's been testimony about Kitty having told a friend of hers that she was going to take a trip to Quito.
Yes,
Do you have relatives in Quito?
yes, we do.
And where is Quito?
Quito's in Ecuador.
Did Kitty have plans to go to Quito?
At one time, she talked about she would like to take a trip there.
Did she have plans in August of 1989? to
Not that
go?
I'm aware of.
Would she have told you that?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
When you say you have relatives there now, are these relatives on your and Kitty's side of the family or your husband's side of the family?
No, they're relatives of Kitty's and mine.
After your sister died, did you come to California?
Yes,
And were you in the house in Beverly Hills?
yes, I was.
And did you and a number of other people search the computer?
Yes, we did.
And did you find an entry marked will?
We found will on the list, on the last entry of a list of an index.
And how many people,
Vegas time.
Well, I think you'll get to that.
how many days after Kitty and Jose died was this?
Just a couple of days.
It was before the memorial
Yes,
service
it
out
was.
here? How many people do you remember being there working on this computer?
Probably 4 of us.
And how long did you spend trying to pull up this information?
A couple of hours. Each of us had some training in computers, so we were using what expertise each of us had gained, and none of it did any good. You couldn't get beyond the index.
So
There
you
was
were-
nothing there.
So you were all, I take it, pushing some
Yes,
buttons and
yes.
doing various things, is that correct?
That's right.
And were you able to pull up the information?
No, just the index.
Did you ever go through your sister's effects?
I opened her nightstand. I
Was it on
saw a
this-
couple of family pictures there, and I also saw a letter.
No, was this on this trip that you're talking about now?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that letter?
She had written a letter to Jose, and my sister was so private, and she loved him so much, and when I saw how private and how personal and how graphic this letter was, it was just too personal, and I just folded it up and put it back in the drawer.
When you say graphic, what do you mean?
She described body parts and her love for him.
Are you talking about sexually explicit
Yes,
material?
sexually explicit, very sexually explicit.
And did you find a book also that you found to be very sexually explicit?
On her nightstand, there was a cheap paperback novel that was also sexually explicit, and my sister's image was so important to her that I just took it with me and I threw it away.
And did you find something else?
When I went back in November, among her effects in her closet was a videotape that I can't tell you why, but I felt suspicious about it, and I thought it might have something on it that Kitty wouldn't want anyone else to see, and so I took it home and found it to be a pornographic film. And I threw it away. And I never told anybody.
Why did you throw it away?
Because all that was left of my sister was the image that was so important to her, and I was trying to protect that for her. And I didn't want anybody to know, and I never told anybody.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez? Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Vandermolen, how many times have you spoken to the defense in this case?
I haven't been keeping track, Your Honor.
You've been here several times in the past several months, is that correct?
I've been here twice in the last several months.
Over a period of days.
Yes?
And you've been in the company of the defense attorneys in this case, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, seems facts not known.
Overruled.
Is that right?
On occasion?
And you've spoken to the defense attorneys about this case?
Yes.
And you've given reports in this case, interviews, correct?
I'm going to object.
What-
It's vague.
Let's
Interview.
rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the defense attorneys where they were taking down notes?
Do you mean a couple years ago?
Well, maybe you can tell me when it was.
You
'Cause
tell
there's-
me. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
All right. Did they come to see you at some point?
Yes.
Where were you living at the time?
In Arizona. I still live in Arizona.
And who came to see you?
Leslie and Jill.
And when you say Leslie and Jill, are you talking about Leslie Abramson and Jill Lansing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how many hours did they spend with you?
We spent a few hours.
Okay. And this was the best of your recollection a couple of years ago?
Yes.
And do you remember them taking some notes down as they spoke to you?
No, I don't.
Have you seen a report? Have a moment, Colonel. Was there another time that you spoke to the defense attorneys after the time you just related to the juries?
We've spoken occasionally over the last year and a half.
And did you speak to a Dr. Hart?
Yes.
And when was that?
Last year sometime. I can't recall exactly.
And do you recall how many hours he spent with you?
No, I don't.
You never told any of those people about this videotape that you saw in your sister's closet, is that correct?
That's right.
The first time you ever said it was when you got up in the stand today?
I told Miss Lansing about it a couple of days ago.
That was 2 days ago?
A few days ago.
A few days. How long have you been here on this most recent?
2 weeks.
Now, have you visited the defendants in jail?
Yes.
And when were those visits, if you can recall?
We saw Erik and Lyle when we were here in August, and we went to visit Erik a week ago Sunday. We weren't allowed to see Lyle at that time.
I'm sorry, and you did
We
not...
saw Erik a week ago Sunday, but we
Okay.
did not see Lyle on that occasion.
Okay, prior to this year, had you visited with the defendants in jail?
No.
Had you received any calls from the defendants?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that they have phone privileges in the jail?
When you say the defense, are you referring to Miss Abramson and Lansing, or are you
I'm
talking to Lyle and
about the
Erik?
defendants themselves.
No, I haven't received any phone calls from them.
So you received phone calls from the defense attorneys, though?
On occasion.
On how many occasions in the past 3 years have you received calls from the defense attorneys?
I can't tell you.
Numerous times.
A few.
Now, you've been in this court when testimony has been given, correct?
A couple of times.
You've been following this case very closely, I take it.
Yes.
Now, you live in Arizona,
Yes.
and do they have what they call courtroom TV in Arizona?
Not where I live.
Okay, have you been following the news accounts of what's been taking place in the court?
As well as I can.
So you're pretty interested in what's occurring in this courtroom?
Of course I am.
Okay. And it was only 2 days ago that you first told anybody about this videotape that you found in Kitty's closet, is that correct?
That's right.
Now, when you found this videotape, did you secrete it in your purse?
I was taking a few other things from her closet, wearing apparel, and I just put it in there.
So you were taking some clothing from her closet as well?
Mhm.
What else did you take?
Just some wearing apparel that we were the same size, and I took a few of her clothes.
Was this videotape the only thing that you took of that nature?
Yes.
Did you see, you indicated that you saw 2 photographs there as well.
I saw it in the drawer with the letter. There were several photographs of the family, my mother's family.
Now, were you there when the relatives went through the photographs at the house?
We-
That's not valid.
Overruled.
We didn't go through any photographs that I can remember.
Did you, other than the 2 photographs that you saw there in your sister's bedroom, did you see any other photographs at the Beverly Hills house?
Yes.
And where were those photographs?
There were photographs all over the house of my grandparents and their families.
Were there photographs of the brothers when they were young?
Who are you referring to?
Asking the witness whether there were photographs in the Beverly Hills house when the defendants were young.
Of the defendants?
Of the defendants, yes.
There were photographs in the house, in books.
Were there albums of photographs?
Maria had an album, but I don't know if it was hers or if it belonged to at the house or what.
Now, after the murders, when did you arrive in Beverly Hills?
Tuesday, I believe.
So
They died on Sunday, and I believe I got there on Tuesday.
When you got to Beverly Hills, did you go to the Beverly Hills house immediately?
No.
Okay, did you go to the hotel first?
Yes.
Okay, at some point, though, you went to the Beverly Hills house.
Yes.
And you went to your sister's room and you took some clothing and you
No, not at that time.
Not at that time?
No.
Okay, during this period of time when you first got to the Beverly Hills house, were there other people there?
Yes.
Who was there?
I was there a couple of times. It's hard to remember. Probably my sister-in-law and my daughter.
Okay, let's give names.
Okay, my sister-in-law Pat, my daughter Karen, possibly my daughters Diane and Kathy, but I can't recall that specifically.
Was there anyone from the Menendez side there?
I think Carlito was with us.
Who is that?
Carlito Menendez?
Is that Carlos Menendez?
Yes.
Okay,
We refer to him as Carlito.
okay. Did you know Carlos Menendez from before?
No.
Now, at this point, when you were going through your sister's bedroom, is that the point at which you saw these photographs, the family photographs?
No, I didn't see a lot of photographs. I opened her drawer to her nightstand and saw that she had several pictures in there, and they were pictures of just a couple of pictures of our family. They were fairly insignificant, really.
Of her family?
Our family.
Okay, was it your mother?
Not that I recall specifically. I just know there were some pictures in there. I can't tell you who they were of.
Okay, but it's your recollection that there were family pictures of the Andersen side.
I believe so.
Now, sometime later, you were privy to some photographs that were at the house, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Well, family photographs of the Menendez family.
You asking, did she see these?
Yes.
Well, there were pictures on the wall, and there were some pictures in a book later that I saw, and I don't know who the book belonged to.
Was it an album of photographs?
I believe so.
Now, were you interested in getting some photographs of your sister so that you could take it back to Arizona with you so you can remember her by those photographs?
I believe so. It's hard to remember. It's been so long ago. We were so consumed with grief. It's very difficult to remember those few days.
So you
And
think
not at that time, no.
sometime later did you see some photographs?
I wanted a copy. At one time, I wanted a copy of the photograph that was used during the memorial service. That's the only photograph I can remember asking anyone about, and that was not at that time.
When was that?
That was after the service in Princeton, sometime later.
And who did you request the photograph of?
I talked to Marzi and found out that it had been taken by a prominent Beverly Hills photographer, and I didn't pursue it at that time because I knew that it would have been too costly, and I had pictures.
At any time since the killings, have you been privy to photographs from the Menendez household, of the Menendez family?
I don't believe so.
So you've never seen any photographs?
No, I didn't say that. I'm not understanding your question.
Okay. The question is, at any time after the killings, did you take a look at any photographs of the Menendez family?
I didn't go out of my way to look at their photographs. If there were photographs on tables or on walls, or if Maria was showing me a book with photographs, I looked at it. They weren't anything that was prominent on my mind.
When you refer to Maria, are you referring to Maria Menendez, the mother
Yes,
of
I
Jose
am.
Menendez?
Yes.
And if she had shown you photographs, would that have been in Beverly Hills or in Calabasas?
Beverly Hills.
Did you at any time when you were at the Beverly Hills house see anybody take the photographs, letters, things of that nature from the Beverly Hills house?
No.
After the first day that you were in the Beverly Hills house, when, as you recall, Pat may have been there, and Karen, Diane, Kathy, and perhaps Carlos Menendez, did you return to the house sometime later?
I was there a couple of times. I don't think, in fact, Kathy and Diane were, they weren't there when we went. I think they went there once before they left to go back home because they hadn't seen the house.
Now, with regard to this paperback novel that you said you saw on the nightstand, is that the kind of novels that you see in grocery stores that people buy?
Yeah.
Did you take that with you?
Yes.
Did you read it?
No.
Now, you said that you found this letter in the nightstand next to where your sister, well, her nightstand. And she had one letter in that nightstand, in the drawer?
I did not look at the entire contents of the nightstand. I saw a letter on top, Dear Jose, and it was sexually explicit, and I was embarrassed, and I just put the letter back in the drawer.
Do you know what happened to that letter?
And I have no idea.
Have you seen any of the other letters written by your sister to Jose?
No. I'm not aware there are any other.
Now, you said that your sister was a private person, correct?
Yes, very private.
Now, she told you that she had a therapist, is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that she had to be on medication because she was depressed?
Yes.
But she did not tell you about the affair that Jose had?
No, she went out of her way to make me think that he was quite faithful.
Now, you said that you had regular contact with your sister by phone,
Yes.
correct? And you had these conversations for hours at a time.
Yes.
During the summer of 1989, how many such conversations did you have with your sister?
Once a week, sometimes twice a month, you know. Whenever we talked frequently, we didn't keep track. She talked to me from when she was in Princeton. She talked to me when she was in California, wherever she was.
Now, would she talk about how proud she was of her sons in these conversations?
Objection, Your Honor, Harrison.
Overall.
She boasted about their tennis all the time.
And she spent a good deal of time with you on the phone talking about her sons.
We talked about a lot of family, not necessarily the sons all the time.
But would it be fair to say that a good part of the conversation was about her sons?
No.
No? Now, you said that being private, she didn't tell you about her husband's affair. Was that the sort of things that you would talk about? Would you talk about problems that you had with your family of a private nature?
As often as we talked and as close as I thought we were, yes. I thought we were confidants.
Okay, and you would tell her your problems.
We were very close.
Okay, but you would tell her your personal problems.
Yes, she knew the things that were going on in my life.
Okay, of a private nature.
Yes.
Did you ever think that she was maybe embarrassed, ashamed that her husband had an affair on her? Wasn't something that she would tell you about?
I had no reason to think that because she went out of her way to make me believe otherwise.
Now, you said that she did confide in you that she was having some problems with her son, Lyle. Is that correct?
She only mentioned the problems when she was unhappy with his choice of girlfriends, or the choice of, or just having girlfriends, period, seemed to bother her.
Did she tell you about his academic and disciplinary probation that he had in the summer of 1989?
No, she didn't.
She didn't tell you about that?
No.
Did she tell you that she had been taping her son, Erik? Did she tell you about that?
What are you referring to?
In late 1988 through when she was killed.
Objection, Your Honor, since that's not numbered.
Why don't you clarify what you mean by
Okay.
taping?
Thank you, sir.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Erik Menendez that after he killed his mother, he found a tape in which she had recorded his conversations on the phone?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Excuse me, but I'm going to propose an objection that mistakes the testimony that's being made.
Just in general, are you familiar with the subject matter?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with that?
Through the course of the trial?
Had she, and are you also familiar with the fact that Erik Menendez testified that his mother ordered him to get a girlfriend and gave him a deadline of 6 months in which to do so?
Not before the trial.
Okay. Did Mrs. Menendez, did your sister ever indicate to you that she was concerned about her son Erik?
Your Honor, I'd like to approach.
Well, let's hear the answer first. You can answer that yes or no.
Repeat the question, please.
Did Mrs. Menendez ever indicate to you that she was concerned about her son Erik?
No.
Never did?
No.
And never told you about the taping of the recordings?
No.
And never talked about wanting him to get a girlfriend?
No. I don't think she would have told me those things. I think it's bizarre.
Okay, I'll make a motion to strike that as non-responsive.
All right, that last remark is stricken.
Excuse me.
That is, your sister had indicated to you that she had problems with the girls that Lyle had. She didn't approve of some of the girls, correct?
That's right.
And she did tell you that. Did she tell you of any problems whatsoever that she was having with her sons?
When I think the question's based, the witnesses are discussing about them.
Overruled. You understand the question?
She didn't talk to me about any problems she was having with the boys.
Now, you indicated that you, in fact, have relatives in Quito.
Yes.
Did you know that there was a defense witness who came in, Alicia Herx, that came in and testified that she visited your sister on August 1st, 1989, and that she said it was very strange because your sister talked about relatives in Quito and she thought your sister was a little strange. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Well, in fact, you do have relatives in Quito.
Yes.
And in fact, Kitty Menendez, your sister, did indicate an interest in going to visit her relatives in Quito.
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
And redirect.
Mrs. Vandermolen, Mr. Frioma asked you about how much time you had spent speaking with Mrs. Abramson and myself and Dr. Hart.
Yes.
Was the focus of our questions primarily your childhood background and that of your sister? In terms of the things we asked you about?
Yes.
And were you reluctant to talk to us?
Yes, very.
And do you wish to protect your family
Yes.
image?
Yes, I do. It was my sister's image to her was the most important thing in her world, and that's why I did the things I did to continue to try to protect her.
And when you failed to tell us about the videotape earlier on, why was that?
I was embarrassed for her, and I thought it would spoil her image that I was trying to protect.
Are you a very religious woman?
Yes, I am.
Irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Yes, I am.
I think Mr. Kuriyama's questions were sort of suggesting that maybe
Objection
you...
argumentative.
Yeah, rather than characterizing the inquiry, you can just ask a direct question.
You were asked questions about visiting Lyle and Erik in the jail
Yes,
and about not telling anybody about the video until a few days ago.
right.
Are you lying about that, finding that videotape?
No, I would rather not tell anybody about it.
And I believe he's asked you some questions about talking to Dr. Hart.
Yes,
Did you talk to Dr. Burgess also? An expert for Erik Menendez?
yes, I did.
Did you talk to Dr. Conti also?
Yes,
I take it you love Lyle and Erik Menendez.
very much. I love my sister, too.
Would you lie for them?
No,
Are you lying here?
no.
I have nothing further.
Right, anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Your next witness, please.
It's Patricia A. Andersen, A-N-D-E-R-S-E-N.
Ms. Anderson, do you know Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know them?
I am their aunt.
And were you married to Brian Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Kitty Menendez's brother?
Yes, it is.
How long were you married to Brian Anderson?
Almost 31 years.
When did you first meet Kitty Menendez?
It was in my junior year of high school.
And did you continue to have contact with her throughout her life?
Yes, because of her brother, Brian and Kitty were very close, so yes, we did.
And did you happen to see an incident in which you got a chance to see the competitive nature of Kitty and Jose Menendez?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And can you describe briefly for me what that was?
It was when we were fairly young and newly married. We had gone to visit Kitty and Jose, and Kitty and I were preparing dinner, and Brian and Jose were in a chess game. Brian had gone to go to the washroom, and Jose was losing the chess game and decided to move some pieces of the chess players.
He cheated?
He cheated.
What
So-
happened when Brian came out of the
When
bathroom?
Brian came back from the washroom, he approached Jose and asked if he had moved some pieces of the chess players, and Jose said no, and Brian said, yes, you did. And Jose said, are you accusing me of cheating? And Brian said yes, and so with that, they got into a wrestling match in the front room.
And did somebody break up that wrestling match?
Yes,
Who was that?
Kitty.
And how big is Brian Anderson?
Brian is about 6'1" to 6'3". I don't, right around there, I don't really remember, but right there, so over 6 foot.
And about how tall was Kitty?
Kitty was a little bit taller than myself, and I'm 5 foot. So I would say Kitty's like 5'4" or something like that.
Was there an incident in 1986 in which you had an opportunity to observe Lyle Menendez playing tennis in a tournament in Kalamazoo?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Jose Menendez there?
Yes, he was.
And can you tell me what his behavior was during the time that Lyle was playing tennis?
In the beginning, he sat very comfortably next to us on the stands that we were watching Lyle. And then for some unknown reason, he started acting like a wild animal. He got up and started pacing the area around the court, and he was calling out calls for Lyle to do on the court, different ways he should hit the ball and that type of thing, which is not acceptable in these type of meets.
And did something happen as a result of that?
Yes, ma'am. The officials had to come over and tell him that he was not to do this. And in the beginning, he listened, and then as soon as they went away, he went right back to do what he was doing before, which was telling Lyle what to do in the game.
And what happened at the end?
Lyle had lost the game, and Jose was just irate about the whole thing.
When you say he was irate, what was he doing?
The expression on his face, he was very upset. He kept on pacing back and forth outside of the court. And what happened was Lyle stayed in the court. He didn't want to come off the court. And we were still sitting in the stands.
When you say we were still sitting, who was still sitting?
Myself, Kitty, and my ex-husband, Brian.
Okay. And so Lyle's on the court, he doesn't want to come off, and what happens?
Jose went into the court and proceeded to drag him off the court. He was very upset with him, and he was swinging his arms around and throwing...
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Jose.
Okay, so he's swinging his arms around.
Yes, and he grabs Lyle by the arm to pull him out of the court. I, at that point, because my sons were in competition with different things, I was going to go down and just tell Lyle that I was very sorry that he had lost, and with that, Kitty held me back and said, no, we were not to go down there, which I thought was very unusual, but...
Why did you want to go down there?
Well, being a mother, I was just going to go down and just give him a hug and tell him it was all right, even if he lost. I mean, you can always try the next time.
He was about 18 years old at this time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, right about that, yes.
Okay, so Kitty restrained you from going down there. What happened next?
Jose then took Lyle and they walked ahead to the car, which was parked in the parking lot. And we then followed, but we were many, many steps behind.
And could you see what was happening?
Well, Lyle's head was down, and Jose was constantly talking to him and pulling him along by his arm, and I could not tell you what they were saying because we were not that close.
Did you eventually arrive at the car?
Yes, we did.
And were Lyle and Jose there already?
Yes, they were.
And what happened in the car?
In the car, Lyle was sitting in the back seat. It was like a minivan, and Lyle was sitting in the back seat, and we got into the van, and we were going to go back to the hotel, and I turned around to give my condolence to Lyle about losing, and Jose told me I shouldn't do something like that.
How did Lyle look?
Lyle looked like an animal that had been thrown on the side of the road. I mean, his head was down, he was very sad, and he didn't say anything.
Were you also present in 1989 at Kalamazoo when Erik was playing?
Yes.
And was Jose there as well?
Yes, he was.
And what did you observe there?
In that meet, it was in the back courts. And what happens is that there's like seating and then a pathway to walk, and then the courts are right there. Erik was playing, and his back was to us, and Jose was giving him commands of what he should do. Erik was playing the second seed, and so if he won that, he would have a chance then to play the next seed, which would have been the first seed. What had happened then was that for some unknown reason, Erik started losing, and Jose got very, very upset, and he was moving closer to the net, or the fencing, and with that he was getting louder by giving his commands to Erik, and the officials were called.
What did the officials do?
The officials came over and told Jose that he should sit down, that he was not to be near the courts, that it was not permitted, and that he was not to give any kind of directions, that he was not the coach, and that he was the father, and the father knew what the rules were. The rules were to sit down and be very quiet.
And did he sit down and become very quiet?
Well, the official left, and Jose sat down for a minute, got up and laughed, and did not listen to what he said, and proceeded to go back to the court area, which was right next to the fence area there.
Did Erik win or lose?
He lost.
And what happened after he lost?
There was one other incident that I should tell you about, too, there that happened was...
No question, thank you.
What,
Ask another question.
was there another incident that was of significance to you?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what it is?
What had happened was that after the official left and that Jose was then giving more directions, Erik was in such an emotional state that he turned around and told his father to shut up. And he said it very loudly, and it stopped everybody around the whole areas, there were games going on, okay? There were like 15, 20 games going on. And what had happened was it was so loud that it shocked everybody. And Jose with that then threw up his hands and just said, I'm washing my hands out of everything. I just don't want any more thing to do with him. I can't stand this. He doesn't listen to me. And he said, that's just it. Kitty, in the meantime, sitting next to me was just a nervous wreck. I mean, she had a tendency of gripping her hands and gripping her teeth to the point that she was actually white.
You
From
said
nervousness.
gripping her hands, you just made two fists.
Two solid fists, and then I cannot do the exact description, but she would just grind her teeth like that, and that's how she was. But she was also very, very, very white, because by that time she had been holding her breath and everything because of this incident that just had gone on. Erik had then lost, and then in the meantime, Jose had just left for just a few moments and came right back, only to discover that, of course, Erik was losing. And he was then very, very upset.
How did he demonstrate that he was very, very upset?
We went into the court, and he actually was pulling Erik out of the court and just even left his bag and everything on the court. He was so upset with him. I was sitting right there, and as the door was right there in front of me, I was going to go up to Erik and say that, you know, everything was fine. He tried his best. He really did try his best. But with that, Kitty pulled me back again, the same type of thing that I experienced many times with Lyle when we had gone to the different meets, that I was not to go up and talk to Erik at all, because his father was there.
Did you feel sorry for Erik?
Yes, I did, extremely. He was like a little bird that lost his wings. I mean, he was very upset, and he was scared. And the fright in his face was just, I mean, you just didn't miss it. It was there. Okay. Jose pulled him off the court and pulled him right across all the other courts and took him up the stairs. We were on the lower level of the tennis areas. And he pulled him up. By that time, Kitty went out to collect everything off of the tennis court, and we then followed.
Now, in either of these circumstances, did Kitty try to step in and intervene between Jose and
No,
either
never.
Lyle or Erik?
Never.
Okay. So she went on the court and collected.
She collected everything, and we then followed her, and we went to the vehicle that we were in.
And what happened then?
We then went back to the hotel.
Were you all staying at the same hotel?
Yes, we were. Usually what happens is that we always went to support the boys in the meets in Kalamazoo, because we lived in Chicago at that time. And what would happen is Kitty would get us a room not too far from their room on the same floor.
So you all went back to the hotel room?
Yes, we did.
And was this in the morning or
No,
late
this was late afternoon, and we were then going to get ready for dinner.
Okay. And did you proceed to get ready for dinner?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you then go or have some contact with Kitty and Jose about going to dinner?
Well, I had to go to Kitty and Jose's room because it then got to be very late. It was originally like around 6:30, and it now was getting on to be 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I was extremely hungry. It's been a long day. And I knocked on Kitty's door of their room, and Kitty was in the room, but there was no Jose. And she said that he was down in Erik's room.
Did Erik have a room in the same hotel?
Yes, he did. If I can remember right, it was like about 2 to 3 rooms down from their room.
Okay. So she told you that Jose's in Erik's room.
Correct.
What happened then?
She then said that we had to wait until Jose came out of Erik's room before we could go to dinner.
So did you wait in her room or return to your room?
No, I went back to my room.
And did you subsequently get information that Jose was now back?
What had happened was I had to go there one more time. I went back to her room and said, you know, Kitty, it's really getting very late. Why don't we just go down to eat? And she said, no, it'll only be a few more moments. Jose should be coming out of his room.
And how much time before Jose did come out of Erik's room?
If I can remember right, it was like around 8:30, 8:45.
And what happened then?
We then were walking down the hallway, and...
When you say we...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
It was Kitty, myself, Brian, and Jose, the 4 of us. Okay. And what happened then was we said we would like to go in and see Erik to at least tell him that we thought the game was very well. We were sorry that he lost. Jose made fun of that, but as we were there in front of the room, he said, well, okay, Erik is in his room, and he will not be coming to dinner with us. So he opened the room, and
Who opened the room?
Jose did.
Did he have a key?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And when he opened the room, we looked in, and it was a short hallway like you would have like in a Holiday Inn or something like that. I looked in the room, and it was very dimly lit, and Erik was in bed.
How did he look?
He looked very sad, and you could tell something was wrong with him, okay? He didn't want to speak to us, and I was going to go over and give him a hug, and I was told that I shouldn't do that Erik just didn't want people to hug him.
Did you then leave the room?
A few moments later, Uncle Brian wanted to give Lyle his little positive philosophy.
Lyle or Erik?
I'm sorry, Erik.
Okay. So Brian, that's your husband, their
Yes.
uncle, wanted to say something?
Yes, he wanted to go over and talk to Erik and give him, the positive, that if you don't make it the first time, you can do it a second time, that type of thing. And he did. He got over there and he did talk to him.
Then did the four of you go down to dinner?
No, what happened then was, for some reason, Kitty said she had to go back to her room, so it was just Jose, Brian, and myself that went down to the restaurant area.
Did Kitty join you sometime later?
She did, but it was much later.
And did anything unusual happen?
Yes. What happened was that Brian and Jose were in a conversation and kidding one another. Every time they got together, they always harassed one another about that chess game that always came up every time we were together. And Jose was talking about other things pertaining to his business, and he was in the process of purchasing a video place or something like that, and so he and Brian were in that discussion, and they were talking about porno tapes and that, and how his company didn't want the porno tapes. At that point, Kitty came to the table, and Jose made fun of her because she was so late, and it upset her, but she did sit down because I was sitting with one seat, which was to the right of me, which would have been for Kitty.
Now, when you say made fun of her, was this just some sort of loving teasing that was going on, or?
No, I don't think so, because I had seen him do this other times where he would humiliate her in front of people, even if it was family.
Okay. And so did she sit down?
She sat down, and they were in a conversation. I tried to get into a conversation with Kitty, but she was not with us. She was staring off, like in a daze, or just staring. I had seen her do that other times.
When you say staring, you say something to her, then she'd snap out of it, or?
No, this time she didn't. Sometimes she did, but this time, no. This time it was like wherever she was at, there was no getting her back, and I grabbed her arm and pulled it, and eventually she came back from wherever she was at. She was in deep thought about something.
Now, on this same trip, had you had a conversation with her about your own pending divorce?
Yes.
Actually, this is a relevant one.
You're going to tie it into something?
I am.
All right.
Did she express anything to you about her feelings about her own marriage?
Yes, we were.
Overall.
We were going fast walking, and I was telling her at that time that I was seeking a divorce from her brother. And she said that she wished that she could have done something like that. And I asked her what did she mean, and she just said, just never mind. She said, I'm glad that you've got the courage to do it. I wish I did.
Was Kitty normally a pretty forthcoming person, pretty open?
No, Kitty was a very secretive person.
After Kitty and Jose Menendez died, did you go to their home in Beverly Hills?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present at the time that there was an effort to get information out of a computer?
Yes, I was.
And how many people do you remember being there?
Myself, my sister-in-law Joan, Carlos
Menendez?
Carlos Menendez, yes, and my niece Karen, and I want to say one or two other, but I can't really tell you. I remember those people for sure.
And how many hours did all of you spend working on the computer?
It was a couple hours because what happened was it was getting dark, and Carlos wanted to leave before it got too dark, and we had been on it at least for a couple hours.
And were people constantly pushing buttons and trying to get information out?
Yes, ma'am. What happened was on the computer it said will, and then when you got that up on the menu, it asked for the code word, Kitty's code word. And so everyone was trying to push in different codes of dogs' names or things that they knew about Kitty and this type of thing, but we could never, so it was push the thing in, and I didn't know that much about it, but the little bit I did know, we were all taking turns at trying to put the different things in and pushing the different keys that were on the computer.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
No, I'm just going to shift position, let me say.
Just play musical chairs.
I just want to see it.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that none of the people there that were working on the computer at the Beverly Hills house knew what they were doing on a computer?
Not really. We all had, each of us had just a little bit of computer experience, so really, no, I would say no.
Okay. You were indicating that your ex-husband now
Yes, sir.
is Brian, and he was very close to Kitty. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, he is.
Do you think
Mhm.
that they were the closest in that family of the siblings?
Between Brian and Kitty, yes, I would say they were very close, uh-huh.
And were they the closest in the age?
Yes, there was only 11 months difference between them.
Now, you were indicating that you lived in Chicago during the time that the brothers went to the Kalamazoo tennis matches?
Really, it's the suburbs of Chicago, but yes, in Illinois itself, yes.
Okay.
Not
And
Chicago.
Was that just a couple of hours? Your husband is the one that has the airplane.
Correct.
So how long would it take you to get from the suburb of Chicago to Kalamazoo?
I would say maybe an hour and 10, 15 minutes, depending on the winds, if we had tailwinds or headwinds.
Would it be typical that when the Menendezes would come for the tournaments in Kalamazoo, that they would stop in Chicago and then fly with you and Brian to Kalamazoo, or would they fly into Kalamazoo and...
No, they would come and stay with us because Kitty would then get them coaches to get more practice in before they went to the tournaments. And then Kitty always drove them because we never flew them.
Did you know of any other parents that were so involved with their sons in sports?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds of relevancy?
Yes.
Objection sustained.
Would it be fair to say that the Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were very involved in their sons' sports?
In their sports, yes.
And is it your understanding that they would go to all the matches that the brothers had?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond her personal knowledge.
Rephrase the question.
Is it, what is your understanding about the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and their sons as it relates to their tennis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again beyond her personal knowledge. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
The things that I knew about was just what I could tell you that I knew of Kitty when she came to Illinois. And she would be there most of the time. I could not tell you about Jose because I think there was only 1 or 2 times that I can remember that he came when they came to Illinois.
When Jose and Kitty and you and Brian were sitting up watching, first of all, I believe it was Lyle in 1987, was that the
No,
tournament?
86.
86?
86, uh-huh.
During the periods of time when Jose would be seated rather than up along the sidelines and yelling instructions, would he and Kitty be cheering for their son?
No, Kitty never said anything because I was told, I did not know much about tennis, okay, but the first time I went, I gave out a big rah-rah, okay, and I was told I was not to do that. That was not the proper thing to do. Kitty never ever said anything. She always sat there with her hands gripped like that with the expression on her face that I showed you, okay? Jose, in the meantime, wasn't giving hurrahs for his sons. He was giving more directions, okay? I personally had not really saw them that I can remember in all the years that we had gone for both boys.
So the years that you went to see these tournaments, no one was supposed to cheer or yell out
No.
from the audience. They're supposed to be quiet.
Correct, because otherwise you disturb all the other players.
And so Jose probably stood out then as he was running up and down the sidelines yelling out instructions.
Yes, he did.
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Overruled.
Now, because of the nature of tennis, I take it, and there wasn't, it wasn't proper to cheer out loud when Erik Menendez in 1989 yelled out to his father to shut up, and you said that there were like 10 or 15 games going on and everyone just stopped and looked?
Not actually stopped, but you could tell that there was a heavy air in the whole area because it shocked everyone.
Now, Erik was upset with his father, wasn't he?
I would say yes, only because his father had been badgering him through the whole game.
Now, with regard to, and this is in August of 1989?
Yes, sir.
Now, when Mr. Menendez, Jose, said, "I'm washing my hands in this boy, he doesn't listen to me," did he say that out loud?
Yes, he did.
And did he turn to his wife, or did he just, how did he do that?
He was standing right by the fence when he came back, and Erik had told him that, and he turned around to Kitty and said that.
Did he appear to be frustrated?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did he appear to be disappointed?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Was your husband with you when you got back to the hotel?
Yes, he was.
And when you wanted to see Erik, was your husband with you?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so at some point, you said that your husband actually went over and spoke to Erik to try to cheer him up, to try to encourage him to do better the next time.
Yes.
Were you with him during that
I was like
conversation?
in that hallway, like you can imagine like a Holiday Inn, how they have that small hallway before you go into the room.
Mm-hmm.
I was in there, and Jose went in first, and then Brian, myself, and then Kitty. So Brian, of course, is a big individual. His shoulders are very wide, and so as Jose moved aside, and Brian went into the room then where Erik was in bed.
What time of the night was this?
It was 8:30, 8:45.
So you were going to have a late dinner that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Erik had more than one match that day?
I want to say yes, because I'm trying to, because see, that day, with the day before that, he had played a couple, and I can't remember if that second day on that Sunday, if he had played two or not. I can't. All I know, it was very, very hot.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that type of tournament, you keep playing, and at the first game you lose, or first match you lose, you're out of the tournament?
No, Erik was also going to play the next day, which was Monday.
It was kind
And
of a double elimination setup then?
I believe so, yeah. I really don't understand too much about it.
Okay.
All I know is that the next day on Monday, Erik did play and he lost again. So at that point, he was going to be playing another one in the afternoon, and we went home that day because my husband then came back that next day to pick them up.
So it was very hot, and it's your recollection that he had more than one match on that particular
Objection,
day?
misstates your testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Yes. Do you recall whether or not he had more than one match on that day?
Ask the answer.
Overruled.
It was the afternoon. I want to say yes, he probably did, okay?
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a minute. After Jose made this statement about washing his hands of this boy, meaning Erik, he then proceeded to spend the next several hours with him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I would say that it was at least 3 hours.
And when you went into the room before you went to dinner, how did Erik look?
Erik was in bed. The room was dimly lit. He had like a couple of blankets over him, like he was cold. And his face was like a very blank look. And we were told that he was writing in his diary. And I thought it was very unusual that I was told also that he wrote in his diary and that he wrote everything.
Well, my question is, did he look like somebody who was just tired from a long day and wanted to get a good night's sleep, or did it look like something else was going on?
No, something.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did he look just tired, or did he look upset when you looked at his face?
Sustained.
Did anybody explain to you, you said that Jose said that that Erik wouldn't be coming down to dinner?
Correct.
Did he say, well, he needs a good night's sleep for tomorrow?
No, he just said that Erik was upset and that he would not be coming to dinner with us.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. May I step down? You're excused. All right, and you'll have more witnesses tomorrow morning? Okay, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have both juries back at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll see both jury panels back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The defense may call its next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Dr. Edwin Cox.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
My name is Edwin S. Cox,
You spell your last name, please?
C-O-X.
Okay. Dr. Cox, are you a licensed therapist?
Yes,
And do you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD?
yes, I do.
And is your bachelor's in economics?
Yes,
And your master's in marriage, family, and child counseling?
yes,
And your PhD in sociology or family therapy?
yes.
And when were you licensed?
I was first licensed in 1976.
And what is required to become licensed?
In California, the license requirements include a 2-year master's degree in marriage and family therapy, 3,000 hours of supervised clinical experience, and then successful completion of a written exam, and then successful completion of an oral exam.
And since the time you became licensed, have you been practicing as a family therapist?
Yes, I have.
And can you approximate for us how many client hours you think you may have logged in that period of time?
Probably over 15,000 hours.
And do you currently teach at the graduate level in this field?
Yes, I do.
And what is it that you teach?
I teach several courses in the marriage and family therapy program. I teach marriage counseling, I teach couple therapy, I teach a variety of courses related to that degree.
And these are people who are working on their master's degree?
Yes.
And what school are you teaching at?
It's called the California Family Study Center. It's in North Hollywood.
And are you active in any professional organizations?
Yes,
And could you tell us what professional organizations you're active in?
I'm active in several. The American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists, and the American Family Therapy Academy.
In fact, have you been president of one of those organizations?
I was president of the Southern California division of the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy.
And In October 1986, did you become a therapist for Kitty Menendez?
Yes.
And did you see her a total of 16 times between October 1986 and February 1987?
Yes.
And were 3 of those sessions joint sessions with her and her husband, Jose Menendez?
Yes.
And was one of those sessions with Jose Menendez alone?
Yes.
With regard to your initial sessions with Kitty Menendez, what is the first step that you engage in whenever you begin treating a patient?
Well, the first thing I do is to listen to what caused them to call and come in. And then early, one of the things that I begin to do is to take a family history, to learn about some of the issues from their family of origin that help them get to where they are today.
What is the importance of knowing about their family of origin?
Your Honor, objection of proper opinion.
Yeah, let's just get on to those matters for which the witness was called, please.
Did you take such a history of Kitty Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And were you able, during the course of time you were treating her, to arrive at certain diagnoses?
Yes.
And did you arrive at any diagnosis with regard to whether she had any alcohol or substance abuse problems?
Yes.
And what was your diagnosis in that regard?
Well, she did have a dependence on alcohol and prescription drugs.
And what was the basis for your opinion in that regard?
She talked about her drinking patterns. She drank every day. She was proud that she drank cognac. And
What do you mean she was proud she drank cognac?
it was important to her that people think well of her, and I think she thought that cognac was a high-class alcohol.
Did you form an opinion as to whether this alcohol dependence was a recent phenomena or a long-term problem?
Yes, it was a long-term problem for her.
Did you form any opinion as to whether she was suicidal?
Yes.
And how is it that she came to be a patient of yours?
She was referred to me by a therapist in New Jersey who called me and said that he had a client who was moving to California, and he was worried about her depression and her suicidality.
So was that one of the first areas that you looked at?
Yes.
With regard to her? And did you find her to be suicidal?
Yes.
What was the basis for that opinion?
Well, she talked of killing herself and of the depression and anger that she felt. And she talked about how she would do it. She talked about previous attempts at doing that. So it was a serious threat.
And what is the dynamic of suicide? Is this just exclusively someone who's in a great deal of pain, or does it have another purpose in a family setting, the impact of it?
Objection of proper opinion is irrelevant.
Overall.
Well, reasons for suicide are very complicated, but one of them would be it's too painful to be alive. Another reason would be that for some people that's the only way of getting back at somebody and expressing their anger at someone.
And did you have any impression as to whether there was someone that she wanted to get back at?
Yes, I did.
And what was that? Who was that?
That was Jose, her husband.
And this was to punish him for something?
She was extremely angry at him for having had an extramarital affair that she knew about, and I think one of the main reasons that she was suicidal was because it was so hurtful for her and to punish her husband.
And in addition to punishing her husband, it would obviously have an impact on her children, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Objection, calls for speculation and moves to strike.
Just-
Proper opinion.
Well, the objection is sustained. The answer is stricken as to the form of the question.
Did you have an opinion as to whether the impact this would have on her children was of significance to her?
Yes.
And what was that?
The impact on the children would have been secondary to her.
What do you mean by that?
I think her purpose was to punish her husband, and she didn't think much about the effect on her children.
Did you diagnose her to be depressed?
Yes.
And did you find that to be a recent occurrence or a long-term problem?
Well, initially, I thought it might be just related to the discovery of the affair, but as I learned subsequently, it had been a long-term condition for her for many, many years.
And what are the symptoms of the depression? How did it manifest itself?
Well, sleeplessness, withdrawal, sometimes bursts of anger, but kind of withdrawal from life, lots of sadness, tears.
And when you say sometimes bursts of anger, bursts of rage, is that one of the symptoms?
Well, when someone's depressed, they don't talk a lot, and so their feelings build up, and every now and then, in some people, those feelings emerge in bursts of anger or rage, as you said. That would be true.
Are those bursts of anger or rage always rational?
Could we clarify this discussion of general symptomology or specific to Mrs. Menendez?
With regard to Mrs. Menendez, did you find that these were symptoms that she manifested? The
Yes.
ones that you've described?
Yes.
Okay, and with regard to her, would the bursts of rage be rationally based, or would they just be spontaneous explosions?
With her, some
Objection, improper opinion.
Well,
Foundation.
sustained as to the form of the question. I think the witness used the phrase burst of anger.
Okay, bursts of anger. With regard to the bursts of anger, did you find that these would be rationally based, or would just be something else?
Objection, improper opinion.
You have to lay a foundation first.
Do you have information with regard to the symptoms that you've discussed?
yes.
And what information do you have with regard to the crying that you talked about?
Not the information itself, but how you got the information.
She told me about how she would have fits of crying, fits of anger, and the anger would be triggered by an event, and the response, or her anger, might be much more severe than the triggering event would have naturally caused.
You had information about her, not only from herself, but from her husband, is that
Yes.
correct? Did you find her to be an obsessive personality?
Yes.
And what was the basis for that opinion?
Well, the first meeting I had with her, she told me that she constantly read self-help books. And in our sessions together, she was very, very focused on her husband's affair, and it was very difficult for her to consider or discuss anything else.
And did she describe any efforts in connection with that affair? That struck you as
Yes, she
excessive?
did. Once she found out about it, she wanted to find out everything about it. She went through her husband's American Express card receipts from his office. She even flew to New York, and she told me that she stood outside the address of the woman he had the affair with and waited for her to come out onto the street so that she could see her. And then she walked past her so that she could see her up close. And she was constantly thinking about her and her husband, the affair with her.
Now, you saw her you had 16 sessions,
16
is that correct?
sessions.
And did she talk about this woman, Louise, in the first session?
Every time, every session.
Did she seem to be able to get beyond Louise and deal with any other issues?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question, please.
Was Louise and the affair the focus of every session you had with her?
It would have been if it had been her choice, and the attempts that I made to move to other areas were difficult for me to move to other areas. She kept going back to that issue.
Did she appear to be consumed by this affair?
Yes,
Did she appear to be consumed by her own pain?
yes,
You are a family counselor in
Yes.
part, is that correct? Did you form an opinion as to the effect of this on her as a parent?
yes, I thought about that. I thought that she was not available.
At this point, I move to strike the speculation on part of the witness, lack of foundation.
Sustain.
Based-
stricken.
Thank you. Based on your training and experience, having seen that she was depressed and obsessed and alcohol dependent and suicidal, were you able to form an opinion with regard to her availability as a parent?
Objection, improper opinion calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, that's one of the things that we're trained to do in family therapy. The actions of any member of a family impact all the other members of the family. And so it was natural for me to be concerned or to be interested in her availability to the other members of her family. She was so focused on Jose and the affair that she was not available to, I think at that time, one of her sons was living at home, and she was not available for that relationship.
Is one of the things that you look at in a family where the alliances are, who is connected to whom?
Yes, it is.
And what opinion, if any, did you form in that regard in this family?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained. Sustained.
Were you able to make a determination as to who was the most important person in the family to Kitty Menendez?
Yes,
And what was that?
Jose was.
Your Honor, move to strike as speculation on part of the witness. Improper opinion.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
So it would have been Jose rather than the children.
Oh, absolutely.
Is one of the things you look for in treating a patient whether they have any outside resources, relatives,
Yes.
family members, etc.?
Yes, in someone who's suicidal, that's one of the first things we do is to find out what the support systems are, family members or friendship.
And did you find that she had any support system outside the family in terms of either friends or relatives?
No, she had recently moved from New Jersey to California. She had said that she had no friends in California and no relatives here. So the only real support for her at that time appeared to be her husband.
And what about friends from Princeton, from where she'd moved? Did she indicate she had close relationships?
She said she had acquaintances, but she had really not formed close friendships with people in New Jersey, and certainly didn't want them to know about what was going on with her.
And you had her family history, so you knew that she had a number of living siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. Is that correct?
Yes, but she didn't feel that they would be supportive.
Did she indicate that she had confided her problems in them?
Objection calls for double hearsay.
Sustained.
Was Mrs. Menendez someone who was open about her problems, or was she very private?
Objection vague as to in general or with this witness.
Yeah, rephrase the question.
In your experience with her, did you find her to be a very private person?
Yes.
Did you find that public appearance was extremely important to her?
Very important to her, yes.
Did you discuss with her the option of divorce?
Yes.
And what was her position with regard to divorce?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
She told me that that was really out of the question. She did not want to consider that.
Why?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, rephrase the question. It does call for possibly a conclusion on the part of the witness, unless you phrase it as far as what she said.
All right, thank you. Did you discuss with her the advisability or the option of divorce?
Yes, we talked about the option of divorce.
And did she indicate to you what her feelings were in that regard?
Yes, she did not want to consider divorce. She stated that she loved her husband very much, although she was very angry with him, and that why should she divorce? She had no place to go.
And did she express any feelings with regard to what a divorce would say about her in the eyes of the community? In terms of whether it would be a personal failure of some sort? Or
Yes, it was important. Appearances were very important, and a divorce would have demonstrated that that family had failed. And that was important to her, that it not look that way.
that the family looked successful?
Yes,
And even if that meant staying in a very painful marriage?
yes.
Did she express to you any concerns with regard to her son Lyle and his girlfriends that struck you as inappropriate?
I think she said that Lyle was in Princeton at the time, and he had a girlfriend named Jamie, I think, that Kitty did not approve of, and she said that her husband also did not approve of her because she was older, and she said that she was taking him places sexually that he was not prepared to go, and that struck me as very odd.
Why?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with her whether, strike that, is part of the therapeutic session to try and get someone to understand if they have some views that maybe are not very healthy for them to have, or to try and let them look at things a little bit differently?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And if you hear something that seems inappropriate or unhealthy, do you try to point that out to them and deal with those issues with them so they can get a new perspective?
Sometimes. I did not do that in this case.
Why?
I saw it as odd, but it was part of the pattern of her character, and it fit with who she seemed to be, so I wasn't going to debate that with her or try to say anything else about that.
Why was it part of the pattern of her character?
Well, I think, again, the appearances of the family were very important, and this wasn't just her opinion, it was Jose's too, according to her, but what she said was this would not have been a suitable wife for the family. It would not have been a trophy for the family, and that's what they wanted to see in a daughter-in-law.
Because of the various conditions you diagnosed, did you determine whether she was the kind of person who would be crying all of the time, or would there be periods when she could function?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overall.
She cried a lot of the time, but she talked about the times she had to pull herself together to go someplace, to a soccer game or to a tennis match or to some kind of an event, and then she talked about how she would then return from that and then feel sad again, but she had to pull herself together for the appearances of the family.
So she could function?
Yes.
At times, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you met with Jose Menendez jointly with Kitty on 3 occasions and
Yes.
by himself on 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to make some determinations as to who he was?
Let's rephrase that.
Was it important to understand Jose Menendez in order to help Kitty Menendez?
Yes.
And did you attempt to do so?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you find him to be in
Let's rephrase that. Who he is was Jose Menendez, so you have to rephrase it.
What personality characteristics did you observe in him?
Okay. Well, he was a very, very strong personality, very bright, quick, very dominating. His presence was felt every instant that he was in the room. Very much in control of every situation in our sessions together.
How would he demonstrate that control? Would he yell and take control of the conversation, or what would he do?
Well, he would take control of the conversation, but also he would indicate his opinion with a look or a word, and Kitty would react to that very quickly.
Did you react to that?
At first I thought it was curious, and I would talk to him about that, and then it became very clear that once he made an opinion or a statement, that was a closed subject. He was not interested in discussing it or debating anything. So I came to learn that when he said something or looked a certain way, that the case was closed, or the conversation was closed for him.
And you said that you saw Kitty respond to these,
Yes.
one word or one look.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she respond immediately if he
Oh, yeah.
made a
As
gesture?
she began to say something, and I sensed that he didn't like what she was saying, he would look at her, or he would grunt or something non-verbally or slightly verbally, and she would stop. It was very controlled by him.
Did he strike you as someone who was emotional?
Maybe he had emotions, but I sure never saw them. He was very, very much in control of his emotions.
Now, when you talk about someone who's in control of their emotions, is part of what you look at whether they're going to make decisions based on emotion or not?
Yes.
And what was your opinion in that regard?
My opinion, he made decisions based on rationality, cognition, not emotions. Very unemotional decision maker.
Was saving the marriage important to him?
Objection, false or speculation?
Sustained.
Did you discuss with him whether he wanted to stay in the marriage or wanted it to end?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he wanted in that regard?
He wanted the marriage to continue.
Why?
Did he say why?
Did he say why?
Yes, he did.
Okay, what did he say?
He said that divorce was out of the question and that was ridiculous.
Why? What did he say he wanted out of the marriage? What did he want from Kitty Menendez?
He wanted a wife. And one of the conversations that we had was, what does that mean? And Kitty wanted to have a friendship as part of the marriage. And it was very clear to him that a friendship was something different from what a husband and a wife had. And what a wife was is somebody to be in the family and to take care of things.
Run the family?
Yeah, run the household. Yes.
Did Kitty seem to want more out of the relationship than that?
Absolutely.
Was he willing to give her that?
Objection, false or speculation?
Sustained.
Did he indicate whether he was willing to give her
Did he
more than
say that?
Did he say?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Did he say whether he was willing to meet her needs with regard to the love relationship she wanted?
He said he was not willing to work at being a friend with her, but was willing to work at keeping the marriage as husband and wife.
Was it a sort of a business arrangement he was describing?
Objection, false or speculation?
Sustained.
Was there any emotional content in the relationship he was describing?
For Kitty, yes. For him, maybe, but I didn't see it.
The last session you had, was it a joint session?
Yes, it was.
And did you indicate to them where you wanted to go with the therapy?
Yes. The immediate threat for suicide was over, and my recommendation to them was to begin to look at their relationship and the family relationships, to begin to build some trust between them, to build some cooperation between them, and then to look at their family relationships.
And when you talk about family relationships, would you be talking about the relationships between Kitty and Jose and their relationships with their children, with their two sons?
My rationale, yes. Primary relationship would have been between the husband and wife, and once that begins to improve, the relationship with the children would then follow, or could then follow. But the primary purpose for me was to work on their relationship as husband and wife.
Okay. But did you indicate to them that you wanted to explore their relationships with their children as well? When you talk about exploring family issues?
No, I don't think I did. I may have thought it. I don't remember if I said it or not.
Okay, so you think you just expressed it in terms of exploring family issues?
I said family issues, yes.
Did they ever come back?
They never came back.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
Dr. Cox, you've been in practice then since 1976?
Yes.
And you've treated a number of married couples, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Dr. Cox, is it unusual for a woman who's been married for 24 years to be depressed over the fact that her husband's had an 8-year-long affair?
No.
And when someone is trying to recover from that particular kind of trauma, does the presence of the offending spouse within the household regenerate feelings of betrayal?
Yes.
So in other words, if you throw the guilty party out and recover, it's easier, isn't it, than if you continue in the relationship and wonder every day, is he going to betray me again? Wouldn't you agree?
If you thought you could rebuild your life by leaving, then yes. If you thought that your life would be over by leaving, then no.
And Mrs. Menendez very much wanted to stay in the marriage, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your assessment of Mr. Menendez, he, for his own reasons, wanted to continue in the marriage as well.
Yes.
Now, when you saw Mrs. Menendez, I believe you indicated there were 16 times total. The first session would have been on the 29th of October. So that would have been 7 years ago today of 1986, correct?
Yes.
And that was the very first time you saw her?
Yes.
She was a referral from back east.
Right.
And how long were the sessions that you had with her?
1 hour.
Then I believe I think the last session was February the 3rd of 1987? Is that
Yes,
correct?
that sounds correct.
And 3 of the 16 sessions you had were joint sessions with Mr. Menendez, correct?
Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
joint sessions with both of them, correct?
Yes.
And then you had 1 session with him alone?
Yes.
So you actually only had 12 sessions with Mrs. Menendez alone?
Yes.
All right, and that would have been then 12 hours alone with Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you saw her, was she there voluntarily, or was she there because of a court order or some other kind of force? In other words, did she come in of her own free will, or was she forced to come in?
She was urged to come by her previous therapist in New Jersey.
Okay, but to your knowledge, he didn't have any means of forcing her?
No, she called and made the appointment on her own.
And when Mr. Menendez came to see you, did it appear to you that he walked in under his own free will, or was he in handcuffs or some other form of force?
He came because I called him the day before and said, "Your wife is talking about committing suicide, and I'd like to see you."
And so he came?
Yes.
Okay. And did he give you any problems about coming the next day? In other words, did he say
No. He was very cooperative.
Okay, so he didn't say, "I've got a business meeting, I'm too busy, deal with it yourself."
No, he said, "I've got a business meeting. Can we change the time?"
But he came in?
Yes.
Right. And that would have been, do you recall the first occasion that you saw Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
What date was it? Do you recall?
If you'd like me to look at my notes, I can tell
Certainly.
you. Right.
Do you have the notes? I have them.
I have them. I have them here.
Okay.
On November 6th, 1986.
All right, and I believe you indicated that the reason that you called him is because you were fearful. Is that correct? That Mrs. Menendez was in a very bad state.
I knew she was in a very bad state,
All right.
yes.
Did you get her permission to call him, or did you do it on your own?
I told her that because of her state that I was going to invite her husband to come. And then I called him and talked to him about my fear, yes, that she was suicidal and that she might indeed kill herself.
I believe you indicated that by February the 3rd of 1987, which was your last session, that you felt that the immediate threat of suicide had passed. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. I have to finish the question, otherwise the court reporter is going to have a very tough time. Okay, Dr. Cox? So about what time was it that you felt that the suicide threat had passed, if you recall, in between the 29th of October and the 3rd of February?
Objection to state's testimony.
Rephrase the question.
You indicated by the 3rd of February of 1987 that you felt that the threat had passed.
Objection to state's testimony.
Overruled.
Would that be a fair summarization of your testimony?
I'd say that the threat had lessened. The threat came and went during the time that I had seen her, but it had lessened at that time.
Now, you talked about the fact that in discussing her suicide ideas with you, that her primary focus was not on her sons. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as you know, she never did commit suicide, correct? Right?
Right.
And and as long as you were treating her, she did not.
That's correct. She did not commit suicide
Right.
while I was treating her, yes.
And so she was talking to you about these things that she was thinking about, correct?
Yes.
Now, in regards to this, you said she was obsessive, and that one of the things you found her obsessive about was the affair of her husband, correct?
Yes.
As a family counselor, could you describe to me a healthy, normal response of a woman to finding out that her husband of 24 years has had an 8-year affair? What should a woman do that's normal and healthy?
There's no right answer to that question.
Now, were you aware of the fact that during the period of time that Mrs. Menendez saw you, you were aware she hadn't many friends, correct?
Right.
She had no family members she felt she could turn to aside from her husband.
Right?
Were you aware of whether or not she was employed outside of the home?
I believe she was not.
Did you have any indication that she had anything in her life, aside from her family, to affirm her sense of well-being?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was the remodeling of their house.
All right, and were you aware that at times she had difficulty with the remodeling process?
Yes.
And frustrations over the remodeling process?
Yes.
All right. So aside from the remodeling of her house and her family, were you aware of any other activities or events that were life-affirming for Kitty Menendez during the period of time you treated her?
No.
This was a woman who was fairly alone. Would you say that would be correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember referring to your notes of the 17th of December of '86? Could you look at those notes, please, for a moment?
I'm sorry, what's this?
December the 17th of '86.
Yes.
All right, let's wait till council gets hers. Do you see the first entry under those notes, which is that excited about Lyle arriving tonight?
Yes.
Do you recall that Mrs. Menendez, when she talked to you on the 17th of December of '86, was in fact excited about the return of her son from Princeton?
Yes.
Okay, so she did speak about her son, Lyle, at least once in positive terms during the period of time that you saw her.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did she ever speak positively about her other son in your presence, if you recall?
I think so.
Now, are you aware, of Mrs. Menendez's state of mind on August the 20th of 1989?
I'm going to address this question.
You understand the question?
1989, no.
Okay, Dr. Cox.
After I saw her,
Answer the question on it as argumentative.
Overruled. Your answer. You were in the process of
would
answering the
you
question.
repeat the question, please?
Dr. Cox, August the 20th, 1989 is the night that Kitty Menendez died.
Oh,
Do you know what she was thinking the night she died?
no.
Do you know if she was taking drugs that night?
No.
Do you know if she had anything to drink that night?
No.
In fact, the last time you ever saw her was on the 3rd of February of 1987. Is that correct?
I think so. That's correct.
And I believe you indicated that you talked to her during that session about working on some family issues and that you never saw her again.
Correct.
Were you made aware of the fact that she saw a different therapist shortly after leaving you?
Was I made aware of that?
Yeah. Were you aware of the fact that in approximately March of 1987, Mrs. Menendez went to see a different therapist?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Any redirect?
Yes. Dr. Cox, you indicated that when you thought that Kitty Menendez was an immediate suicide risk, you called Jose Menendez and asked to see him the next day.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And he had to change the time, but he did come in the next day. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Was he concerned about her killing herself?
Yes.
And if the threat wasn't death, but merely her pain, did he seem to share an equal amount of concern?
Objection. Calls for conclusion and bail.
Sustained.
How did you determine that he was concerned about her killing herself?
Well, he responded immediately. He came in, and he was very cooperative.
Okay. Now, with regard to her non-life-threatening issues that were merely painful for her, did he demonstrate the same degree of concern?
No, he didn't. While there was an active threat, he was very concerned about eliminating that threat of suicide. And he asked my advice on what he should do about that. And we talked about staying with her and talking to her and being available to her. When that threat was lessening, then he became less available and was not so solicitous then.
Did he appear to share the same concerns that Kitty Menendez did with regard to public image?
Yes.
You were asked about the threat, the fact that the threat had lessened, but you referred to the fact that the suicide threat would come and go.
Yes.
Is that unusual? In patients, that they'd be suicidal, they'd get a little better, then they would get suicidal again? Is that a fairly common?
That's not unusual.
Excuse me. Mrs. Bozanich asked you if she had any life-affirming activities outside of her family. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you mentioned the remodeling of the house.
Yes.
Is one of the things that you suggest to depressed patients is that they get involved in other things, they
Yes.
exercise or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we talked about that, and I, in fact, called her physician, her medical physician, to ask him to discuss physical exercise with her, and he said that he had done that.
Now, Mrs. Bozanich asked you about the family being life-affirming. Did Mrs. Menendez seem to look to her children as a source of life-affirming qualities?
I don't know.
When she described...
Have you finished your answer?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Let me ask you this. Who was the most important person in her life?
Jose.
And is that who she needed approval from
Yes.
and love from?
Yes, absolutely.
Did her sons seem to be of anywhere near the equal importance to Jose in her life?
No. They're,
An improper opinion is described.
Overruled. You may complete your answer.
no, they're by far secondary to that, and they were important to her in that they provided the appearance of a family and success. And their success was important to her because it reflected on the success of the family.
Okay. But she didn't describe a close emotional relationship with either of her children?
No.
Is it typical of people who are depressed that they have difficulty in getting involved in emotional relationships, having the energy to make that kind of connection?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Is there a connection between being depressed and being emotionally unavailable?
Yes. Many people who are depressed withdraw from interpersonal relations, and they are unavailable to those around them. Yes.
And were you able to make any determination as to whether that was the condition with Mrs. Menendez and her son, that her own problems got in the way of having a relationship?
Yes. She was very withdrawn from her children.
And did you have the impression that this was a recent phenomena or one of long standing?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You indicated that that you believed she had been depressed for a long time.
Yes.
Would you expect that this emotional condition, this emotional unavailability would have been a component of that depression that she had experienced for a long time?
Yes.
And when you say a long time, are you talking about it was 6 months before she got to California, or are you suggesting that it went back much further?
Objection calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question.
What is your definition of long-standing with regard
In this case, it was all her life.
I have nothing further.
All right, anything else?
Yes. Dr. Cox, do people choose to be depressed?
It's an interesting question. Maybe some do.
Okay, are there chemical components to depression as well, biological components to depression?
It can be, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
My name is Warden Emory.
Could you spell your full name?
WARDENHAMLINEMORY.
And sir, could you tell us your business or occupation?
I'm a psychiatric physician.
And how long have you been a physician?
About 25 years.
And have you always specialized in psychiatry?
Yes.
And have you practiced in the state of California for 25 years?
No, approximately 21 years.
And back in 1987, can you tell me where you were practicing medicine?
Thousand Oaks, California.
And in connection with your practice, did you have some duties at Westlake Community Hospital
Yes, I did.
in Westlake Village, California?
Yes.
And on or about November 8th, 1987, did you have occasion to attend to a patient by the name of Kitty Menendez?
I would need to see a copy of my consult in order to answer that question.
Could I approach you?
I did attend to Ms. Menendez, but I don't have a copy of my consult.
All right, you may approach.
Thank you. Show you what you've been marked as exhibit number 336. Shows some medical records from Westlake Community Hospital.
Yes, this is the event in which I met Ms. Menendez.
And exhibit number 336 are the hospital records from Westlake Community Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And showing you exhibit number 337, are those some notes from your office which relate to follow-up visits which you had with Mrs. Menendez?
Yes, they are.
And when she was admitted to Westlake Community Hospital on November 8th, what was the admitting diagnosis according to the first page of those medical records?
Acute Xanax and alcohol ingestion, depression.
And did the medical records, were those records reviewed by you before you saw Mrs. Menendez?
I generally review everything before I interview a patient.
And where was she when you actually saw her?
She was in the intensive care unit of the hospital.
And was she alone or with someone else? I don't mean...
I do not recall whether her husband was there when I walked in. I do recall while I was in the intensive care unit, I do recall his being present some of the time, and but whether he was present when I walked in or before I saw her, I don't remember.
And you were called in to do a psychiatric consultation with her after she had been admitted for this?
That is correct.
Xanax?
That is correct.
All right. And did you write in the medical records your own observations and impressions and diagnosis?
That is correct.
Could you tell a jury what you wrote, if you can read that portion of the records?
Shall I read
Yes, if
what
you could.
I wrote?
And then I'm going to ask you some questions about what you wrote.
Yes. Psychiatric consultation noon, 11/8/87. This 43-year-old female has a greater than 1 year history of dysthymic disorder and panic attacks for which she is being treated with imipramine 50 milligrams 3 times a day and Xanax 1 milligram 3 times a day and 1 milligram at bedtime. She took an excessive amount, 6, of Xanax, and again another 6. Was not suicidal. She is alert, oriented, and cognitively intact. She is not self-harmful, and there is no reason to keep her in the hospital. She is having breakthrough anxiety due to low tricyclic antidepressant level, impression on axis 1 dysthymic disorder, on axis 1 panic disorder, axis 2 suspect personality disorder. Suggest she should try Sinequan or amitriptyline, and the Xanax dose should be tapered, or switch her to Klonopin, which has a longer half-life.
All right. Your diagnostic impressions were, first of all, how do you say that word?
Dysthymic.
Thank you. What is that disorder?
That's a phenomenologically, or using a description of behavior, which is the entire diagnostic system on which psychiatry and psychology are based. Dysthymic disorder is considered a moderate level of depression.
And you also had an impression of panic disorder.
Yes.
Which tell the jury what that is.
Panic disorder is an anxiety disorder in which a person has, for greater than 2 weeks, episodes of sudden onset of fear, a sense of impending doom, possibly a feeling that they might die, and symptoms such as tachycardia.
What is that?
Rapid pulse rate, rapid heartbeat, some gastrointestinal symptoms, basically the vegetative symptoms which are ordinarily controlled become or feel not out of control, so that one is not able possibly to sleep. One has rapid pulse intermittently. One feels that one is going to die, have a heart attack and die.
And you also had the impression or wrote suspect personality disorder. Could you tell the jury what a personality disorder is and why you suspected that?
My usage of that term at that time would be the same as my usage of it now. A personality trait disturbance or a personality disturbance in our nomenclature indicates a person's behavior is characteristically fixed and is in a long-standing way either excessively odd, excessively angry, or excessively fear-ridden. So we have the odd, the angry, and the fearful. And we use the term personality trait disturbance or personality disorder, or I use it, to denote a person whose characteristic behaviors, and those behaviors obviously are a result of the way they think, their priorities, their emotional coping styles, their philosophy, etc. Their characteristic behaviors is rigid or fixed and does not change or adapt when the situation may require more rational approach to a circumstance that is different and therefore requires some sort of alternative behavior.
All right. And why in this particular case did you have an impression of a suspect personality disorder?
I was concerned about that because I noted when I took the history that Mrs. Menendez was trivializing her circumstance, her overdose, or it appeared to me that she was. I noted that during some of the time while I was there, while I was writing notes, while I was talking to the nurses, that she seemed quite frightened. There was an interaction between her and her husband, which resulted in both of them wanting her to leave as soon as possible. They did sign out against medical advice. There was a sense, in my opinion, that she was not being honest. And when I find that a person is making me feel that they're not candid and forthright, I have a concern about character disorder or personality disorder, and so I wrote it on the Axis 2.
And was there also an indication in the medical records that Mrs. Menendez was trying to sneak some pills above and beyond what was prescribed for her? On the
Yes, yes. There is a note here on the emergency room form. Do not give patient her own medications, her own meds. Attempts to put more pills in mouth when I was not looking.
And that's a nurse's note?
That is a nurse's note. The time was, I believe it was like 1:37 a.m. in the morning, something like that.
right, you also wrote in the notes that she is having breakthrough anxiety due to low tricyclic antidepressant level. What does that mean?
That was a supposition on my part. I had never met this person. My task there was to do a focused consultation, not to get the person's entire life. One cannot do that in a focused consultation. And my purpose was to make some sort of triage recommendation, triage decisions and recommendations. And actually, I did recommend to her and her husband that she be transferred to a psychiatric unit for several days for purpose of stabilization. The notice of my document about breakthrough was based on the notion that she might be one of these people who, if she had been prescribed more effective antidepressant medication, would not be having persistent panic attacks or anxiety attacks. That was, we know that people with panic disorder have much in common with more characteristically, classically depressed people, and therefore if we treat the person adequately with an antidepressant, some of patients with panic disorder do better, and their panic and anxiety diminishes or lyses. It terminates, it ends, it disappears.
Now, you said, doctor, that she checked out against medical advice. Is that correct?
Neither she nor he were willing to follow medical advice, and Dr. Masterson, his dictated workup here indicates, I believe, that she signed out against medical advice. Let me see if I can find it. I think we're missing a page, but I do recall that.
All right, and is there also an indication in the records that Mr. Menendez was demanding to see Dr. Masterson?
Production calls for hearsay.
Overall.
I will participate with you in a pursuit of that. Can you help me? Yes. Patient and husband angry about, I cannot read that word, state, quote, "Who is this Dr. Masterson, question mark. He is not our physician. If there is a form I need to sign, give it to me, we're leaving," unquote. AMA form signed by patient and husband. Patient dressed and left ICU with husband.
So she did check out against medical advice with the participation of her husband.
That is correct.
All right. Now, did you continue to see Mrs. Menendez after the date of November 8th,
Yes,
1987?
I did. She requested that I follow the medications which had been prescribed by a previous professional, and I did so. For approximately, I think, about 8 months, 9 months.
When was the last time you saw her?
My last note here is 10/3/88.
And is it true that during the period from November of 87 to October of 88, you were prescribing medication for her?
That is correct.
And did the medication dosage increase over that period of time?
Yes.
And what was the medication you were prescribing for her?
I was giving her Xanax, or 0.5 milligram 3 times a day and 2 milligrams at bedtime in the beginning. So that would be 3.5 milligrams of Xanax a day, and tofranil or imipramine 50 milligrams 4 times a day. And those were the 2 agents that I believe that she had been using when I first saw her in the hospital. And then, over the course of time, I increased the imipramine or Fenno, it's the same medicine, up to 300 milligrams and 375 milligrams a day in order to, again, try to achieve a therapeutic level of the imipramine, the antidepressant.
Could you indicate to the juries whether that's a high dosage that you ended up with, a medium, low dosage?
That's a much higher dosage than the average person requires, and yet I had a therapeutic level in the blood at that dosage. So it's not how much you take, it's how much you absorb.
And could you explain to the juries just in general what those drugs do when you take those drugs at those dosages, in terms of the effects that they have on a person?
They have different effects on different people. For me to go into a discourse about what these drugs do, in general, the imipramine raises 2 neurotransmitters, mainly in the central nervous system that have to do with mood, serotonin and norepinephrine. Has to do with mood, maintenance of mood, and the Xanax is a so-called minor tranquilizer, which is an inhibitory medicine and inhibits and diminishes the fight-flight response, the emergency fight-flight response that is at the basis of anxiety.
And are there any side effects to those drugs?
They may be.
Such as?
If they're excessively prescribed, or if first of all, if one has some idiosyncratic or unusual side effect, one could have an allergy to the medications, be unable to take them. One can become increasingly violent as a result of benzodiazepine usage, increasingly labile. One can have...
what does that mean, labile?
Shifting, an incontinence of mood. Just like you can be incontinent of urine, you can be incontinent of mood. So you get lability, you're up and down. There can be a whole host of side effects. You can become groggy, you can be excessively sedated, tunted on either of these medications.
Doctor, you saw Mrs. Menendez from November of '87 to October of '88, and during that time period, could you just in general indicate how long the sessions were when you saw her and just the regularity of the visits?
My notes would show that I saw her on 11/11/87, again a week later, 11/20/87, in December, twice, in January, twice, February, and then March, and then not again until October of '88.
And during those sessions, were you attempting to find out the source of Mrs. Menendez's problems?
I was not functioning as a therapist. I was functioning as a psychiatrist, and I was just doing the medical aspect of her treatment. I met with her approximately 15 to 20 minutes each time. And that was after an initial hour meeting with her on 11/11/87, and that was after an hour with her, or maybe longer, hour and 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes in the intensive care unit the first time. What struck me about this person was that she seemed inordinately more distressed than many people I usually see with these diagnoses. I could never understand her level of professed distress. Most people with it.
At this time, there's no question.
All right, your next question.
Doctor, the diagnosis which you originally gave, that is the panic disorder, suspect personality disorder, those were and the other disorder, which I cannot pronounce, those were your initial impressions in this instance, correct?
Along with suspect some character trait or character pathology, yes.
All right. And did your impressions change over time as you continued to see Mrs. Menendez?
No.
And could you tell the juries why you maintained the diagnostic impressions which you originally had when you first saw her?
The question is vague as to what you mean by why.
You explain to the juries why you formed and maintained the diagnostic impressions which you did form.
We've already said why he formed the initial impressions. Are you asking, did anything occur that caused him to change those initial impressions?
I'm asking why, let me rephrase the question. Doctor, by the end of your consultation with Mrs. Menendez in November of 1988, you held the same opinions as to her diagnosis as you did when you first saw her, correct?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain why you maintain the same diagnosis after seeing her for the period of time that you saw her?
You understand the question?
I don't know what I'm now supposed to do.
Okay, then you'll have to ask a different question.
Well, are you, doctor, when you say you don't know what you're supposed to do you understand the question?
I can answer your question, but I'm hearing that I shouldn't answer your question.
Right.
No, I asked you a question. The question was, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay.
You can answer.
Thank you. Don't want to do anything I'm not supposed to. I queried Mrs. Menendez on each occasion about why she seemed to be in persistent distress. And I never received an answer that made me able to explain her level of distress. I remember on one occasion talking to her therapist, who also could not give me any explanation. And again, it was my opinion that here was a woman who apparently had some kind of marital problem, or which I thought that was the difficulty, but was unable to extricate herself from it, and unable to shift and do what apparently needed to be done in order for her to improve her circumstance. And her lack of ability to make appropriate alterations with the 1+ history that I had prior to her coming to me, and this was her own admission, and then the additional time she spent with my medicating her, that is the reason why I would still aver that I suspected personality trait or personality disorder.
Can I have one moment? Did Mrs. Menendez also have an inability to discuss with you the nature of her problems?
Yes.
Did she appear to you to be secretive during the time that you consulted with her?
Objection, improper opinion given the foundation.
Sustained, the answer stricken.
Was Mrs. Menendez forthcoming with the details concerning the nature of her problem when you consulted with?
No,
I have objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, the answer no will stand.
Thank you. And did you make attempts to draw her out as to the nature of her problems?
yes,
Is that what you do as a psychiatrist?
sometimes.
And doctor, are you familiar with a drug called Prozac?
Yes.
Could you tell the juries what that drug does? Just in general, as an
Prozac is a
antidepressant?
selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, or called SSRI as an acronym. It therefore raises the serotonin in the interneural synaptic cleft, or the space between neurons. It raises the serotonin, therefore
What is its purpose? Just generally, what does it do?
it's an antidepressant.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, cross-examination.
Dr. Emory, then the first time you saw Mrs. Menendez, you took a history from her that took you about an hour and 20 minutes, I think was your testimony. Is that correct?
I'm sure I was there between an hour and an hour and 20 minutes. I'm not sure exactly how long. Usually those consultations require that.
All right, and that was in an emergency room setting, is that correct?
No,
Well, it was certainly after she'd been admitted to the emergency
it
room.
was in the ICU, intensive care unit.
And then I believe you indicated that you saw her again on the 11th of November of 1987 for approximately 1 hour. Is that correct? And I think you might need to refer to your notes of her patient visits.
I don't remember the amount of time precisely, but generally when a patient comes in to my office for the first time, I generally see them for approximately an hour's time.
I believe you indicated that after that first session on the 11th of November, you saw her again on November the 20th of 87, 2 times in December of 87, 2 times in January of 88, I believe, but I'm not sure that you indicated 1 time in February.
Yes.
1 time in March,
Yes,
and 1 time in October of 88.
yes,
And so those particular sessions after the first one were for a period of time of about 15 minutes, is that correct?
correct.
And you were not there to provide her therapy, were you? You were there to monitor and maintain her dosage of medication in conjunction with psychological therapy she was receiving from Dr. Summerfield, correct?
Correct.
And so you would have seen her, aside from the first 2 times that you ever saw her, approximately 8 times for 15 minutes, correct?
Approximately.
Now, do you remember being interviewed by a defense investigator in this case regarding your impressions of Mrs. Menendez? A defense investigator named Cynthia Erdely?
Yes,
And did you indicate to Ms. Erdely that Kitty was not truly a mentally ill person, such as psychotic or neurotic, but she was anguished? Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like something you said about Mrs. Menendez?
I think I've been misquoted.
All right, may I approach, please, and show him the report?
Yes.
Should I? Dr. Emory, the pain portion of the investigation. Well, do you remember, you don't remember
No.
saying anything of this sort?
I remember the phone interview, but this is not an accurate representation of what I said.
Now, did you find that Mrs. Menendez was in fact mentally ill?
That is too nonspecific a term. I don't know what it means.
All right, well, I don't either. So, did you diagnose her as being psychotic?
No,
Did you diagnose her as being, having a multiple personality disorder or anything of that
no.
sort?
She had 2 types of phenomena, in my opinion.
And those are the phenomena you've already described for Mr. Bird on your direct examination, correct?
Yes, a 1 level is a neurotic level of dysfunction. which is the dysthymic disorder and the panic disorder. The second was my concern and my suspicion that there was a personality trait or personality disorder.
Now, I believe you indicated that over a period of time that you saw her, that you prescribed Xanax for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Xanax is is that an antidepressant, or is that just, what is Xanax specifically?
It's a GABA-aminobutyric acid inhibitor.
Okay.
So it functions as an anxiolytic. It's an anti-anxiety medicine.
What's the smallest dosage of Xanax that a person can take?
The present nomenclature, the present denomination is 0.25 milligram.
And that is the smallest dosage?
Yes.
All right. And do people build up a tolerance to Xanax?
Those for whom it is appropriately indicated, generally not.
Is Xanax the type of drug that one can cease taking without being weaned off of it?
No.
Okay, and when someone is weaned off of Xanax, in what dosages is one weaned off of it?
One should generally be very slow in weaning a person from any kind of benzodiazepine such as Xanax. You should let yourself take about a fourth of the time that the person was on it in order to wean them off of it.
Now, when you interviewed Mrs. Menendez on the 7th of November of 1987, did you consult with her treating psychologist before rendering your diagnosis of her?
No.
Okay, so this was just all done from your observations of her and your questions of her in that hour to hour and 20 minutes first impression, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any idea of what kind of drugs, if any, Mrs. Menendez was taking on August the 20th of 1989? The day that she died?
No.
And you hadn't seen her since October of 1988, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you have no idea of what, if any, kind of medication she was on during the whole year of 1989, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Dr. Emory, you did not consult with Dr. Summerfield before you wrote your initial impressions. At some point in time, did you consult with him?
Yes, there was a phone call that I either made to him or he made to me, and I do not remember which of those two. But there was a phone call in which we discussed her.
And did you specifically discuss Kitty Menendez's secretiveness in terms of her not being able to explain her problems to you or to Dr. Summerfield?
Objection calls for hearsay beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained.
This is for the non-hearsay purpose of supporting his diagnosis.
Objection sustained. It's beyond the scope.
Doctor, you said that Kitty Menendez was not psychotic, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that truly mentally ill people, that is, psychotics, don't know why they feel the way that they do?
Objection
They can't explain it?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was Kitty Menendez able to explain to you why she felt the way that she did?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overall.
You can answer.
She gave me her explanations to the best of her ability, but I was not able to comprehend because they were couched in physical complaint terms without sufficient data relevant to her life. So I never felt that I really had obtained the information necessary to really understand her. That I would say someone is, if you want to use the word secretive, or the information just wasn't there. You could probably use other adjectives to explain how one felt. When you're not getting the information that you're seeking, it could be various reasons for it. The woman never was able to articulate, other than there was some problem with her husband. I'm certain that I asked specific questions. I tried to get her to give me more data, but I never got it.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That's all I have.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
Students, pediatric residents, family practice residents, OBGYN residents, and in our hospital, as well as physicians in the community about sexual abuse and physical abuse.
And can you tell me what the hospital scan team does? What its function
The
is?
scan team's function is to review problematic cases of child abuse and neglect, problematic as far as diagnosis or intervention and treatment, and to manage the paperwork for all cases, whether they be problematic or not.
Okay, so that, if I'm correct, a child who is suspected or who has reported being abused sexually is brought to the hospital for examination by members of your team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you or members of your team will undertake a physical examination of a child to see whether or not there are physical findings that support the reports of abuse.
That's correct.
Now, aside from your work at the King Drew Medical Center with the hospital scan team, do you hold any positions on committees concerned with sexual abuse of children?
Well, I'm a member of the California Association of Professionals, CAPSAC. I can't remember the full name of the organization. The eponym is CAPSAC. I am a member of the LA County Sexual Abuse Examiners group that meets every other month to review cases review the physical findings in child abuse and neglect.
Do you work with the coroner's office in any capacity?
I was one of the founding members of the Coroner's Death Review Committee, but I wrote the original protocols for review of child death in Los Angeles County, but I'm not currently active in that committee.
Okay, but you have served on that committee in the past.
That's correct.
And are you also a member of the AAP Child Abuse Committee?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Child Abuse Committee.
Now, have you testified on prior occasions, Dr. English, as an expert in the area of the physical effects of sexual abuse of children?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you testified in court as an expert?
Between 100 and 150 times.
And have you testified as an expert in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the criminal cases that you've testified in, what percentage of those cases have you appeared as a witness for the prosecution?
I would say about 90% of those cases.
So in the cases in which you appear as an expert witness for the prosecution, are those cases in which a person, a defendant, is being charged with sexually abusing children or a child?
Generally, yes.
Okay, and generally, does the prosecution call you as a witness to testify as to any physical findings concerning the crimes that have been charged against a defendant?
Yes.
Have you testified from time to time for the defense in criminal cases?
Yes.
And approximately what percentage of the times that you've testified in criminal cases have you testified as a witness for the defense?
In criminal cases, approximately 10%.
Now, you've told us that your job is, part of your job is to examine children who report sexual abuse to see if there are physical findings consistent with their reports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you also examine children who report to be the victims of sodomy?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately, if you can tell us, how many children do you examine a year who report that they have been sodomized?
Between 75 and 100, personally.
And aside from those that you examine personally, do you supervise or review medical records of other children who report having been victims of sodomy?
Yes.
And approximately how many cases like that do you review but not personally see?
Approximately the same number that are reviewed.
Okay, now when you say that you examine 75 to 100 children a year, what age group are you talking about?
The vast majority of the individuals I examine are under the age of 12 with allegations of sodomy.
And in addition to your personal experience, are you also familiar with the the literature regarding the physical effects of sodomy on children?
Yes.
Now, Dr. English, is the timing of an examination for the physical findings of a child who reports sodomy a significant factor? That is when you see the child important?
Yes.
Okay, and why is it important?
It's important because the likelihood of finding physical changes drops off dramatically in child sexual abuse cases that involve sodomy. Of the number that I see each year that have positive physical findings, I would say a good 30% of those I have examined within 2 or 3 days of the event. So, and in view of the fact that there's a very small percentage that have any physical changes, I would, in the majority of children I see at some significant distance from the event, time-wise, I would have to conclude that the timing is very important, and the closer proximity to the actual event, the more likely there are to be physical changes.
Okay, and when you say closer proximity, do you mean within days, months?
I mean within days. I mean within a few days.
Okay, you mentioned a figure of 30% that of the children that you examine within a period of days of the event.
Yes, of the total number of children that I examine that have histories of sodomy, approximately between 5 and 10% have physical changes. Now, if you look at the total percentage of children, if you look at the total number of sodomy cases that I see, the vast majority, on the order of 90% plus of those children, more like 95% of those children, are seen at some time significantly removed from the alleged events, on the order of weeks to months. In the group that are positive, about 30% of those have been seen within a very few days of the alleged event. So I have to conclude that the time relationships are extremely important.
Okay, and why is that? Is there something about the anus that makes this timing important?
Well, there's something about any area that's injured, but the anus in particular, first of all, the anus passes large objects as a routine thing in the course of its functions. Secondly, it has mucous membranes that heal very quickly on the inner part of the anus, so that the combination of the fact that it's commonly sustains trauma, passing stool, and the fact that it heals so quickly means that you're not likely to see any physical changes. It's a very pliable organ. It can pass a substantially large object without sustaining that much trauma, and the trauma heals very quickly.
Dr. English, have you had available to read any portions of Erik Menendez's testimony concerning the sexual abuse that he suffered, or acts of sodomy actually, by his father that occurred from time to time between the ages of 12 and 18 years?
I have.
Okay. And
did you also conduct a physical examination of Erik Menendez for evidence of any anal scarring or changes or findings that would be abnormal or consistent with having been sodomized from time to time by his father between the age of 12 and 18 years?
I did.
And did you, what did you see?
I saw no physical changes that could be identified as indicative of prior sodomy.
And when did you conduct this examination?
It was in August of 1993. I don't remember the specific date.
And this was at the Los Angeles County Jail?
Yes, it was.
Were your findings upon a physical examination of Erik Menendez consistent with what you would expect to see given your experience with examining children who have been victims of sodomy?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, you wouldn't expect to see significant changes to his anal area, scarring or anything like that, given the history that was reported in Erik's testimony.
That's correct.
Let me ask you, Dr. English, if you were to have seen Erik Menendez within 3 days of the occasion on which his father first sodomized him at age 12, might you have been able to see some physical findings of that act?
I think might is a fair statement. Would have been more likely.
Okay.
Yes.
You first examined Erik Menendez in 1993. Would it have made any difference if you had examined him, say, in 1989? That is, would it be more likely that you would see evidence at that point in
It
time?
probably wouldn't have made any difference.
Dr. English, are you familiar with something called a colposcope?
Yes.
What is a colposcope?
A colposcope is a medical instrument originally developed for examining the female cervix that has a light attached and a magnification system. And many colposcopes also have cameras attached for recording the findings. They've been used for the better part of the last decade for evaluation of child sexual abuse cases. They are principally used for the evaluation of the genital findings in female children. They have been used for the evaluation of anal findings, but with much less success. And I believe that most people would consider using them, but they don't seem to be as valuable in the evaluation of anal findings, other than that they provide a magnification and they provide an opportunity to record the event if they have a camera attached.
Okay.
And virtually everybody that uses them for evaluation of child sexual abuse, of course, does have a camera attached.
Okay. And is that an instrument that you felt is necessary to use in examining Erik Menendez in this case?
No, I didn't believe it was necessary.
Dr. English, have you had access to certain medical records of Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And do those medical records show that from time to time as a child he was taken to the doctor for various and sundry reasons?
Yes.
Based on your review of those medical records, does it appear to you that he was ever given as a child any examination of a type that would be likely to disclose evidence of anal scarring or changes caused by acts of sodomy?
No.
Back in the 1970s, would you say that the medical community was as aware of or as sensitive to the problems of sexual abuse of children as they are now?
No.
Did you see any indication in Erik Menendez's medical records of an injury to his throat area?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach Your Honor with Exhibit 299?
Yes.
Thank you. A document that's been marked Exhibit 299 appears to be some typewritten medical records about Erik Menendez. Does that document indicate that there was an injury to the throat of Erik Menendez sometime in 1977?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically does the medical record indicate was injured?
The direct quote is hurt posterior pharynx, uvula, and soft palate. Senior emergency room, Princeton Medical Center.
Okay.
Healing well, symptomatic treatment. Actually, it was seen the day before, and this is the follow-up note.
Okay. Now, is there is the report of injury in that medical record that's before you is 299? Is that consistent with, or could that be caused by child sexual abuse, in your opinion?
Yes, could be.
And what, do you have any opinion as to what type of child sexual abuse could have resulted in that particular complaint?
Oral copulation.
Okay. In examining Erik Menendez in August of 1993, did you notice that he had a scar on his left inner knee?
Yes.
And did that appear to be a wound that had been unsutured, that is, it had gone untreated, unstitched?
Yes.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Any examination on behalf of Lyle Menendez?
Doctor, do I understand you to say that of the roughly 75 to 100 cases that you personally see annually, that only 5 to 10% of those cases show any physical findings? Those are all cases involving allegations of sodomy?
That's correct.
And how do you know that that group of cases in any one year are in fact cases involving sodomy, as opposed to someone who's just making allegations?
That's a good question. A percentage of those cases that have independent corroboration. I've not personally been involved with any that involved independent corroboration in the form of videotapes. But independent confessions on the part of the perpetrators occur in maybe 5% of cases. And in those cases, the numbers aren't any different in terms of findings. If you are to look at the credibility of the history based on knowledge of child development, the description of the child, I'm talking about cases in which that credibility appears to be present. So I'm essentially going on the basis of the report of the child in the majority of cases.
And in other words, this 75 to 100 cases are cases where you personally are making some determination that these appear to be credible reports of sodomy.
That's correct.
And in a certain group of those cases, those credible reports are corroborated by other information, such as confessions of perpetrators.
Correct.
And even in those cases, you're saying that you will have someone who has confessed to committing sodomy and yet you will not have physical findings?
That's correct.
Do some of those cases involve fully grown adult males perpetrating the crime of sodomy against youngsters approximately 6 to 8 years of age?
Approximately 90%, 90 to 95% of the cases involve fully adult males. The small percentage are young teenagers, but the majority are adult males.
All right, and you said you personally have not seen a case involving a videotape. Have you heard of such cases? That is, cases where you have a videotape of someone committing the crime of sodomy where there is no physical finding?
Yes.
Now, did you conduct a similar examination on Lyle Menendez as you testified to with respect to Erik Menendez?
I did.
Was that examination conducted in August of 1993?
Yes.
What did you do in the examination?
I did a complete physical examination, including an anal inspection and digital examination.
And can you tell me the results of your examination with respect to Lyle Menendez?
There were no physical findings on the anal exam.
Were there any physical findings at all on physical inspection, not only of the anal area, but any place else on the body?
There were a few non-specific scars, and there was one scar on the lower lip. It appeared to be a non-sutured scar.
Could that scar on the lower lip have been caused by someone punching someone in the face?
That is what Lyle related to me as the cause of the scar, yes.
And did you also take a medical history from him concerning sexual abuse by his father?
Yes.
Did you also review the testimony that he gave here in this trial concerning the sexual abuse that had been perpetrated on him by his father when he was approximately 6 to 8 years of age?
Yes, I did.
Was the testimony that he gave to the jury consistent with what he told you about the sexual abuse?
Yes.
And does the absence of trauma to his anal area indicate to you that the absence of those findings is inconsistent with his testimony? Is there an inconsistency between the absence of findings of anal trauma and his testimony and his report to you of a history of sexual abuse?
No, there's no inconsistency.
You talk about unsutured. Could you describe what you mean by that?
Well, I misspoke. It was an unsutured scar. Of course, it was a scar that appeared never to have been from a laceration that had never been sutured.
Did you, in addition to examining Lyle Menendez, also review his medical records?
Yes.
And did those medical records span a period from approximately March of 1971 to July of 1989?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about the medical history in terms of findings that were made by other physicians that you reviewed?
Well, there were a significant number of physician visits.
Right. Let me ask more.
Significant number of records of physician visits, I should say.
Did you see in the medical history certain injuries which had been treated by other physicians?
Yes.
For instance, was there an indication that when Lyle Menendez was 3 years old on March 9th, 1971, that he had a injury sutured as a result of a dog biting him in the face?
Yes, I recall that, I believe.
And do you recall in 1974 there was a report of an injury to hematoma to the left side of his face?
Yes.
And in the same year, 1974, when he was 6 years old, a report of an injury of a 1.5 laceration to his right eyebrow?
Yes.
Was there also a history that he had what's called an epigastric hernia when he was 7 years old?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a failure of the muscles of the abdomen to be completely contiguous, so that a small part of bowel comes out between the muscles, essentially.
Is there any indication that that specific injury is caused by sexual abuse, or can it be caused by a wide variety of things?
It's congenital. One is born with it, and the degree to which it becomes a problem determines when it needs surgical attention. But it's a congenital formation of the bowel and the abdominal wall.
And did the medical history also include a history in August of 1976 of a speech articulation disorder and below grade level school performance?
Yes.
Did it also include an entry on August 4th, 1978 that he grinds his teeth?
I believe, I don't remember the exact date of the teeth grinding, but I remember the teeth grinding.
And were there also, was there also a report in October 28th, 1976 of stomach pains?
Yes.
And on March 7th, 1977, global headaches?
Yes.
What does that mean, global headaches?
I'm not sure.
Right? Was there also various reports from 1971 to 1989 of complaints of headaches?
Yes.
Would any doctor looking at that full range of symptoms been alerted to the possibility of sexual abuse, just looking at this medical history, if it was all presented at once?
Objection, call for speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Would a doctor who was presented with the physical symptoms, which I just reviewed for you, have been clued in any way to the possibility of sexual assault based solely on those symptoms?
Objection, call for speculation.
Are you asking if they were all presented at one time in
Right.
one patient at the
Hypothetically.
same time?
Yes.
Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Oh, objection overall.
I certainly don't believe that I'm not aware of any physicians in the 1970s that would have even thought of a diagnosis of child sexual abuse. The same symptom constellation today, probably a small percentage of physicians would make that connection, even though many of those things are symptoms that are seen in children that are sexually abused over a long period of time. I don't believe that the average physician, or even the average pediatrician, would make that connection.
And even today, with the advanced state of knowledge that there is with the examination of child sexual assault victims, do physicians miss possibilities that a child has been sexually abused?
Certainly.
And back when some of these examinations were made, that is, the examinations made by physicians who examined Lyle Menendez, for instance, in 1971 when he was 3 years old, or 1974 when he was 6 years old, was the state of knowledge such at that point that it was even a higher likelihood that a physician may have missed indications of child abuse?
Absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you. Excuse me. Why did you make the physical examination in this case? The possibility of finding physical findings was so small after so many years.
I was asked to by the defense attorney that asked me to consider examining the records in the first place.
And was it your understanding that Dr. Hart had requested that report be done, or that examination be done?
No, I recall only the conversation with Paul Moniz regarding whether to do the examination or not.
Paul Moniz is a consultant on the case.
That's correct.
And did I inform you that Dr. Hart testified that he was the one who originated
Yes, you
the
did.
request?
You did inform me, but I wasn't aware of it at the time.
And were you also informed that Dr. Hart is a psychologist, not a physician?
Yes.
And when you were asked to do the examination, did you indicate to anybody that the chances of finding physical evidence of anal penetration on someone like Lyle Menendez, who was reporting a history of sexual abuse at age 6 to 8 after approximately 20 years, was virtually zero?
Objection, Pearson.
Overruled.
Yes, I did. I've lost the question.
Well, let's withdraw the answer and start.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The answer is stricken. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did anyone indicate, did you indicate to anyone when you were asked to make this examination that the possibility of finding physical evidence of anal penetration on Lyle Menendez, who had given a history of sodomy between the ages of 6 and 8 was virtually nil after approximately 20 years?
Yes, I indicated that I thought it was extremely unlikely.
And you were told to nevertheless go ahead and make the examination?
Well, he said that he would get back to me about it, and I was quite frankly surprised, considering the degree to which I had said that I didn't believe there would be any physical changes, that he did ask me to do the examination.
And did you tell him the same thing with respect to Erik Menendez?
Yes.
Even though the historyist Erik Menendez was more recent in nature?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Dr. English, I believe you indicated that 90% of the cases where you testify regarding child sexual abuse, you testify for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
And in those 90% of the cases, are you testifying to physical findings of child sexual abuse?
Certainly the vast majority of the cases, yes.
Okay. You indicated that of the 5 to 10% of the victims who do have physical findings of sodomy, that 30% of those are seen within days of the claim of the act, correct?
That's correct.
What about the other 70%?
Well, the other 70% are seen at some more remote time and have scars in the anal area indicative of probable sodomy.
Does anal tearing always accompany sodomy? In your experience?
In my experience, it hardly ever accompanies sodomy.
Pardon me?
In my experience, anal tearing hardly ever accompanies sodomy. I guess I'm stuck on the question because one would assume that with a hard stool or an active sodomy that there's probably micro tearing within the anal verge that we wouldn't appreciate other than by redness if we examine somebody immediately after an extremely hard stool or an episode of sodomy. I'm responding to, I can only respond to what I see, which is very seldom any indication of anything. What is required for me to see anything is, of course, a substantial tear of the anus and a tear that is external to the anal verge, so that it would be caused by sodomy rather than by some other physiologic event, such as a very difficult to pass stool.
If you find anal scarring in a victim that you're examining, can that be diagnostic of sodomy?
If the location of the scarring and the size of the scarring is appropriate to that diagnosis, yes, it can be.
Does the frequency of the sodomy affect the possibility of finding anal scarring?
I think that's a difficult question to reliably answer. In those cases in which we've been able to appreciate physical changes, it appears as if one episode of sodomy caused it. In other words, there was one vigorous episode of sodomy that appeared to have caused a laceration. One could speculate that as the number of episodes increase, then the likelihood of there being an episode that caused tearing would increase. On the other hand, if the number of episodes increase and they're in some temporal relationship to one another, then the likelihood of scarring would diminish during that period during that period the sphincter would presumably become a little less reactive, so that I think it's a very difficult question to reliably answer, and I don't believe anybody has any reliable scientific knowledge of
So you're aware of no studies that make that correlation?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that you saw in the medical records of Erik Menendez a throat injury that you've described for the jury in your direct examination.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, have you ever worked in an emergency room?
Yes.
And aside from the fact that this could have been caused by oral copulation, are there other things that cause injuries to children's mouths and throats?
Certainly.
What, such as?
Falls on objects.
Falls?
Falls, bicycle falls. There are other things that cause such injuries.
Do children have a habit of putting things in their mouths that don't belong there?
Yes.
Toys and things like that?
Yes.
And from the medical records you have, are you able to determine that whether this is a burn or a bruise or a laceration, the injury that's described in the medical record, Exhibit 299?
No, it's a non-specific description.
All right, so without a more specific description, would that lessen the certainty of your diagnosis of what it could be?
Oh, I didn't mean to express any certainty that I thought it was from oral copulation, only that that's one of the things that could have caused it.
And if in fact the injury was a burn, that would be contraindicative of oral copulation, but rather maybe swallowing hot liquid, correct?
Well, a burn would, I think that of the choices you could have made, a burn would be the least likely to give the findings involved, because there was no indication of any burn to the rest of the mouth. So it seems unlikely a child would swallow liquid and it would only burn the posterior pharynx and wouldn't bother the tongue or the lips or anything else. But there are certainly plenty of other childhood accidents that could cause injury to the posterior pharynx and spare the tongue or lips.
Do children sometimes swallow things that cause injury to those portions of their throat?
They sometimes swallow lye. Young children do, that cause injuries there, yes. But that swallowing something, I think, would be unlikely to cause an injury there. Be more likely a fall.
Of the cases where you have made determinations, the 75 to 100 cases per year where you make these determinations, you have no scientific way of correlating the physical findings with the truthfulness of the children who claim to be sodomized, correct?
That's scientific, meaning...
well, there's no machine.
No, there's no machine.
Okay. And so when you are doing these examinations, you talk to the children, correct?
That's correct.
You examine police reports if they're available?
That's correct.
What else do you do in order to verify the truthfulness of the claim of child abuse?
That's the limit of what I have available.
All right,
to make that determination.
So when you are making an examination of...
I'm sorry, I occasionally have eyewitness reports as well.
Which would be part of the police reports?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever done a correlation between the percentage of children who have physical findings for sodomy and the percentage of those cases which are actually found to be true? Do you understand my question?
I think so.
Do you want me to do it again?
Please.
Okay. If let's say you examine 100 cases a year for purposes of percentages, and you find that 5 to 10% of those have physical findings that would be consistent with a claim of sodomy.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever done any follow-up to determine if, in fact, all of the 100 cases you saw that year, which percentage of those turned out to be true?
I'm going to object. It's vague.
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I think I understand the question. Well, within the...
Okay, I can make it real simple.
Okay.
Let me redo it. Okay. How do you know if a child's telling you the truth?
I base my opinion as to whether the child's telling the truth on the credibility of the history given, its reproducibility, its use of the child's own terminology within the limits of the child's exposure to other terms by others, those kinds of things. And coupled with, in those cases that have physical changes, of course, the physical examination. And if there are independent corroboration, such as a confession or an eyewitness, then that would add to the knowledge base.
When you interview these children who you then examine, would that be in the course of a few hours?
Yes.
And do you do follow-up studies with these children? Follow-up visits?
On occasion, the majority of cases we do not.
Basically, children are brought to you for an initial physical diagnosis, correct?
That's correct.
And not for treatment or anything else?
I don't know, not for direct treatment. The only children that I would get involved in direct treatment would be those children that had fecal soiling in association, and that's a very small percentage.
Now, I believe you indicated that as to Lyle Menendez, you looked at his pediatric medical history, and what you found remarkable about it were the number of visits.
Objection, Madam States the evidence.
Rephrase the question.
The number of recordations of visits.
Well, objection to the first part of the question.
All right, yes, why don't you rephrase that?
Okay. When you looked at Lyle Menendez's medical records, did you find an above-average number of pediatric visits for a child of his age?
Well, I was specific about an above-average number of recorded visits because being a physician and working with medical records, it's often very difficult to get a hold of medical records. So to find that many documented visits is unusual.
All right. Did it appear that he was taken to the doctor a lot?
It did.
I believe you indicated that you noticed some stomach pains recorded in Lyle Menendez's history. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are stomach pains diagnostic of sexual abuse?
No.
Okay. Are they diagnostic of other kinds of childhood ailments?
Of course.
Such as the flu?
Yes.
Could also be diagnostic of stress.
Yes.
And it could be diagnostic of stress associated with things other than sexual abuse, correct?
Yes.
Are headaches diagnostic of sexual abuse?
No.
And are they, when I use the term diagnostic, what do you understand me to be saying?
That could be the only explanation.
Okay, so there are other explanations for children having headaches, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the fact that you found no anal scarring in either of the defendants doesn't mean to you that they were not sodomized, correct?
That's correct.
But there's another, isn't it also true that another explanation is that they weren't anally penetrated? If there's no such findings.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then you'll be direct.
Very briefly. Dr. English, when children come in and report that they've been sodomized, you take a history from them, right?
That's correct.
And you also do a physical examination.
That's correct.
And based upon both that, you come to some internal conclusion or your own conclusion as to whether or not this is a credible report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you been involved in cases in Los Angeles County in which the prosecution has charged someone with an act of sodomy absent physical findings?
Yes.
Okay. And have you also been involved in that case in testifying as an expert that many times there are not physical findings of sodomy in a child?
Yes.
And have you also been involved in cases in Los Angeles County in which the prosecution has proceeded with charges of sodomy without corroboration, such as physical findings or a confession by the perpetrator?
Objection, irrelevant, we haven't spoken about the
Sustained.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you about the throat injury that's in Exhibit, I believe, 299 in front of you. And you
Yes.
said that could have been caused by oral copulation. Is that correct?
Correct.
You can't say what caused that particular injury.
No.
Would it have been helpful, would it be helpful to you to have the emergency room records referred to in that exhibit? Because there apparently was an initial visit at the emergency room the day before.
It might be helpful.
Okay, and have you been told that we, meaning the defense, has tried to obtain those emergency room records and have been unable to do so?
Excuse me, that is hearsay.
Sustained.
Does the age of the child have any affect the frequency with which you would expect to see physical signs of sodomy?
Yes and no. In those rare cases of children under the age of 5 that are sodomized. I would say are relatively rare cases. I would say the incidence of positive physical findings might be somewhat higher than it is in older children. But the vast majority of cases of sodomy that are alleged are in children older than that, 5 and up. And in those cases, the likelihood of physical changes is very small. Even in the children under the age of 5, the likelihood of physical changes doesn't exceed 10 to 15%, even though I think the average layperson is surprised by that, but that's our experience.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
You use the term suture. Does that mean stitches?
Stitches, yes.
Should have stitches.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Sorry.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. You may sit down here.
My name is Edward Fenno, F-E-N-N-O. Get some water.
Can the witness have some water? Okay. Okay, Mr. Fenno, do you both work and go to school?
I go to school and I'm doing an externship right now.
And where do you go to school?
USC Law Center.
You're a law student?
Law student.
And your extern is sort of a job?
I work full-time for a federal judge, but I get full school credit for it.
Okay. For a federal judge here in Los Angeles?
In Los Angeles. I don't get paid, I just get school credit.
Okay. And are you acquainted with Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And how did you make their acquaintance, or either of them?
Thank you. I went to Princeton. I met Lyle at Princeton. I was a senior when he was a freshman.
And are you a tennis player, or were you a tennis player before you went to law school?
Yes.
Were you on the Princeton tennis team?
I played junior varsity mostly, but I practiced with the varsity some.
Is that how you got to know Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
In the fall of 1988, did you come to California in order to practice tennis with Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And did you take up residence at that point with the Menendez family?
Yes.
When you came here in the fall of 1988, where was the family residing?
They had a house in Calabasas, a small rented house.
And did you move into that house?
Yes.
And at some point after you moved into that house, did the family move to a new house?
In Beverly Hills.
And how long after you started living with them did they move to Beverly Hills?
3 or 4 weeks, maybe. I think. Yeah.
And did you continue your residence with the family when they moved to Beverly Hills?
Yes.
When the family moved to Beverly Hills, where did Lyle take up residence?
Lyle lived in the guest house. There's a main house, and then in the back, past the swimming pool, is a guest house.
And from the beginning, he lived there?
Yeah, right away.
And where did you live?
I lived in the main house, at the top of the stairs, in the gray room on the right.
You say the gray room. Why was it called that?
Well, each of the rooms was basically a different color scheme. Mine was mostly gray and maroon.
And where did Erik Menendez live when you were living in the gray room?
He lived down the hall from me. I don't know, his room was kind of brown.
Okay. Is that the brown?
Tan, I don't know.
The tan room.
Something like that.
For how many weeks or months did you live continuously at the Beverly Hills house?
Okay, well, I lived there from, I guess, the middle of October. I got to California in the middle of September, so about the middle of October through until the middle of December. And then I went home to Boston, where I'm from, for Christmas. And then I came...
How long were you gone for that break for Christmas?
I think 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. So you were gone. By the way, before you went, was there a party, a Christmas party at the house?
That was after I left.
Okay, so you were gone by the time of the party.
Right.
Were you
before you left, had the house been professionally decorated yet?
I don't think so. I think it was when I came back that I saw the decoration.
When you came back, did you see that the house was professionally decorated in a Christmas theme?
Well, there was a very big tree and lots of decoration. I didn't know it was professional or not, but
Okay.
sure.
And apart from the tree, were there also like floral centerpieces and bunting on the staircase and things like that?
There were, I don't know what bunting is, but there were
Like
things
wrapped
on the staircase.
boughs
Yes.
of greenery. And how long, if you remember, and I know I've never asked you this before, but how long, if you remember, did this Christmas stuff stay in the house?
Jeez. I really don't remember.
Do you recall if it stayed even after it had all turned brown and wilted?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you came back from Boston, how long did you continuously maintain residence with the Menendez family before you left again?
I think it was about a month and a half. Early January to about the middle of February, and then I left for a month to play tennis in a tournament in Israel, and then I came back.
Is there a tournament in Israel? Is this the professional tennis tournament?
Right.
And were you trying to become a professional tennis player at that time?
Yes.
Is there a tournament in Israel every February to March?
Yes.
And are you aware that Erik Menendez went on that same tour the next
Yes.
year?
Objection, calls for hearsay with respect.
Overrule the answer this time.
Now, during the time that you lived in the Beverly Hills house, did you become aware of any practice of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez concerning locking the door to their bedroom?
They did that on a consistent basis. They usually go up to bed pretty shortly after dinner and usually lock the door.
And this was from the very beginning when they moved into that house?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Are you aware of any occasions that you can remember when Mr. or Mrs. Menendez fell asleep in the family room watching television?
No.
Are you aware of their practice with respect to watching television in the evenings?
Like I said, they usually went upstairs after dinner. So I don't remember them watching television at all in the den. I watched television in the den. But I think they had a big screen TV upstairs. I think they mostly watched TV upstairs.
Now, how would you describe this house with respect to whether it was one in which sounds traveled easily from room to room or didn't travel easily from room to room?
Objection, lack of foundation.
It's hard for me to say exactly. I mean, from my room, I don't remember hearing a lot of loud noises. I had a little stereo as well, so I don't remember it being loud. I don't remember hearing things through the walls, but I'm no expert at sound.
But it seemed quiet in your room.
Yeah.
And you said Eric's room, was that on the same floor as yours?
Yeah, it was just right down the hall.
And when Erik was in his bedroom, by the way, was his door usually left open or was it closed?
I think it was usually closed.
And could you hear any sounds from Eric's room when you were in your room?
I don't think I remember ever hearing any sounds from Eric's room at all. I mean, when I was in my room.
And when you were living there during this period from October '88 to mid-February, Erik was how old?
Erik was a senior in high school, so he had his 18th birthday while I was there.
Okay. So he was 17 and 18?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And Do you know if he tended to spend the usual teenager's amount of time on the telephone? I'll rephrase the question. Did he seem to spend a lot of time on the telephone?
He spent a lot of time on the telephone.
And could you hear him on the telephone from your room?
No.
And did he listen to music as teenagers tend to do?
Yes, I don't remember exactly when, but he was in his room, he'd listen to music, talk on the phone, sure.
You were frequently in his room with him?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew he liked music, listened to music.
Yes.
But did you ever hear music coming from his room when you were in your room?
I don't remember hearing music from my room. I don't remember him listening to it particularly loudly, though.
Okay.
To tell you the truth.
Now, were you aware that the family employed a maid at the Beverly Hills house?
I think they had two maids. One came, and then I guess she got in a little bit of trouble, and the other one came.
Okay. And do you recall where the maid's room was in the house?
Yes. Downstairs, after you go through the kitchen, there's a little sort of a breakfast room. To the right of that was the maid's room. Sorry, I'll do the best I can.
So the maid's room was close to this breakfast room?
Yes.
And did one particular member of the Menendez family appear to spend a substantial amount of time in the breakfast room?
Mrs. Menendez was in there a large part of the day, at least all morning and a lot of the day.
And what would you observe her doing in the breakfast room that kept her there for a large part of the day?
She was on the phone. She called constantly. They were building a new house in Calabasas, and she was always on the phone with, I don't know, some contract or something. There was always some kind of problem, and she was in there on the phone.
And did you ever overhear her on the phone dealing with that where she was animated or upset or angry?
Frequently.
And did you ever hear her raise her voice while having these conversations?
I don't think she yelled into the phone, but she was certainly angry with the contractor people that weren't doing what they were supposed to do.
And did you ever see her and hear her yelling in that breakfast room?
Yes, but not relating to on the telephone.
I know, but in other
yes,
instances you saw her yelling.
A couple of times, sure.
And did you see her yelling at her son Lyle?
Yes.
And was this on more than one occasion?
Yes.
And was there a pattern to how she would, well, let me strike that. Was there a pattern to how she would appear from an emotional perspective when she was yelling at Lyle? I mean, would it be just a short burst and then it's over, or would it be something that escalated, that sort of thing?
Well, okay. The way it worked is that we traveled through the breakfast room a lot, to and from the house where we would have breakfast and the tennis court. So as she saw Lyle come in from the guest house and travel back and forth, each time she saw him, the confrontation tended to get to be a little bit more abrasive each time. It got a little worse.
She would confront him?
Pretty much on a regular basis as we went through.
And during these confrontations, did she appear and express anger at him?
Yes.
Did he act angry and loud in return?
Rarely.
And would she, if he did not respond, did that end her outburst?
No.
What would happen if he did not respond?
She would get more angry.
Now, was there a physical posture that you observed that she would frequently assume when she was angry this way?
Yes.
And could you show us what it was?
After a while, she'd kind of work up, in her, she'd kind of give me one of these, oh, my son, So it was like that. It was kind of a fist clenching thing, like about here.
Mr. Fenno, you smile and you laugh when you described this. Was it funny at the time?
Yes and no. It got kind of repetitive, so it got kind of silly.
So you didn't take it seriously?
I didn't think Lyle was in danger for his life. I mean, no.
Okay, but this was a behavior you saw over and over and over again?
Yes.
Were you there when Lyle was 5 or 6 and she did it?
No?
Now, were you aware that there were 3 different phone lines at that house?
Yes.
And were you aware of where those different lines could be answered from at the time you lived there?
There were a couple of different places. I can't remember exactly all of them. I know that at least the breakfast room had all 3 lines, and the den had all 3 lines, and there may have been other rooms that had all 3 lines. I can't really remember.
So even if Erik had a phone in his room and it had a particular phone number, people in the rest of the house could pick up that line?
We used to answer Eric's phone in the den a lot.
And the same would be true of the line that was supposedly Lyle's in the guest house, is that correct?
Yeah, you could answer Lyle's guest house phone in the main house as well.
So if someone, for example, wanted to call, say, from Eric's line to Lyle's line, someone in the den or in the breakfast room or somewhere else could pick that phone up?
Yes.
Now, when you first went to stay with the Menendez family, did you feel that you were welcomed equally by both parents?
Yes.
And did you feel that that continued?
No. I was under the impression that I was invited to stay for 3 months, pretty much through December. After being there about a month, I got the feeling that neither parent was particularly interested in having my being there. Mrs. Menendez didn't mind so much, but Mr. Menendez got less and less interested in my being there.
So his behavior towards you changed?
Yes, he talked to me less and less. He was less excited to see me.
So you felt...
I think I overstayed my welcome, to tell you the truth, but anyway.
Okay. The sense you got was that he felt you overstayed your welcome. Mm-hmm. Now, in January of 1989, did Lyle Menendez return to Princeton?
Yes.
And so you stayed on for some period of time after Lyle was gone?
Yes.
Did you practice with Erik during that time, or...?
Before Christmas, I told Erik that I would love to stay if that was okay with him and his family. And he said he would ask his parents, and I guess they said yes, because he said, sure, it's okay if you come back for a couple of months afterward. So I did.
And that time, were you practicing and playing tennis with Erik?
Yes.
Now, were you as good a tennis player as Lyle?
No.
Were you as good a tennis player as Erik?
Erik and I were very even.
Did you become friends with Erik?
Yes.
Did you like him?
Yes.
Would you spend time talking to Erik in his room?
Yes.
Were there occasions when your visits with Erik would be stopped or interrupted?
Yes.
Would you describe how that would happen?
On a pretty regular basis. Mr. Menendez would come, either he would let Erik know ahead of time, or he would actually come to the room and I would have to leave. It would either be Mr. Menendez would come in and he'd say, Edward, it's time for you to leave, or Erik would tell me ahead of time, my dad's coming up, you gotta go. So I'd leave.
You'd leave. And when you'd leave, Mr. Menendez and Erik would be in the room?
Mr. Menendez would close the door behind him.
Now, before Lyle had left for Princeton, did you ever observe Mr. Menendez and Lyle having lengthy discussions somewhere in the house?
Yes.
And was this a routine thing, or was it rare?
Somewhere in between routine and rare.
So it was something that happened Once in a while?
A reasonable basis. I mean, yeah, I don't know, once in a while. That's a good...
Okay. Where in the house would you see these conversations or discussions?
Yeah. They had, there's sort of a downstairs study where Mr. Menendez would do work, and he would bring Lyle into the study, and they'd talk.
Okay, and did you ever overhear any portions of these conversations?
Not really. I didn't think it was my place to listen.
Okay, well, you had told me at one time that you characterized these discussions as a particular type of talk.
Well, it was, I could hear the speaking. I couldn't tell very much about what they said, but I mean, it was talking. I mean, I don't know.
Well, did you characterize what kind of talk this was?
I can tell you from what Lyle told me afterward, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay, then why don't you tell us, not offered for the truth, Your Honor, what Lyle told you afterwards? About what the nature, not what was said, but the nature of the discussions.
The conversations were generally Mr. Menendez teaching Lyle about whatever, about tennis or about how to do something, you know, how his life should progress.
Educational, would you say?
Educational.
Instructional, would you say?
Yeah, instructional.
Directional, would you say?
Directional, that's, yeah.
And did you observe in the interaction of this family the extent to which Mr. Menendez exercised decision-making and control over Lyle's life?
I observed it, yes.
And if you could characterize, what would you say was the extent to which Mr. Menendez exerted decision-making and control over Lyle's life?
Excuse me. Mr. Menendez attempted to exert, as far as I could tell, pretty much complete control, but didn't always manage to get it. I mean, Lyle, you know, tried to do some stuff for himself.
Okay. When it came to anything affecting his future, his schooling, his goals, was that...
His future, his schooling, his girlfriends a lot of times. I remember he tried to set up Lyle with some girl who was going to go to Princeton. He thought that would be the kind of girl Lyle should go out with. You know?
And did that seem to you unusual, at least in your experience, for a parent of a person as old as Lyle to be exercising that kind of control?
Yes.
Would you say that you observed what you thought was a lot of control, a little control, medium control?
I would call it a lot of control.
Did you observe, well, strike that. Did you ever observe Mr. Menendez having discussions with Erik in that study, that paneled room downstairs?
I don't remember seeing that. I think he just talked to Lyle down there.
Is it your recollection, well, strike that. You've indicated that there would be these times when Mr. Menendez would come into Erik's room and you'd leave and they'd be in there together, is that right? Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any other place in the house besides Erik's bedroom where he and his father would go off alone?
I don't remember. I think he spent pretty much all of his alone time with Erik in Erik's room.
Did you know Mr. Fenno, we'll strike that, besides, you played tennis with Lyle while you were living at the home, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you swim together?
Yes.
Did you go out socially together?
Yes.
Did you hang around a lot?
Yes.
Were you aware that Lyle Menendez wore a hairpiece?
No.
Was it ever mentioned?
Never.
Did Erik ever mention it?
No.
You have a moment, Your Honor. testified that Lyle told you what the nature of these discussions with his father in the study were. Did he tell you during the time you were living there?
Yes.
Would he tell you right after these talks, or?
I mean, I don't think he came running to me as soon as he had a talk with his dad, but I don't know if I asked. Sometimes he told me, sometimes he didn't, sometimes I didn't ask.
Okay. But when he did tell you about these discussions, he characterized them in the way that you've described, is that correct?
There was a lot of directional, educational, yeah, those are good words. I mean, sometimes he was in trouble as well.
Okay. Did there appear to be a rule in this home that Erik and Lyle could do nothing without parental permission, at least a parent rule?
I don't know about nothing. I mean, generally they had to get permission to do things, if that's what you mean.
And were there things that they did, to your knowledge, that were perfectly legal and legitimate things, but without parental permission?
Sure.
And did they get in trouble for doing things without permission?
Objection made.
Did you ever see Mr. Menendez angry? But let me ask you this. There was an incident, was there not, where you saw Mr. Menendez yelling?
Yes.
Right. Apart from that, were there other times when you saw him angry where he didn't yell?
I believe so. I can't pick one right out.
Was there a particular look or demeanor that Mr. Menendez had that let you know that he was unhappy or angry?
Yes, I mean, he used to he smiles a lot, and he wouldn't smile. He'd give you a very sort of a stern stare, and you knew that he was disappointed or upset or something.
While you lived with the family, Mr. Fenno, did you have your own key to the house?
No.
Did Lyle or Erik have their own key to the house?
I don't think so. There was a key sometimes we could take on the way out, but they never really locked the door, so I don't think we ever took the key, not very often.
Apart from their not locking the door, is your answer that they did not have their own key?
I don't really know if they had their own key.
Did you ever see them use their own key?
I don't think so. If they used a key, I think it would have been, well, we almost never used a key, and if it was, it would have been from the hallway.
common key?
Right.
Okay. Now, the question is, were the doors usually locked or unlocked?
They were unlocked, almost always.
And this house had an alarm system, did it not?
Yes.
Are you aware of any time when the alarm was on?
No.
What would happen, I take it that you would go out at night and come back late on occasion,
Yes.
and I take it that Lyle and Erik would do the same.
Yes.
So how would you get in the house if you came back late at night?
We just walk in the front door.
So it was left unlocked?
Right, yeah.
So would it be unusual if you had gone out at a time, say, when the parents were home and they knew you left, and then you came back and found the door locked?
Yes, very unusual.
In your experience, did that ever happen while you were there?
I seem to remember being locked out once somewhere along the way, but I can't remember whether it was at night or what. I do think we were locked out once. I mean, not completely. We were able to get in a different door.
Do you know if there was a back door that was usually unlocked as well?
There was in the TV room, there were some big doors to the backyard swimming pool area. Those were unlocked most of the time as well.
Now, we had talked before about Mrs. Menendez being in the breakfast room and that this was the scene of these yelling and angry things with Lyle, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the room very close to the maid's room?
Yes.
Did you ever see the maid during these yelling or arguments?
Probably. I didn't think about it.
Were you familiar with the contents of the garage at this home?
Yes.
And what was in the garage? Well, first of all, was the contents of the garage unchanged from the time the family moved there until you left?
Yes.
And what was in the garage?
Junk, boxes, mostly boxes and boxes of stuff from, I guess, from their old house in New Jersey.
Had you seen boxes and boxes of stuff at the house in Calabasas as well?
I don't. There were some boxes, but not like this. I think they were all in storage.
So things had come out of storage and were now in the garage in Beverly Hills?
Right.
And what made you think these boxes and boxes of stuff were from New Jersey? Did they say?
That's what they told me. That's what the family told me.
And did you ever go through these boxes and boxes of stuff?
No.
Did you ever see either Erik or Lyle going through it?
No.
Did you, during the months that you lived at this house, ever see photographs of Erik and Lyle from their childhood lying around the house?
And I don't think so. They took photographs right then, like while we were playing tennis. There were pictures of us from last week or whatever, but I don't remember seeing childhood photographs at all.
So you didn't see any quantity of like growing up years photographs? Or
No,
anything?
no. The family photo album? No, I never saw the family
Never
photo
saw family photo album or albums?
No.
Do you know whether there were photos in those boxes and boxes in the garage?
I don't know.
In seeing the interaction of this family and just focusing on Mr. Menendez's interactions with each of his sons, did he appear to interact with them the same or differently?
That's kind of a big question, but I mean,
Well, let me ask
he
you-
seemed to be more interested in what Lyle was doing, if that's what you mean.
Was he sterner and stricter with Erik or with Lyle?
I think it was even.
Was he stern and strict from what you could see?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Fenno, you have interviewed a number of times with the Beverly Hills Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And was the most recent interview on June 4th, well, strike that, on May 24th, 1993.
I'm not sure. It was, I don't know, yeah, that could be right.
If I show you, have you looked at a copy of the report that Detective Zoller initially drafted of
Yes.
that interview? And did you in fact even make some corrections after you received a copy of it?
Yes.
And if I were to show you that report, do you think it might refresh your recollection as to when it was that you were interviewed?
If it has a date on it, sure.
It does.
Okay.
If I may approach Your Honor.
Yes.
Fenno, if you would just look at the very first
Yes.
part.
It says on May 24th, 1993.
And does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it
that
does.
That's when you were interviewed most recently. Now, Mr. Fenno, do you recall a time when you were staying at the Beverly Hills house when you became aware of the fact that Erik had received an acceptance to the University of California, Berkeley?
Yes.
And can you tell us when that was? Roughly.
I believe it was after I came back from Christmas, but before I went to Israel, so that would make it January of '89.
Okay. And to the best of your, well, was there a discussion at the dinner table on this particular day about the fact that Erik had been accepted at Berkeley?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this the first college acceptance that he had received?
Yes.
Now, Erik has testified that his parents were both excited that he had got accepted to Berkeley. Would that be an accurate characterization? Did they seem surprised that he had gotten into that school? Did they express surprise?
I think so. It's hard to say. They were very excited. It's hard to say.
Now, did Erik privately tell you what his preference was with respect to UC campuses at that time?
Yes.
And what UC campus did he tell you he preferred in January of 1989?
He told me he'd like to go to UCLA.
And did he indicate whether or not that had anything to do with his perception of their tennis team at UCLA?
He thought UCLA had a better tennis team.
And was it your understanding that wherever Erik went to college, he was going to at least try to be on the tennis team? Did Erik tell you that it was his intention to be on the tennis team?
That was something that was very important, actually. He was one of the reasons I stayed in California after Christmas was so that Erik could train and get a national ranking so that he could get onto the tennis team without having to walk on, so that he would be recruited for the tennis team.
Okay. So was it your understanding then that his tennis playing was a component of his college acceptance?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And did Erik express to you any other reason why he preferred UCLA to Berkeley?
I think so. What happened was the night that he got into Berkeley, he kind of pulled me aside afterward and he said, you know, I think I'd like to go to UCLA. And he said it was because he had friends around here, and so he wanted to be near them.
And you were aware, had you not, that he had moved to California when he was about 15 and a half and left all his friends behind?
I was aware that he moved to California when he was 15 and a half.
Okay. And that he had just moved again from Calabasas to Beverly Hills? And did he appear to have friends from Beverly Hills High School? Did you meet any of those kids?
I met plenty of them.
In fact, you played tennis with a lot of them, did you not? Now, do you know when it was that Erik was accepted at UCLA?
No.
Do you believe it was after you left?
I think it was definitely after. It was at least when I went to Israel. It may have been after I came back from that as well. I was only there for about a week after Israel, so I don't really remember.
Well, you say you were only there for a week. You only got back to their home and stayed a week after the Israel tour. And at that time, do you know if he had yet been accepted?
I don't remember.
So you don't recall any conversations about the fact that UCLA had accepted him?
I knew at some point that he got into UCLA.
But you stayed in touch even after you stopped living?
We stayed in touch after.
So you don't know if it was while you were living there or later, do you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, were you aware of Erik ever turning Berkeley down?
I assume he must have, eventually, but no, I don't know.
You knew that he didn't immediately accept because he wanted to see if he could get into UCLA. Is that
UCLA
correct?
and Brown. He was also waiting to hear from Brown.
He was waiting to hear from Brown also?
Right.
And to your understanding, is Brown an East Coast school?
Right, it's in Rhode Island.
It's in where?
Rhode Island?
And is it an Ivy League school?
Yes.
Now, did you tell Detective Zoller on that May 24th statement that Mr. Menendez was upset because Erik turned down Berkeley?
I may have.
But in fact, you don't have that information that he turned down Berkeley, isn't that true?
That is true. I mean, when I reread that statement, is it okay if I speak? When
Go
I
ahead,
reread
you may
that statement, I mean, it gives the basic idea of what I said. I'm not sure if I exactly said turn down or whatever, but it's, I mean, basically, yeah, basically, I don't know exactly whether he turned it down. I don't know exactly.
Did you observe?
Excuse me, Ron, could we take a brief recess?
Okay, sure. I will resume at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Fenno, I wanted to ask you, we've been talking about the interview that you gave to Detective Zoller on May 24th, 1993. Do you recall that you also gave an interview to Detectives Linehan and Zoller in January of 1990, a telephone interview?
I gave a telephone interview with the police. I don't remember who it was with.
Okay, the Beverly Hills Police.
But yeah, the Beverly Hills Police.
Okay. Now, just to get back to a couple of points from your testimony, you indicated that there, the conversations between Mr. Menendez and Lyle, the ones that took place in the study, you mentioned occasionally it might have something to do with Lyle being in some kind of trouble. You recall that?
Yeah.
Can you give us an example, something you remember, about what kind of trouble you mean?
I can remember one time where Lyle had promised his parents that he was going to sell his car, so his parents bought him a new car. And I remember that he didn't sell his old car, and he ended up having two cars, and Mr. Menendez was upset about that. They went in and
So
talked.
that was one of those times that he had him in the study?
They talked in the study.
Now, concerning Mrs. Menendez and these confrontations in the breakfast room, what were you said that she would confront Lyle as he was coming in the morning?
Right, from the guest house.
Okay. And what was the topic? I mean, what was she confronting him about?
It was pretty much always chores, household duties.
Did Lyle Menendez ever discuss with you Erik's college and what Lyle's preference for Erik's college was?
Lyle wanted Erik to go to Princeton with Lyle.
Why?
So that he told me so they could be together.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any examination on behalf of the co-defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Can I sit down? Oh, no, you're right. Excuse me. I do have one other question.
All right.
You indicated there was only one time you actually heard Mr. Menendez yelling and screaming.
Yes.
Was that an episode that occurred late at night?
Yes.
And did it involve a person that Erik knew?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Craig Signorelli.
And did you hear Mr. Menendez yelling something at Craig Signorelli?
Yes.
Did this take place outside the Beverly Hills house?
Yes.
And when it took place, were you in the gray room?
It took place pretty much in the driveway, and I was in the gray room, which overlooks the driveway.
And you looked out and saw this?
I saw the shapes.
And what did you hear Mr. Menendez yelling at Craig Signorelli?
Can I say the exact words if they're
You
not?
may say the exact words.
Yes, you may do so.
He said, if you ever, it was very loud, but if you ever come around here again, I'll fucking kill you. And it was in a forceful, not like I just said it, but you know what I mean, loud.
And did you then see Mr. Menendez do something with Erik?
He pretty much pulled Erik back into the house. He took him back in.
Pulled him?
I think so.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
Mr. Fenno, at the time that this incident occurred with Mr. Signorelli, had you ever met him before?
No, I hadn't.
And did you actually witness the incident with your own eyes?
I heard stuff in the beginning, so then I went to look.
And
So-
where did you go to look?
To the bathroom next to the gray room.
So were you inside at the house when you witnessed?
Yes, I was inside the house.
And you were on the second story?
Yes,
And you heard Mr. Menendez clearly make this statement?
yes.
Did you actually see Craig Signorelli when this occurred?
I didn't see his face, if that's what you mean.
Okay. How did you know it was Craig Signorelli?
Because I don't know exactly. There were two ways.
Your Honor, at this point, I think we should approach.
All right, you may. All right.
Mr. Fenno, at some time after this incident, were you told that the person in the car was Craig Signorelli?
That was one of the two ways that I knew. Yes.
Okay. How many times in this case have you met with the defense attorneys?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevancy.
Overruled.
3 or 4?
And do you remember the first time you met with him?
Yes. Trying to get the date. It was after I came to California to go to law school, so it was September or October 19... What's this? This is 93 now.
91?
91.
Your second year of law school? Or?
It was my first year of law school, about a month after school started.
I believe you indicated you graduated from Princeton University. Would that have been in the spring of 1988?
Yes.
And did you attend Princeton for all 4 years?
Yes.
And did you consider yourself to be an athlete while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with other athletes who attended Princeton University?
Yes.
Were there any athletes at Princeton who were there on athletic scholarships, to your knowledge?
No.
Were there people in the athletics program at Princeton who were not as academically gifted as some of the other students at Princeton?
Yes.
You indicated the first house in which you stayed in Calabasas was a small rented house. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many bedrooms were in that house, if you recall?
4?
Did you have your own room?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who extended the invitation to you to come and live with the Menendez family?
Lyle did.
Did you have any contact with his parents before you came to live in California?
A little bit.
And could you describe the nature of the contact you had with his parents?
My parents sent his parents a letter. My parents wanted to know if it'd be all right if I came to California. They didn't send a letter back, but we ended up speaking to them on the phone briefly, and they said it would be fine.
All right, so you had the permission of the parents to come.
Yes.
And at the time that you had this understanding with the parents, did you have an understanding of how long you would live there?
Yes.
And what was that?
About 3 months until Christmas.
And what was your understanding when you came to California as to why you were coming to California to live with the Menendez family?
To play tennis with Lyle. I mean, there are a whole lot of reasons, but the primary reason was to play tennis with Lyle. That would help me get better, help Lyle get better.
Did you have a goal regarding your tennis when you graduated from Princeton?
I wanted to be a professional tennis player.
And did you have any goal as to getting ranked nationally?
I wanted to be ranked nationally and in the world.
Did you eventually obtain a national or worldwide ranking?
Both.
Right. And what was your national ranking, if you recall, the best it ever was?
64th in the amateur division.
And what was your worldwide ranking?
I was 783rd in doubles.
And I believe you indicated that, in your opinion, Lyle Menendez was in fact a superior tennis player to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Erik Menendez was, when you were practicing with him, about the same?
Yes.
And when did you obtain these rankings that you've just described?
The 64th in the country was for the year of 1988. The rankings come out in February of '89.
All right, so what's for calendar year '88?
Right. The other one, I think I reached 783rd. About a year after that. It's hard to remember exactly.
I believe you indicated that after Lyle Menendez returned to Princeton University, you stayed in the family home and you continued to play tennis with Erik Menendez. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. When you practiced tennis with Erik Menendez, was his father ever present during these practices?
Yes.
And did you observe his father's behavior during your practices?
Yes.
What was he like? How did he act?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to be on the scope.
Overruled. Sometimes he didn't say anything. Sometimes he came onto the court to coach Erik.
All right. Did you ever play tennis against the father?
No.
Do you know if he knew how to play tennis?
I know that he wasn't a very good tennis player.
And how do you know that?
Because he told me.
Oh, okay. Did you ever see him play tennis?
No, he told me he was a C-level club player, which to me means he's not much of a player.
Okay, I don't play tennis, so what's a C-level club player?
Somebody I could have beat left-handed.
Okay, and you're a right-handed player?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was Mr. Menendez nice to you?
Sometimes.
All right, and when he wasn't nice to you, how did he behave towards you?
He pretty much ignored me completely.
Okay. During the period of time that you lived in the home, you were not employed in a full-time job, is that correct?
Right, yeah.
And during the day when Erik Menendez was in high school and after Lyle Menendez went back to college, did you stay home around the house with Mrs. Menendez?
When Erik went to school, I usually tried to find somebody else to play tennis with.
And where did you play tennis?
Usually on their court in the backyard, on the Menendez court in the backyard.
Did you ever play tennis anywhere else?
Yes.
And that would have been away from the Menendez home?
Yes.
Now, at some point, you gave lessons on the tennis court of the Menendez home, is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you give some of the proceeds from your tennis lessons to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
Okay, aside from that, did you pay them any rent during the period of time that you were there?
No.
And did they provide you with room and board?
Yes.
How did Mrs. Menendez treat you during the period of time that you were there?
It changed. In the beginning, I was in the very beginning, I was a visitor, and then I was a little more of a family member. But then, like I said, I think maybe my welcome ran out a little bit. She treated me less friendly after that.
You got the impression maybe she wanted you to go home?
Well, we had a talk about it after a while.
Okay, and you had a talk with Mrs. Menendez?
With Mrs. Menendez.
Was the topic matter the length of your stay?
How long was I going to be staying?
And did you discuss with her how long you would be staying?
Yes, I told her that the impression I was under was that I was supposed to stay until Christmas, and that I had made plans in that regard, and it would be very difficult for me to leave before that.
And what was her response to you after you had this discussion with her? How did she treat you?
Much better.
Okay, because you told her you'd leave at Christmas?
Well, no, I think because she understood that it wasn't that I was overstaying my welcome, it was just that there was a misunderstanding as to how long I was welcome. I thought I was welcome all that time, and maybe they didn't understand that.
Okay, but you did stay until Christmas, correct?
I did stay until Christmas.
And then you came back after Christmas?
Erik invited me back after Christmas.
Now, did you have any discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez about this extension of your stay when Erik invited you?
No.
And when you came back after your Christmas holiday in Boston, did Mrs. Menendez continue to treat you decently?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. During the time that you practiced tennis, either with Lyle or Erik, did Mrs. Menendez ever come out and give you coaching tips or tennis tips or anything like that?
I don't think so.
During the period of time that you lived with the Menendez family, did Mr. Menendez travel on business?
Yes.
Could you describe the frequency of his business travels? Was it weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, bi-monthly?
Do you mean how long did he travel for, or how
well,
frequently? How frequently did he travel?
How frequently did he travel?
I don't know. Once every. To my recollection, he made short trips, and they were maybe once every 10 days, once every 2 weeks.
And what by short trips do you mean less than a week?
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, a day or two.
And were they always during the work week, or were they ever over the weekend, if you recall?
I don't really remember.
Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Menendez ever traveled with either of their sons to tennis tournaments while you lived in the house?
Yes.
On how many occasions do you recall that happening?
More than half of the tennis tournaments, usually Mr. Menendez would come.
All right. How many tennis tournaments are we talking about that we need to divide in half?
We played one almost every week. So, every weekend, I should say. So, 12, 15, maybe 15 tournaments. 10, I don't know. It would be in my tennis book. I don't know.
All right. And when you arrived in the Menendez home in Calabasas in September of '88, were these tournaments ongoing at that time? The weekend
Yes.
tournaments?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you lived in the Menendez home, did either of the brothers ever have any other house guests?
Yes.
And could you describe who had the house guests and how long the person was there?
Lyle had 2 guests that stayed with us. He had a friend named Cole, who was a friend, I guess, from high school. And he stayed for probably about a month, I think. And his girlfriend, Jamie, stayed for, I can't remember, intermittent periods with Jamie. She'd come for maybe a week, and I can't really remember with Jamie. She stayed, but I can't remember how long.
Now, when Cole Kruger came for the month, this was all, both Cole Kruger and Jamie were there while you were there, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Kruger came for a month, did he stay in the main house or the guest house?
The guest house.
And when Jamie came, did she stay in the main house or the guest house?
The guest house.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez interact with Jamie?
Yes.
And how did she treat? How did Mrs. Menendez treat Jamie?
She treated her okay.
Did you ever see her say anything abusive or offensive to Jamie?
No.
And by Jamie, we're talking about Jamie Pizarczyk, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. I believe you indicated that many times you saw Mrs. Menendez angry while she was in the, what was it, the breakfast room in the back of the house?
Yeah, the breakfast room.
And it was your recollection that she was angry because she was having problems with her contractors?
That was a regular reason.
Okay, I take it you've never had remodeling done. Is that
No.
correct? Okay. When you saw Mrs. Menendez angry, did you ever see her strike another human being?
No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez with a weapon, such as a knife or a gun or anything else?
No.
Okay, how about Mr. Menendez? When he was angry, did you ever see him strike anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him with a weapon?
No.
Were you aware of any weapons in the house?
No.
Now, you indicated that there was a study in which Mr. Menendez often had talks with his son Lyle.
Yes.
Do you remember any posters or large photographs in the study of any people?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a photograph of Martin Luther King?
No.
Now, when Lyle was dealing with his mother, you said that oftentimes she would become angry with him as he passed through the breakfast room to go out to the tennis court. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she would be angry about him not doing chores and things like that?
She'd kind of accost him when he first came in the morning, because that's the path he'd often travel from the guest house. And then again as we went out on the tennis court, so that was a regular thing.
And what was the subject matter of her accosting her son?
But like I said, it was pretty much about household duties, chores.
Okay. Did you ever see Lyle Menendez perform any of these household duties or chores?
Rarely.
Okay. What was the condition of the guest house in terms of its cleanliness?
I don't know, normal for a 22-year-old kid or whatever.
Okay, what's normal for a 22-year-old kid?
Some clothes around, some, CDs on the floor, but no bugs or whatever.
No bugs?
No food lying around or anything.
Okay.
Sort of normal.
Messy but still cleanly, is that how you would
Right,
describe it?
right.
Okay. Did you ever see Lyle Menendez argue with his mother?
No, not really.
All right, do you remember talking to the police in January of 1990 in your first telephone contact with the Beverly Hills Police Department?
I remember that I spoke with him.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach, please? I'm going to show the witness a copy of the report. Mr. Fenno, I'm going to show you a copy of a front page of a Beverly Hills Police report dated, the date of the interview was January the 12th of 1990. Do you recall that sometime in January of 90 you had a telephone conversation with someone?
Yes.
Okay. And I have two things highlighted, but on the second one, I'd like you to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, refresh my memory.
All right. And do you have then an opinion as to whether or not you ever saw, not an opinion, but do you have a recollection now of ever seeing Lyle Menendez arguing with his mother?
It's still the same opinion. The argument was more one-sided. I mean, Mrs. Menendez would argue and Lyle wouldn't really.
All right. Now,
Yes.
okay. When Lyle Menendez's mother would chastise him or argue with him, did he ever do anything? Did he ever respond to her in any way? Or would he ignore her?
He generally ignored her.
Did you ever hear him say anything to her that was somewhat derogatory, like go jump in a lake or something like that?
I don't think he would say, I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. Do you remember him talking back to her?
Maybe a little.
Okay. Do you remember telling us in May of 1993 that Lyle would ignore her or talk back to her, saying something like, go jump in a lake?
It would be, it's more like ignoring, the attitude was, go jump in a lake. I don't know if that he'd say that, but he wouldn't do what she asked him to do.
Now, during the period of time that you were living in the home, did Lyle have a girlfriend named Christy?
Christy came around when I was in Israel, so only during the 1 week after I came back from Israel was I living in the home when he had a girlfriend named Christy.
Did you ever meet Christy?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lyle Menendez ever tell you why he stopped seeing Christy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is totally beyond the scope. Also, I would object on hearsay grounds.
Yes, under 1220 of the Evidence Code.
Your Honor, I don't believe it's relevant unless it's offered for truth.
It is offered for the truth, and it's offered pursuant to 1220.
It's not an admission.
All right, I'll hear counsel at the sidebar. All right, you may proceed. By the way, I did receive notes from a couple of the jurors regarding your obligations this afternoon, and we'll make sure that you are able to leave in time to do that. All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Fenno, did Lyle Menendez tell you why it was that he stopped seeing Christy?
I don't think so.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of the report of the interview with the prosecution on May the 24th of this year?
Maybe. I have an idea why.
All right, may I approach, please?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the third page of this report and ask you to look at the top part here.
Okay.
All right, does this refresh your recollection as to what Lyle Menendez told you about why he had stopped seeing Christy?
It gives me the same recollection.
And what is your recollection?
I'm going to object since he testified he has an idea there's no foundation for personal knowledge.
What is your recollection, sir?
I think, see, I don't recall whether Lyle told me that he broke up with Christy or I don't know if that's part of the question, but who broke up with who, I don't know. In terms of why they broke up or what the problems were with Christy, I know an answer to that.
All right. And what did Lyle Menendez tell you as to why he broke up with Christy?
Lyle was worried. See, I don't know if Lyle broke up with Christy, so the question isn't correct. I don't know who broke up with who. Okay, but
Okay, what did
once
Lyle
that's
tell
out of the
you?
way.
What did Lyle tell you about why the relationship ended?
Okay. I know a problem in the relationship was that Lyle was worried that Christy was going to get pregnant and have his child.
And did he indicate to you that he quit seeing her?
I know they stopped seeing each other.
Okay. Mr. Fenno, have you taken evidence yet in law school?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the requirements are for impeaching witnesses with statements?
Objection.
Mr. Fenno, would you say that in this particular case your sympathies are with the defendants?
I don't want them to get the death penalty, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Would you say that your sympathies are with the defendants then, in that regard at least?
Yes.
Were you present, were you a friend of Lyle Menendez's in the fall of 1987?
Yes.
And were you aware of the reasons why he left Princeton University?
Rona, I'm going to object that this is beyond the scope and cumulative.
Yes.
All right. Did Lyle Menendez discuss with you the reasons why he was leaving Princeton University?
I don't remember if he told me, but I found out.
Okay. So you have no independent recollection as to whether or not Lyle Menendez told you?
He probably told me. It was something the tennis team talked about a lot. I don't remember who I heard it from.
You know what hearsay is, right, Mr. Fenno?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Fenno, you indicated that there were telephones in the house, and it was your recollection that there were 3 phone lines, correct?
I think there were at least 3.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there were car phones as well?
Yes, there
What
were.
kind of cars did the Menendez family have when you lived with them?
Objection beyond the scope.
In the beginning, Mr. Menendez had a Cadillac, and then he had a big Mercedes. Mrs. Menendez had a smaller Mercedes, I think, the whole time.
How about the defendants? What kind of cars did they have?
Lyle had a Alfa Romeo and then a Volkswagen Beetle or something, and Erik had a Ford Escort.
Now, you indicated that Lyle Menendez was in a little trouble with his father because he wanted to buy a car and sell a car, and he ended up with 2 cars.
Yes.
What was the car he was going to sell, and what was the car he bought?
The Alfa Romeo was the one he was going to sell, and the Volkswagen was the one he bought.
So he did, in fact, have 2 cars at one time, to your knowledge.
Yes.
And I believe you went to visit Lyle Menendez after you left the Menendez house in the spring of 1989.
Yes.
And when you saw him at Princeton University, did he have that car at Princeton, the Beetle?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez drinking alcohol?
I believe wine.
All right. Did you
I'm
ever
not really sure.
Did you ever see her in a state where you thought she was inebriated?
No.
Did you ever see her in a state where you thought that there was something wrong with her, like she was maybe taking some sort of pills or anything?
She didn't look like she was on drugs.
Now, you were with her many times during the day when no one else was at home. Is that correct?
Actually, not really. I mean, I played my tennis and she did her thing.
During the period of time that you observed the interaction between the defendants and their parents, did you ever see the defendants lie to their parents?
Yes.
And on how many occasions would you say you saw them lying to their parents?
More than a couple.
Was it something that was somewhat common?
Somewhat common.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kinds of things, first of all, did they both do it or just one of them?
Both.
And what kinds of things did they lie to their parents about?
Stuff when they got in trouble, if they did something wrong, you know. There was one time where Lyle, he was driving his dad's Cadillac and he kind of sideswiped me. The mirror got knocked off. And he didn't want to tell him that that is what had happened. So I don't remember what the story was, but he told him some other kind of story about how that had happened.
Okay, when he told them the other story, was it a detailed story or was it just sort of vague, you recall?
I think it was reasonably detailed.
Did you ever see Erik Menendez lie to his parents?
Yes.
And what kind of occasion did you see him lie?
The same kind of situation where they'd done something wrong
And didn't take responsibility for what was wrong?
and they didn't take responsibility.
Now, when Mr. Menendez would have these talks with Lyle in the study, that was during the time that Lyle was living in the guest house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that you were present at a family dinner when the discussion about Erik's acceptance to Berkeley came up, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that both Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were excited or expressed approval of this event, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the dinner a celebratory dinner? In other words, were they celebrating the fact that he'd gotten into Berkeley?
No.
Okay, was that a topic of some discussion at the dinner table that night?
Yes.
Now, who cooked dinner when you were there?
Usually Mrs. Menendez, maybe a little more than half the time.
How was her cooking?
I don't know, good pasta.
And when this topic of Berkeley came up, did Mr. Menendez, as well as his wife, express satisfaction or pleasure in the fact that Erik had gotten accepted there?
They were pleased, yeah.
And when you say they, both parents, is that correct?
Yeah, from what I remember, yeah, they were both happy.
All right. Now, do you remember talking to the prosecution again in May of 1993?
Yes.
And that was at the Beverly Hills Police Department with myself and Mr. Kuriyama and Detective Zola, correct?
Yes.
And did you indicate then that Mr. Menendez was upset with Erik because Erik turned down Berkeley?
That's what you have written down.
All right. Well, did you or did you not say that?
I don't know.
Mr. Fenno, do you recall discussing the topic of Berkeley with us
Yes.
in that interview room?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked about it again after you made the first statement?
Objection, it's big.
In the interview, being asked about it while I was with you?
Yes. In other words, after you mentioned the part about the parents being, Mr. Menendez being upset with Erik because he turned down Berkeley, do you remember that we asked you again if that's what happened?
I think so.
All right. Now, after this particular interview with the prosecution and Detective Zoller, you were given a copy of this interview, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you made some changes to it on June the 9th of 1993.
Yes.
And between those two dates, in fact, you had called back to say that there were some changes that you wanted to make, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I called you at your home on your birthday and we didn't speak. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'm going to object to that question.
All right. Now, Mr. Fenno, at the time that you made the corrections to the May 24th report, you didn't mention that this particular information about Berkeley was incorrect, did you?
That's true, yes.
Have you met with the defense attorneys since you talked to the prosecution at the Beverly Hills Police Department in May of '93?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Now, may I approach, please, Your Honor? With the report, page 938. May I approach, please? Mr. Fenno, I'm going to show you the last page of this 3-page report. First of all, do you recognize this report? It says May 24th, 1993, 8:20 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a copy of this report shortly after the event occurred?
Yes.
That is the interview.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you see on the third page, the second thing I have underlined in yellow. Do you see the statement there?
Yes.
All right. And does this particular statement that Mr. Menendez was upset with Erik because Erik had turned down Berkeley, is it your testimony now that you didn't say that?
I may have said it. My testimony is that it's not quite accurate
Oh, and why isn't it accurate?
because I don't know. I wasn't there when he turned down Berkeley, and I don't know that Mr. Menendez was upset. I told you what happened was the day that Erik got into Berkeley, the Menendez parents were happy. But Erik pulled me aside after and said, I think I'd like to go to UCLA. So that's where I get my information from. So it is very possible that I told you that I thought Mr. Menendez was upset. That would be because I got the impression that Erik felt that his father would be upset.
Well, so what you're telling us now is that you extrapolated from
Right.
two facts. The fact that you told us on May the 24th of 1993 is, in other words, you knew Mr. Menendez wanted Erik to go to Berkeley, and you knew Erik didn't want to go there. Therefore, it was your impression, or you just decided that Mr. Menendez would have been upset.
Yes.
So that, in fact, you never personally saw Mr. Menendez upset with Erik over
Right,
turning down
that's
Berkeley.
correct.
So this is just something you kind of made up, is that right?
It didn't seem like a big deal. I mean, in my mind, Mr. Menendez, I thought, wanted Erik to go to Berkeley, or else Erik wouldn't have told me that on the side. He was worried that his father would be upset with him.
Now, could you describe why you thought Mr. Menendez wanted Erik to go to Berkeley?
He was very excited that he got into Berkeley, and Berkeley's supposed to be better academically than UCLA.
Did Mr. Menendez express that at the dinner table?
I don't think we talked about UCLA, but he was excited about Berkeley.
And during that period of time, did he encourage Erik to go to Berkeley?
I'm not sure that he did. They were waiting to hear from Brown as well, and from UCLA.
I believe you indicated that Mr. Menendez used to smile a lot.
Yes.
Would you describe his personality, at least when he was talking to you?
Would I describe his personality?
Yeah, would you describe his personality for us, please?
Yeah, generally he was pretty happy. I mean, at dinner he would, make jokes and we'd talk about stuff. He was an interesting person. He had well thought out opinions about a lot of things, and I found him to be interesting and kind of fun, except for when he didn't look like he wanted me around.
Have you ever seen the television show Jeopardy?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever have dinners with Mr. Menendez where you felt like you were on Jeopardy and you were one of the contestants? In other words, did he ever quiz you in that manner?
I'm not sure quite like that, but yes. I mean, we... there were discussions at dinner where he seemed to already know the answer, and we were going to try to figure it out, if that's what you mean.
And did you enjoy engaging in these discussions with Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
And what was Mrs. Menendez doing when you had these discussions with her husband at the dinner table?
I'm not sure. Sometimes she was there mostly. Occasionally she'd go to the kitchen and get some more food or whatever.
Did she participate in these discussions?
Honestly, I don't really remember her being particularly involved.
Now, I believe you indicated that the doors to the Menendez home, the outside doors, were generally unlocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you and either of the two defendants ever come and go out of the back of the house where the alley was?
I did once.
All right. Did you have an automobile when you were here?
Yes.
And was that your own automobile?
Yes.
Did you then drive from Boston?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you indicated that in the, I don't know what room you called it, but in one of the rooms there were some French doors. I think you said it was the TV room.
Right, yes.
And is that the room that had bookshelves with lots of trophies on top?
Yes.
And that was the room at the rear of the house near the kitchen, correct?
As you walked in the front door and went straight down the hallway, you'd go right into the room that I'm talking about.
All right. And in that particular room, there were a set of French doors behind.
Yeah, that led toward the jacuzzi.
And those French doors were behind an L-shaped sectional sofa, correct?
Yes.
And that's the TV room.
Yes.
And those French doors were often unlocked?
Yes.
And did you go in and out of those French doors in order to get in and out of the house?
Yes,
Did you ever see either of the defendants do that?
yes,
And I believe you indicated that when Mr. and Mrs. Menendez watched television, or, excuse me, that after dinner that they would generally go upstairs.
yes,
And you would often watch television in that...
in that room, yeah.
And would you often watch television in that room with either of the two defendants?
Yes, sometimes.
I believe you indicated that during the period of time that that Lyle Menendez had returned to Princeton, that you were then playing tennis more and more with Erik Menendez.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated he had lots of friends.
Yes,
Did you meet many of those friends?
yes,
You indicated as well that in the garage of the Menendez home that there were lots of boxes.
yes.
Okay, what are lots of boxes? Are we talking about 10 or 50 or
They were all the way to the roof. It was full.
the whole garage?
The whole garage was full.
And was this a double-car garage?
I don't think so. I think it was a single-car garage.
Okay, so you're talking about then at least 100 boxes.
I guess so. I mean,
And
a
you
lot
were
of boxes.
you were never made aware of the contents of those boxes, correct?
I believe that I heard that they were from the old house in New Jersey.
But you didn't know what was inside.
No.
When you had the dinner where the subject of Berkeley was brought up, was that the first time you'd ever been made aware of the fact that Erik Menendez had applied to Berkeley?
No.
Did Erik Menendez ever talk to you before that dinner about colleges he'd applied to?
Yes.
And did he tell you that what did he tell you about where he wanted to go to college?
He had a friend at Brown. He was kind of interested in going to Brown. Maybe. I'm not sure if there was more than that. He talked to the Brown people a lot.
So would you say you had more than one discussion with Erik Menendez about where he wanted to go to college?
Yes.
And did Erik Menendez ever tell you that he wanted to go to college far away from home?
He didn't put it like that, no.
Okay, did he ever indicate to you a desire to get out of Los Angeles and go someplace like Brown, 3,000 miles away from home?
He didn't say anything in that way.
Do you know if Erik Menendez knew how to work a computer?
I don't know. Do I know? I don't think so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, I don't think that I knew.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor? I'm almost done. Did you ever see any physical violence at all between the Menendez parents and either one of their sons?
No.
Now, after the killings of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, did you ever have any discussion with Lyle Menendez about what had happened on the night of August the 20th of 1989?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
A little. I called him on the phone.
And where did you call him?
I called from Massachusetts to his house in Beverly Hills.
And how long after the killings was it, to your knowledge?
Maybe the next day.
And did Lyle Menendez indicate to you what had happened the night before?
I don't think we talked about that. I called him up. I heard what had happened in the news, and so I called and said I was sorry. Was there anything I could do?
All right, did you have any discussion about what Lyle Menendez had been doing the night before when you talked to him that time?
No.
Did you ever have any discussion with Lyle Menendez about what had happened the night before?
No.
Your Honor, I have here a police report I'd like to approach. I'm going to show you the second page of the police report from January the 12th of 1990, which I believe was the telephone interview you referred to. I'm going to ask you to look at the thing that's circled and has some yellow in it.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the contents of the telephone conversation you had with Lyle Menendez on shortly after the killings of his parents?
Yes.
And did Lyle Menendez tell you anything about his activities of the night before, Mr. Fenno?
Well, it says, I mean, it doesn't really refresh. I don't remember saying that, but I probably did. And I guess we talked about that he went out the night before.
Did he indicate to you at the time that you talked to him that he had come upon his parents in the den?
If that's what it says there, then I guess that's what I said. I don't remember. What I remember is what I just told you, is that I called to offer him condolences. I mean,
All right, and so you don't remember anything else?
I don't remember anything else.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fenno. I have nothing further.
Yes, very good. Mr. Fenno, do you know a young woman named Tracy Baker?
Yes.
And do you recall her being a friend of Lyle Menendez's during the time that you were living there?
Yes.
And you recall back to the episode where Mr. Menendez threatened to kill Craig Signorelli?
Yes.
Do you recall if Tracy Baker was around at that time?
I don't personally know if she. I don't personally remember.
You don't personally remember if she was there that night?
Right. She was around. I don't know. She was around a good bit for about a month or so. It is possible that she was there that night.
Was that month around Thanksgiving? Was it preceding Thanksgiving of 1988? If you remember.
I think so. Jeez. I'm not positive. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you had a copy of the interview that the police did with you in May of '93, and you made corrections after you saw that. Did they ever send you a copy of the January interview? January 1990?
No.
Did the police during the January interview ask if they could tape record that interview?
They might have. I don't remember. It was.
Okay. Would you have refused if they had asked?
No, I would have let him.
And do you recall how long that January interview was on the phone?
I think it was a couple hours.
And how long is the report of it?
It was 2 or 3 pages. Did you just show me? 2 or 3 pages?
And did that appear, were you surprised when you first saw that 2 or 3 page report that that's all that was written for a 2-hour interview?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Lyle or Erik talk back to their father?
No.
Did you ever hear their father praise their effort if they didn't win?
If they did not win?
Yeah,
No.
they lost.
It wasn't like that. It was, no.
It wasn't, there was no support for trying, was there?
Mr. Menendez would tell Lyle what he should have done to win, but that was it.
How many hours a day, when you were living with the Menendez family, did Lyle and Erik practice tennis?
Lyle played for 5 hours a day, and Erik played after school. So Erik played maybe 2 hours a day during school and then more on the weekend.
And during the time you were there, was Erik also being coached? Was he going somewhere for coaching?
About halfway through, they both got a new coach.
And was there additional play with the coach?
Yes.
And do you know if Erik practiced at school also?
Yes, in the spring he did. Yeah.
If I might have a moment. Were you aware, Mr. Fenno, of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's attitudes towards Lyle's girlfriends?
Yes.
And how would you describe that attitude?
I didn't think that they particularly cared for. Jamie was sort of medium, and I don't think they liked Christy.
When you say medium, that they were medium towards Jamie, which means they...
She was okay, but not great. I mean, medium.
And what was their criticism, if you know, of Jamie?
I don't think Jamie was from the same social level that the kids were.
At least that was the parents' perception.
Objection calls for speculation.
Are we talking about the parents' attitude?
I believe, I'm somewhat vague on this. I believe that was their attitude.
Did they think she was a gold digger?
I'm not sure.
Did you?
Objection, improper opinion.
Did Lyle appear to be generous towards Jamie with presents and things like that?
Yes, very.
And did Jamie demand those things?
Sometimes, yes.
I have nothing further.
Ross. And does this complete the examination of this witness at this time?
No.
At this time, yes.
No. I think we have something for one jury only.
Oh, very briefly, yeah. And I'd like to do it before you, if you could.
All right, we will certainly try. Let me see counsel at the sidebar, however. All right, as far as the trial is concerned and the gold jury, this will complete your obligation to be here today. They're basically going to run out of witnesses as far as today is concerned when this witness is completed, and there's some brief testimony before the blue jury only. So we'll let you folks go at this time and ask that you come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And the blue jury, please remain. Continue your examination before the blue jury.
Turning your attention to the night that Mr. Menendez threatened to kill Craig Signorelli, did you ask Erik what that was about, why his father wanted to kill Craig Signorelli?
Yes.
And what did Erik tell you?
He told me that Craig had been the person who had made him join the robberies that were going on in Calabasas, and that Mr. Menendez didn't want him around.
That Craig had gotten Erik involved?
Right, Craig had gotten Erik involved.
Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
May I stay seated just?
Yes.
Mr. Fenno, did you ever have any further discussions or other discussions with Erik Menendez about these burglaries?
Maybe once or twice.
And do you remember the subject matter? What part of the burglaries were you discussing?
I remember that he told me his dad had to pay for all the stuff. You know, they basically had to take everything back, and everything that wasn't taken back, he had to pay for.
And did he give you any other information about the burglaries?
Yes. I think he said he was only involved in one.
Did he tell you how much money his father had to pay back?
Something like $60,000 to $70,000, I thought I heard.
Did Erik Menendez ever indicate to you whether or not his father was happy with him for having participated in this?
I think he was unhappy.
All right, and why do you say that?
I don't know if it was because he told me or because any parent would be unhappy. I mean...
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the answer to speculation.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Did Erik Menendez ever tell you if his brother had participated with him?
No.
Did you have any information from Lyle Menendez that he had participated with Erik in these things?
Not from Lyle.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No.